Chapter 101, Vatican Clan. Charlie took out a card and put it into a slot in the lift. A button panel immediately turned over, displaying a few buttons that led to the higher levels. Charlie pressed the button, sending the lift up to the top floor. When the lift opened, Zhiyu saw an anteroom with a Western classical style. Girls dressed in maid uniforms were standing on both sides of the room. On the wall facing him, was a red inverted cross with the words, "Venture," inscribed below. This translated meant Vatican. Zhiyu was curious as to how the Vatican clan first came about. They had borrowed the name from the 13 clan in a novel. Zhiyu had thought that its formation was only for fun, but it did not seem to be so. He could feel a field emitting out from the top of his head, and had never experienced such power before. Even the mental strength was totally different. As a maid ushered both of them forward, they each put on black cloaks, and walked past a corridor filled with oil paintings. The oil paintings were painted by renowned artists, and were mostly depicting subjects like hell and the dark continents. In fact, most of the scenes were derived from Dante's Divine Comedy. Soon, a dark golden world appeared before them. It was a huge hall. This should be the rooftop of the shard, where only authorized personnel could enter. The floor level was not reflected on the lift button, nor was there any staircase leading to it. This appeared to be a sacred place. There were dark golden pillars, carved with ancient myths and legends of the dark. The atmosphere was grim and mysterious, its people wearing black cloaks with their faces hidden in the dark. On top of the dark dome, hung paintings of the angels and the gods. However, their eyes looked evil. They seemed to be smiling, but their smiles made one shudder. There was no gentleness or light in them, and they seemed to be staring at the souls on earth as if they were laughing at them. The only windows were on the utmost top of the hall. As the sun shone in, its beams could only brighten up some of the areas. Hence, the lights were hazy and dreamy. Yet, underneath was utter darkness. Suddenly, a light shone in the center of the hall. A man in a black robe was sitting beside a piano on the stage. As everyone looked at him, he started to play a melodious piece of music. Zhiyu recognized that it was the prelude of Croatian Rhapsody. The rhythm carried a tinge of gloominess, and in the darkness, anger was being aroused. Zhiyu seemed to see the ruins at sunset, the lonely figures, the graves, and sadness. Many people started to chant. A special, sacred atmosphere filled the entire hall. It was not an aura of divine light, but instead, of the dark. The beginning of the world. Millet or sheep, man had been expelled from the Garden of Eden. Sent into exile, banned from power. The descendants had filled the earth. Under the moonlight, light bloody sweetness. Who has awakened the dead? The rhythm became faster, as the fingers on the keys became heavier. Seemingly, melodies akin to pilgrimage music filled the hall, and everyone, in black cloaks, gathered toward the stage. They looked quietly at the man playing the piano. Many of them lifted up their hands to pray. Everyone was holding an inverted black cross. As the pair of hands on the keys moved quicker, the rhythm was filled with indignation. Zhiyu could sense that the man's emotions were getting stronger. It was like a volcano that could explode at any time. He had used music to stir up the emotions of everyone, matching perfectly with the atmosphere. I want you to sacrifice your most precious thing in life, your joy and glory. Once again, come to me, and enjoy the madness of ruling eternal life. When the music ended, no one applauded. Everyone looked solemn and dignified. Many of them drew the sign of an inverted cross, using the cross that they were holding in their hands, as they prayed to the man. When the man walked to the front of the stage, Zhiyu saw that he was only a little more than 20 years old. He was slender, handsome, and graceful, and seemed to be a nobleman. We have a few more brothers and sisters today. I hope that we can unite all together. No matter where you are from, or which race you belong to, since you are here, you are one of us. I would like to invite our new members up to the stage. As Charlie signaled to Zhiyu walked up to the stage. There were 3 other people with him, and around 100 people down at the base of the stage. The 4 of them removed their caps, and when everyone saw Zhiyu's face, they screamed. Even the youth on stage looked at Zhiyu and said, "Oh, perfect! You are born to be in our clan. Perfect! Beautiful! You are without blemish." Zhiyu nodded his head slightly, then shifted his gaze to look at the other 3. He recognized 2 of them. One of them was a renowned female singer. She was the most recent #1 singles artist on the United States Billboard chart. When Lu Zhiyu recollected himself, he saw the man on stage saying a prayer and placing a black inverted cross each around each of their necks. After the initiation rite had ended, he walked away. The rite seemed simple. However, before one could become a member, he must be recommended by an existing member. The clan would then run a check on the person. Those who did not qualify, or who seemed suspicious, would not be accepted into the clan. Logically speaking, Lu Zhiyu could not be accepted into the clan. However, the man seemed interested in him. After looking through his particulars, checking on his background, and finding out his problems, he had invited Lu Zhiyu to join their clan after all. After the initiation rite, they came to the highlight, the prayer ceremony that Lu Zhiyu had been looking forward to. They held this ceremony once a month. This was the Vatican clan's secret prayer ceremony, which had attracted so many renowned people, as well as the rich, to join them. According to Charlie Andrews' memory, every time they had this prayer ceremony, their lifespan would be extended. They would be younger and healthier, and their diseases would be healed. The man who stood before Lu Zhiyu was a living example. He was Nicholas Dubai. Although he looked only a little more than 20 years old, he was actually nearly 50 years old. He was currently head of the Dubai group. All these were possible, due to the power of the ceremony. This power must be what Lu Zhiyu had sensed earlier. It had shielded itself from his telepathic power. Lu Zhiyu had read it in Charlie Andrews' mind. It was the legendary Cain's left hand. Chapter 102, The Palm of Silicon-Based Life. After the initiation rite, Nicholas Dubai conducted a series of religious rites. As is customary with the legends and mysterious culture, the people knelt on the floor and chanted the Book of Nod. It was said that this was the vampire's sacred book. Lu Zhiyu became impatient, waiting as they were going through the series of rites. There were so many people around, and no one would have noticed if he went missing. He kept looking at the dome. He was certain that something was there, but a special field had prevented him from looking in. As the light rays shone in from the windows above, a hazy light appeared at the very top. Lu Zhiyu could feel something moving, a strange force spreading out. They were using electricity. Lu Zhiyu knew that something was at the top, and that the movement had been triggered by electricity. In the middle of the dome was the shadow of a huge, black inverted cross. It was about a few meters long, and it seemed to be mounted in the middle. Following the appearance of the black inverted cross, the angels that were hanging there seemed to have suddenly come to life. Then, they quickly turned into devils. This was a special light effect used to heighten the atmosphere. Lu Zhiyu's eyes brightened up, as he realized he saw what he had wanted to see. The black inverted cross had been created by man. There was a black palm hiding in the center, and it was emitting golden lights. The palm was bigger than ordinary palms, and Lu Zhiyu estimated that it must be around 3 meters tall. As the black inverted cross had been activated, Lu Zhiyu could feel a special field spreading out, covering the entire hall. This field consumed all the lights, leaving the entire hall in total darkness. Other than the other 3 members, who had just joined the clan, the rest of the people gathered were not at all surprised. They had obviously experienced it before. The field had been emitted by the black palm, which did not belong to any human or carbon-based life. Rather, it was formed by a fine, golden structure, which had life within it. The field that it emitted contained a special energy, which not only disrupted Lu Zhiyu's detection power, as it affected everyone's magnetic field within their body. It was this right that would prolong the people's lifespans and heal their diseases. After having lost visibility, due to the darkness, Lu Zhiyu forced his mental strength to check on the black palm. The power of the black field immediately clashed with his mental strength and was dissipated. Lu Zhiyu could now see the inner part of the core, but he was still blocked by the black palm. It had obstructed him from receiving any information. Lu Zhiyu finally realized that Cain's left hand was compiled of technology and a higher life. It was unlike the blood race that Lu Zhiyu had at first thought of linking it to. He had thought that he would be able to see something supernatural, like the vampire or, perhaps something even more frightening. He had even wondered if those legendary gods existed. He had definitely not expected such an outcome as this. This was the silicon-based life that Lu Zhiyu had thought of before, but had never actually seen. Scientists had thought about it, and there were prophecies regarding it, but now, Lu Zhiyu had seen it for himself. Vatican clan had researched it, or else they would not now be able to use it. They knew that the energy field could regulate and aid in the growth of the body, and they had used it to heal the body. This was a similar technique to what Lu Zhiyu had developed. Lu Zhiyu was curious. If research had found this metal-based life, could he create metal-based life as well? Such as a real metal alchemist life, unlike the eternal life alchemy boat that he had previously created? He had then used plant cells to surround his, but now, he could directly use metal. After much observation, Lu Zhiyu decided to get a hold of the object, in order to research materials, so that he could take a better look at it. His interest in Vatican clan grew, and he hoped to be able to have a talk with Nicholas Dubai. He was also interested in the energy field that could shield and influence his mental strength. How could a palm do such a job? As soon as the life field of the palm had been released, it had been dissipated. All the members of the clan screamed, and Nicholas Dubai hurriedly pressed the earpiece onto his ears. He instructed the staff to charge up the inverted cross. Very soon after, the dark energy field had been activated, resuming operation. After the rite had ended, Lu Zhiyu could see that the diseases in the people had been healed. Their complexions and muscles became more taut. Wrinkles on the older folks had also smoothed out. The new members found it unbelievable, starting to scream in shock. No one had expected the prayer ceremony to be so powerful. Many of them had seen the black inverted cross, but they did not know the reason for its presence. They could only give credit to Nicholas Dubai, for having such a supernatural power. He belonged to the race of the vampires, just like Charlie Andrew. They trusted Nicholas Dubai completely, hoping that one day, they could also become one of the blood race via the embrace rite. After the rite had ended, all the members left happily. Many of them went down for a drink, or just to have fun. It would be more appropriate to say that Vatican clan was a prestigious club with a mysterious tinge of religion, rather than to classify it as being a religious group. The monthly prayer ceremony was more like a mega cosplay. Attendees came more for socializing, rather than to participate in the prayer ceremony. They wanted to widen their circles and influences. When faced with a difficult situation, a phone call to a friend might just settle the problem. Moreover, opportunities might arise out of it. Charlie Andrew finally found Lu Zhiyu in the crowd. He said, "Anthony, why are you here? Come. Come with me. Mr. Dubai would like to see you." Lu Zhiyu pretended to look shocked and said, "Mr. Dubai? Is he the one who was standing on stage?" Charlie nodded and said, "That's right. Other than the prayer ceremony, very few people get the chance to see him. It will do you good to know him." Chapter 103, Nicholas Dubai. Lu Zhiyu met Nicholas Dubai in one of the offices on the top floor. He had taken care of himself very well. With the help of the special field from the Black Palm, although he was already past 50 years of age, he could still pass as little over 20 years old. Should this continue, Lu Zhiyu believed that he could live up to the age of 130, and even 140. However, no matter how youthful one looked, the body would not function so well, as one aged. No matter how healthy one was, he would not outlive the lifespan of man, nor would he have the vitality and energy of a young person. Nicholas Dubai sat on a chair beside the window and said to Lu Zhiyu, "Mr. Anthony, please take a seat." Lu Zhiyu sat opposite Nicholas, facing the window. He could see the street. This is the tallest building in London, and as one looked down, all the tall buildings appeared small. Men and vehicles looked like ants crawling on the street. When a man possesses wealth, status, and women, he will need to reach even a higher level in order to fulfill his spiritual needs. Is Mr. Anthony happy with the event? Lu Zhiyu found Nicholas interesting. He said, "Is that why you have used the palm of silicon-based life to set up Vatican clan?" Nicholas was stunned for a while, then laughed loudly. "You have found out. There's nothing bad about it. I have fun, and everyone has benefited. All of us get what we want. This is a party for the blood race." That was indeed Cain's left hand. A few hundred years ago, when it was being found, that was what people called it. It can be called the claws of Satan, or the devil's hand. You can call it anything. Cain was indeed the legendary silicon-based life. After Lu Zhiyu had finished talking, Nicholas Dubai looked at him curiously and said, "Who are you, Mr. Anthony? Where do you come from? Are you Mu Tao, Zhang Xing, or Lu Chen?" Nicholas had run a background check on Lu Zhiyu. According to the information received from his network, as long as a person existed in this world, he would leave behind some traces. However, this man, known as Anthony, had left no traces behind. The identities that he had used were real, but they did not belong to him. Nicholas had, based on his looks, height and data, run a check on Lu Zhiyu, but he could not find anything. This man seemed to have appeared from out of nowhere. Nicholas found Lu Zhiyu to be extremely mysterious. He seemed to be related to the mysterious force that Nicholas had shown interest in ever since his youth. Lu Zhiyu found Nicholas to be amusing. Nicholas had linked him with the werewolf vampires in the Western world. Instead of explaining, Lu Zhiyu imitated Charlie Andrew and said, "Would you like to see a different kind of world?" Nicholas was taken aback. Lu Zhiyu smiled mysteriously and flicked his fingers. Immediately, he and Nicholas disappeared together, along with the chairs that they were sitting on, and appeared at the pyramid in Egypt. When Lu Zhiyu had toured around the world, he had left behind a tactical deployment circle to the dimensional door. Nicholas seemed to be in a trance. He saw that the world had changed. As he looked at his surroundings, he felt weak. He tried to stand up, but he felt a bit wobbly on his legs. He looked shocked and said, "How can this be? This is an illusion. This must be an illusion, right?" Lu Zhiyu said, jokingly, "Is this an illusion?" Nicholas could feel the sun shining on him, his feet on solid ground. He smelled the special air in the open space. He had been to this place 3 years ago. This was the Great Pyramid of Giza. He had even seen the Sphinx. He looked at the view of the surroundings and the familiar vast sky. It was similar to what he remembered. When the tourists were taking pictures, they noticed Lu Zhiyu and Nicholas and started to scream. "Oh no, we have been discovered." Lu Zhiyu sat on the chair and flicked his fingers again. Both of them appeared on the top of a mountain. As long as Lu Zhiyu had left behind the tactical deployment circle to the dimensional door, he could enter at any time. Their location at present was a mountain in the Serengeti. At the foot of the mountain was a prairie. As the wind blew past, the fresh air made one feel relaxed. Lu Zhiyu looked at Nicholas, seeing that he was still in a daze. "Don't you like it? How about this?" They appeared in a blue world. The sky and sea were in a line. As the wind blew, the waters rippled on the surface of the deep sea, flowing toward a faraway place. There was total silence, and it made one feel calm. Both of them were sitting on their chairs, floating on the sea. However, it did not seem like there was water under their feet. They felt as though a solid object was supporting them. At that moment in time, it seemed that there was only the two of them in the entire world. Lu Zhiyu stood up and stepped on the surface of the sea. He looked down and saw his own reflection in the water. "The earth is a beautiful place, isn't it, Nicholas Dubai?" Nicholas recovered from his surprise and said excitedly to Lu Zhiyu, Who are you? How did you do it?" Lu Zhiyu disappeared into thin air, then reappeared behind the sofa chair that Nicholas was sitting on and said, "This is just a simple transmission technique. Are you curious?" Nicholas stood up excitedly and said, "Of course. I am very curious. I find it unbelievable, and I cannot understand how you managed to do it." Nicholas stood on the surface of the water, realizing immediately that he did not sink. He put his fingers into the water to confirm that it was indeed the sea. He could even see Lu Zhiyu's reflection in the water. Both of them were facing each other. As Lu Zhiyu said, "This world does not consist solely of mankind. You have already known this, haven't you? You can say that we are astral businessmen. We shuttle between the universe and the dimensional place, and trade in the different worlds. A few months ago, our starship crashed onto the moon. We are now looking for a way to repair that starship." Upon hearing this, Nicholas suddenly came to a realization. Before inquiring of Lu Zhiyu, recently, the world went into total darkness. Was it caused by you? You are so powerful. How did you do it? That incident caused an uproar all around the world. Many had attributed it to God switching off the lights. Many scientists and the science fanatics had studied the incident from different angles. This had been a hot topic until now. Needless to say, Nicholas knew of it. Lu Zhiyu nodded, not feeling the need to explain any further. At this moment, both of them had returned to the office in the Shard. Lu Zhiyu disappeared into thin air, reappearing in front of the bar. After looking around, he took out a bottle of brandy, then appeared back in his seat. He then poured the brandy into 2 glasses. "We are looking for partners. What do you think, Mr. Nicholas Dubai? Are you interested?" Although Nicholas was a great fan of the occult, he was no longer a young man. However, he was still adventurous and energetic. He was totally different from the businessman that Lu Zhiyu had first thought he was. He was crazy, yet sensible. He asked, "What will I gain from it?" Chapter 104, The Astral Businessman. Nicholas had been deluded by Lu Zhiyu with his Stargate transfer, anti-gravity technology, gene editing technology, biotechnology warehouse, and the antimatter starship, using positron as fuel. Lu Zhiyu had quoted a series of highly technological stuff. He had successfully gained the trust of Nicholas Dubai, thanks to his supernatural powers and promises. Both of them had come to an agreement that Nicholas would register a new company, UB Technology Company Limited, which was the abbreviation for Astral Businessmen. Nicholas had transferred two of his companies under UB Technology, one of which was Biotechnology Company Limited. Lu Zhiyu had requested for the laboratory staff and researchers to be transferred as well. Another was a company in the United States, which dealt with satellite communications. This included a private island that Nicholas had owned in the South Pacific, known as Burn Island. This island was a private property of the Dubai family, and did not belong to any country. It took its name after Nicholas' great-grandfather. It had been built for many decades, and had a small landing field. Yet the area itself was big. Lu Zhiyu would build his base there, and try to repair and rebuild his starship. After which, he would return to his planet. This was what Lu Zhiyu had told Nicholas Dubai. What he truly wanted, however, was to build a starship, which he did not possess currently, that was able to fly out into the universe. A man's dream, including Lu Zhiyu's, was to conquer the starry sky. He hoped that one day, he could travel to the sky and widen his horizons. He would like to see the beauty and fantasies of the entire universe. With his own efforts, he would not be able to achieve this goal. He would need money, resources, knowledge, technical staff, and many other things. This would be a big project. Lu Zhiyu had thought of this all before, but since he had met Nicholas Dubai, he could now tap into Nicholas' resources to realize his dream. Although Lu Zhiyu was extremely powerful, his power could not help him realize these things. With Nicholas Dubai's help, he would be released of much of the burden, and could build his starship more quickly. Nicholas would also get what he wanted. Lu Zhiyu had promised to provide him with the evolved plasma, which was the legendary longevity pill. It would be developed by Biological Research Institute, owned by UB Technology. During the initial stage, they would supply the evolved plasma only to the members of Vatican clan. Nicholas Dubai would like to make use of this opportunity to influence the whole world, from a high-end social club to an organization that could control the world's economy. Nicholas believed that no man could resist the temptation of immortality. Nicholas and Vatican clan would supply the necessary resources, money, and talents to UB Technology, and UB Technology would provide them with the evolved plasma. They would share part of the space technology, gene editing technology, and life engineering technology to promote and help man in the development of civilization. Although Lu Zhiyu had nothing on hand at the moment, since he had already bragged about it, he would think about that problem later. He had to get his hands on the things that he wanted, now. As long as Nicholas Dubai would supply him with the money and manpower to build his starship, nothing else mattered. When things got out of hand, it would be too late for them to do anything him. At worst, Lu Zhiyu would simply have to escape from the Earth in his starship. These ignorant people would not be able to go after him. Lu Zhiyu lifted up his glass and said with a smile, "Come, let's cheer our success." Nicholas Dubai quickly lifted up his glass and said, "Of course. I am honored that you have chosen me to be your spokesman. I hope that we can continue to work together happily." Lu Zhiyu nodded his head in satisfaction. "Of course. I believe we will be the best partners. I will visit you in a week. By then, I hope you will have prepared what we need. Similarly, we will bring the evolved plasma to you, as promised." Nicholas Dubai asked, "Can I name to this special evolved plasma?" Lu Zhiyu was stunned for a while, and then said, "Of course. Those who inject the evolved plasma will have their lifespans prolonged to more than 1,000 years. Everyone will look beautiful and graceful. They will have strong bodies and great recovery powers. As long as the head is not hurt, they will not die. We will give you some special powers, so that you can release special waves to hypnotize, brainwash, and give out commands." Nicholas Dubai was extremely excited. "That is great. That is awesome. This is like the blood race that I have imagined. This is the dominating technique that I have thought of. I would like to name the evolved plasma embrace. Lu Zhiyu stood up and said, as you wish. I will see you in a week's time. Before he finished his sentence, Lu Zhiyu had disappeared from Nicholas' office. Nicholas was extremely excited and could not sit still. He had never thought that he would come across such a great opportunity through a normal prayer ceremony. It could help him fulfill his wish and, at the same time, provide another great opportunity to the Debais. I have met an astral businessman, of the real interstellar civilization. I must grab hold of this opportunity. Nicholas Debais did not realize that he was mentally abnormal. He trusted Lu Zhiyu completely, and had no qualms about what Lu Zhiyu had said. Lu Zhiyu's actions and words had excited him greatly, and this was also due to the fact that Lu Zhiyu had influenced him mentally. Perfect. Beautiful. Flawless. I can be a perfect being as well. No. I must play a piece of music. What shall I play? Let's. Nicholas sat down and found traces of water on the floor. He looked down and saw sea water and mud on the legs of the sofa chair. Lu Zhiyu was in a good mood. He had never expected himself to get such a good bargain. He would be getting the remains of a silicon-based life, and had obtained a sponsor for building his starship. He had gained more than he had expected. Although Lu Zhiyu had not received the remains of the silicon-based life, Nicholas would have it delivered to Burn Island. There was no hurry. One more thing. The construction of the Space Exploration Research Base and the development of the starship must be well planned, from scratch. Chapter 105, The Second Batch of Wizard Apprentices. In the hall of Wizard Tower, Lu Zhiyu looked at the apprentices. They were about the same in number as had gathered the previous year. Some of them had even been recommended by the previous batch of apprentices, which themselves had been the original elites selected by Lu Zhiyu himself. Some of them had extraordinary abilities like Boer and Li Weisai. For this batch, many of them had started with meditation. They had used the meditation methods, which some of the wizards had modified, and those ones taught at Wizard Tower. If he could find one or two apprentices of Uruk's caliber, Lu Zhiyu would be happy. Without saying a word, Lu Zhiyu hosted the admissions ceremony. All the apprentices left the hall of the castle looking happy. Lu Zhiyu looked at both sides of the seats. There were 9 students. The first one, sitting in the front row, was Boer. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look Lu Zhiyu in the eyes. The atmosphere was intimidating. Lights were glittering in the castle, and no one dared say a word. Boer was the first to stand up. After taking a deep breath, he bowed to Lu Zhiyu. Teacher, Li Weisai had come to me previously. It is my fault that I was unable to stop him. How many people have died, Boer? Boer dared not look at Lu Zhiyu. He said, Li Weisai, Henry, Agra, Delis, Blair. Lu Zhiyu was familiar with the list of people that Boer had named. Li Weisai and Henry were the first batch of trainers, who had been appointed by Lu Zhiyu. Other than Boer, Li Weisai was one of the most talented wizards. Li Weisai was creative, and also was the next to break through to level 3 wizard. Besides this, the entire Light Clan and other countries have started to suppress us. Even the orcs do not welcome us. The saints of Light Clan had ordained the first generation of priests, and they possess extraordinary ability. They have been searching out and capturing our people. We can only hide ourselves from them. There are not many priests, and unless the saints are here, they will not pose a threat to us. However, Li Weisai's behavior had caused us to be ostracized by the people. Be it the nobles or ordinary people, none of them welcome us. Boer was about to continue, when Lu Zhiyu shook his head and said, Boer, sit down. I have nothing to say about it. It is fair that Li Weisai has died. Man has to take responsibility for the silly things that he has done. The price is too dear for Li Weisai, and he can only repay it with his life. I know that there are people who agree with Li Weisai and Henry. However, I hope that all of you will think before you act. You must ask yourself if you are prepared to pay the price. As compared to Li Weisai, Lu Zhiyu favored Boer more. Li Weisai was too somber, materialistic, and overly anxious for success. Although Lu Zhiyu did not think that Li Weisai was wrong, he did not like it. As for Boer, he was similar to Lu Zhiyu, in terms of his character and many other aspects. He was meticulous, optimistic, objective, and systematic in his work. He was patient, and had planned well for his life. However, he was not a risk-taker, like Lu Zhiyu, and he abided strictly by the rules. He dared not challenge conventional ideas. Lu Zhiyu looked at his 9 students in white wizard robes. They were the first batch of trainers in the tower. Lu Zhiyu nodded and said, "From tomorrow onward, you will be conducting the trainings. Other than the highest level in Wizard Tower, which needs to be authorized, you can have free access to all levels. Boer will be in charge of the laboratories in levels 10 and 11. When I am not around, he will be acting on my behalf. Wendy and Wolfter will be in charge of the botanical garden in level 9. You will also be the trainers for phytology and teach the apprentices how to use their mental strengths. Uruk will be in charge of the beast prison in level 8. Akit will teach alchemy." After assigning the tasks, Lu Zhiyu got ready to leave. Boer asked, "Teacher, are you not staying in the tower?" Lu Zhiyu usually visited the tower a few times a month. Boer and the rest were used to this routine. He nodded to Boer and said, "The few of you will be in charge of the tower from now on. I will visit you more frequently." Wendy stood up and asked, "Teacher, where are you planning to go?" Lu Zhiyu thought for a while and said, "I will be going to the astral, outside Maria's world. Other than this world, there is a huge astral. It is a plane full of stars. Maria's world is a small, insignificant world." Lu Zhiyu looked at his students and said, "One day, when you reach level 7 and become mythical wizards, then I will bring you to the astral. Level 7 is the beginning of the wizard's journeys. It is only then that you will be able to survive in the astral." What Lu Zhiyu had said had caused his students to talk excitedly among themselves. To them, Maria's world was huge beyond their imaginations. There were the lands and the deep sea that they had not yet explored. They would need to use their entire lifetimes to explore the world. There were also many secrets that they would like to explore and seek out. They had never thought of other planes and the astral besides Maria's world. They had never even heard of them. Maria's world was everything to them. Wendy opened her mouth wide and said, "Astral? Plane? Does that mean that the world that we are in is insignificant?" Boer found it amazing and unbelievable as well. What kind of world had his teacher seen? As compared to him, Boer felt like a frog in the well. What he and the others had seen was only a small part of the world. Lu Zhiyu had humbled everyone with what he had said. They started to hold the world in awe. Boer could barely wait to travel to the plains and see a different world. He wanted to see these amazing things that his teacher had mentioned. Lu Zhiyu stood up and put on his blue and white checkered robe. The fire in the fireplace was burning fiercely. He stood before the flames and said, "Boer, I will leave Wizard Tower under your care. I hope you will be different from Li Weisai. Bring the true light to the world." Having said that, Lu Zhiyu disappeared before the fireplace. Boer bowed and said, "Teacher Anthony, please believe me. I will definitely let you see a different world, and a different Wizard Tower." Boer stood up and stood before the long table. His eyes were filled with hope and enthusiasm. Chapter 106, Transition to an Extraordinary World. Boer took over the duties of taking care of the tower from Lu Zhiyu. As he had been practicing medicine and compiling medical books for a number of years, he was already familiar with the structure of the human body and the mysteries inside the body. When he was in his hometown, Boer had completed his elementary studies in medicine within a few years. Many professional doctors arose from the Duchy of Gracchus. There were even large clinics in the area. The Palermo medical coding, written by Boer, had been accepted by the doctors as being likened to the Bible of medicine. Within 5 years, the information therein had spread throughout the entire human world. Even the orcs had heard Boer Palermo's name. Boer Palermo had also been known as the founder of medicine. He had been traveling to the different countries in order to practice medicine and promote healing. Other than training medical students and setting up clinics, Boer seldom appeared in public. Beyond this, he was quite secretive with his whereabouts. Many had thought that Boer was busy promoting medicine or writing his book, but no one had suspected that he was an evil wizard, who had gone to the Wizard Tower and become a trainer for the wizards. These years, Boer had developed many ways to alter the body. He had improvised the plant's illustration handbook as well. What he wanted most was to collect the characteristics of the plants in Maria's world and change the illustration handbook completely. This could not be easily done by just 1 or 2 generations. Rather, it required a lot of people to work on it continuously. When the plant's illustration handbook had been improvised, Boer broke down the items on alchemy further, and expanded on the study of pharmacy. Boer had invented a large amount of medicine that was practical, much of which could be used on the wizards. After returning to the wizard tower, Boer gathered all the wizards and his ex-classmates, and proceeded with the development of his second big project. He wanted to collect the illustrated handbook of the animals in Maria's world, including those magic beasts, which were to be listed out separately. This was the most important task of all. In the 16th year of the San calendar, an extraordinary power existed in Maria's world. It had been a few decades ago, 50 years ago in fact, when the descendants of Saken appeared in large quantities on the surface of the sea. These were extraordinary sea beasts, which, as they grew and mutated, gradually turned into sea monsters. The Sahajins, Dragon Rajas, and the different types of monsters that Lu Zhiyu had created, had gradually appeared in the human world and in the lands these few years. Specifically, they had appeared in the eastern prairie, the swamps of Maria Kingdom, deserts, and many other places. These monsters crossbred with other species, most of them producing deformed offspring. Some were ordinary wild beasts, but a new monster race continued to be born from it as well. These extraordinary monsters started to move around, and had been discovered by mankind. Men called them monsters, which meant that they were wild beasts that had the power of the devil. They were vicious and powerful, and were notorious among mankind. As they had only started to multiply in the past 10 years, only a small number of them had appeared before men. Although they had affected the people's lives, they did not create trouble. The Dragon Rajas, which Lu Zhiyu had bred, had turned into youth. They were the intelligent race. They knew the dragon language, and were able to use special witchcraft that belonged only to the Dragon Rajas. As they grew, their extraordinary powers would slowly be awakened, and they would become more powerful. Those that were below 5 years old were known as whelps. Those 5 to 15 years old were known as fledglings. Those who were over 15 years old, and about to enter into their youth, could only fight with their breath and claws. To the ordinary men and wild beasts, they were powerful. However, to the wizards, priests, and monsters, they were weak. After they were past their youth, the extraordinary powers of the Dragon Rajas would be awakened. As they became even older, they would be more powerful and formidable. It would be then that they would display their dragon characteristics. They were now hiding in the remote mountains, oceans, and deserts, training their claws. When they had matured, and possessed the different extraordinary powers, this group of sensitive people, including the wizards, would sense a drastic change in the world. Boer was starting to feel the change, which was why he had started to create the Animals Illustration Handbook, the most important of which was the Monsters Illustration Handbook. He started to research on the source of the monster's extraordinary power, and during the process, he researched more into the animal cells and human cells. Boer had hoped to develop a power system that belonged to the wizards from the research. The Wizard Tower and the Beast Prison, or it should be more appropriate to call it the Beast Circle, or base for breeding the young. When Lu Zhiyu built this prison, it was not meant for locking up the monsters. He had meant to use it to breed and observe the monsters. Most of them were young or impregnated beasts. He observed their growth and corresponding extraordinary powers within the prison. After they had grown up, they would be released into the dark woods. Sometimes, Lu Zhiyu would capture special beasts or new monsters, locking them up in the prison if they were destructive. When Lu Zhiyu built the beast prison, he had built different beast circles for the different types of monsters. He had designed it specifically to ensure that they would not be able to escape from the prison. The beast prison had not been of much use to Lu Zhiyu in the later stages. Those monsters that had been locked up were low-level monsters. He had let the students in the Wizard Tower use it in order to identify the different species, and to study the extraordinary powers of the monsters. Boer knelt beside the prison of a small monster, writing on the sheep scroll with his quill. Mountain Rift Beast, extraordinary power, break down rocks, pedigree of monster. Pippy Demon, extraordinary power, control the skin color and visibility. Uruk stood beside him, bored, and said, Boer, you come here daily, and whenever you are here, you spend the whole day watching them. I don't think you can find out anything. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to mix the blood of the monsters? Have we not tested this before? It is useless. Those few apes have all died. Boer shook his head and said, I have a new discovery. The abilities of the monsters were not as what we had first perceived. They were not stimulated from the blood, but from their organs. Every monster has its own special casting organ. Boer looked at Uruk and said, if we can discover their secrets, we will be able to merge their strengths and control their extraordinary powers. We will then be able to develop a new field of witchcraft." Uruk was stunned for a while, then asked, "Do you think this is possible?" Boer nodded and said, "I have a theory, but I have to try it out." "What do you think I have been doing for the whole day, while watching them?" "I have decided to name this witchcraft the blood witchcraft. This witchcraft has been developed from the body transformation technique created by teacher. This body transformation technique was indeed all-powerful. We can derive multiple witchcrafts from it. Should Boer be able to develop the blood witchcraft, they would then reach the level of extraordinary power, placing them on the same level as the priests and monsters, and giving them the ability to release their witchcraft through any media. This power would be truly extraordinary." Boer had not known that his discovery would cause the first division among the wizards. Previously, the wizards had released substandard witchcraft. However, when the blood witchcraft had been developed, a large batch of real blood wizards would be formed. Chapter 107, The Development of Blood Witchcraft. In the 17th year of the San calendar, when Boer Kalermo was compiling the illustration handbooks for the animals and monsters, he found the secret as to how the monsters released their extraordinary powers. From then on, he started to study about transplanting the blood of the monsters. By autumn, he had carried out many tests on transplanting the organs of the monsters in Wizard Tower. However, the rate of success was extremely low. The death rate was more than 50%, and even when there were no deaths, the organs that had been formed by deified cells countercharged, turning one into a terrifying creature. In the 18th year of the San calendar, Boer went to the Batko Empire, a desert kingdom, together with Wolfter and Uruk. They had captured a strange creature that had devoured the people of many villages. It was known as the double-headed magic eagle. Its body was strong, and its wings were as hard as steel. Ordinary arrows, and even witchcraft, were not able to hurt it. Its claws could even leave deep marks on steel. As long as the villagers saw the double-headed magic eagle flying within the borders of the Batko Empire, they were panic-stricken. And the being was not only notorious in the Batko Empire, as all the neighboring countries knew of its existence, too. Although the double-headed magic eagle was not as powerful and destructive as the monsters, its cannibalistic characteristic was more horrifying than many other powerful creatures. Moreover, it could fly, so this made it extremely difficult to capture. This had been a great problem for the Batko Empire. They had sent the Blood Knights a number of times to capture it, but they always failed to track it down. A wizard, who was living in the nearby village, had told Boer about it. After understanding its characteristics and abilities, he set forth to the Batko Empire with Wolfter and Uruk. What caught Boer's interest was the double-headed magic eagle's ability to regenerate. He believed that this ability could increase the success rate of transplanting the organs of the monsters. Boer had also found that, when transplanting the organs, if the recipient was calm and did not show much resistance, the success rate would be higher. It was similar to the state of meditation. Boer felt that, if the recipient was meditating when receiving the transplant, the success rate would be higher. Boer had chosen the double-headed magic eagle as the first to transplant its spellcasting organ, due to its strong body. It was highly ranked among the monsters. Moreover, it could fly, and its extraordinary power was to regenerate its cells. Its heart was its spellcasting organ, and it contained a large amount of energy. When it got hurt, it could regenerate its cells. As long as its heart and brain were not damaged, it would not die. Previously, a small troop of highly ranked Blood Knights from the Batko Empire had tried to trap the double-headed magic eagle. It had been pierced by the ballista, burned in the fire, shot with poisoned arrows, and still, it did not die. Although it had been badly injured, it had killed the troop of Blood Knights before escaping. Later, it took revenge, killing the people of a few villages at the border of the Batko Empire. Its strong living power was astounding. Boer, Uruk, and Wolfter tracked the double-headed magic eagle's nest using witchcraft. They set up a trap and injured it seriously, but it still escaped. The three of them flew and pursued it, using their mental strength. Although the speed of a low-ranking wizard was slow, they had no problem in pursuing and fighting. Finally, they caught up with the double-headed magic eagle and captured it. Boer broke its wings. The double-headed magic eagle was exhausted, and they brought it back to Wizard Tower. They prepared themselves to transplant its spellcasting organ. Previously, they had used animals to test it out, but this time around, Boer would be testing it on himself, a wizard, a human being. Although some of the trainers had tried to persuade Boer to choose a man or apprentice for the test, Boer refused. He insisted on being the first guinea pig. Are you ready? Yuruk was Boer's good friend. Other than Boer, he had been deeply involved in the research on body transformation technique. Naturally, he would be the one to perform the operation, transplanting the spellcasting organ. Boer laid on the bench and looked at Yuruk and the few trainers. Although some of them did not agree with Boer, so far, he had been fair to everyone, so they respected him and his wishes. Catherine looked worried and said to Boer, "Boer, why don't we wait for Teacher Anthony? It is too dangerous for you to do this." Boer shook his head and said, "It is all right. I have done many tests. Moreover, Yuruk will be the one to operate on me, so I have no worries. Let's start, Yuruk. We have run through the steps. Everything will be fine. I trust you." Yuruk removed Boer's heart, then placed the heart of the double-headed magic eagle into Boer's body. When Yuruk had completed the transplant, and was about to sew up the wound, Boer's body began to shiver violently. It seemed to be under tremendous stress. Everyone could feel Boer's mental strength surging crazily. What is happening? Yuruk dropped his scalpel on the floor, at a loss. This was unexpected. Wolfter was the first to recollect himself. He looked back and shouted, "Have we failed? Quick, proceed with our backup plan. We must save Boer." The few trainers quickly prepared themselves. Catherine took a deep breath and said, "That's right. As long as Boer is alive, Teacher Anthony will be able to save him." The wound on Boer's chest started to heal by itself. Very soon after, a large amount of feathers started to appear on his body. A great transformation took place, and Boer started to look half human and half eagle. Boer stood up and his clothes tore apart. His palms and feet had turned into sharp claws. The feathers on his arms kept growing, then turned into a pair of wings. With a howl, Boer broke through the wooden door and flew away from the window in the hall. All the wizards in Wizard Tower were flustered. They ran out and saw Boer's half-human and half-eagle look. He circled around Wizard Tower and flew up into the sky of the dark forest. After a long while, he flew back to the laboratory of Wizard Tower. All of them crowded around him and asked, "Boer, how do you feel?" The feathers on Boer's body were black in color, and his palms and legs were covered with scales. There were long hooks on the sharp claws of his toes. When he walked, he left long scratches on the floor. He had turned into a horrifying creature that was half human and half eagle. The moment Boer sat on the long chair, the feathers on his body shrank, allowing him to then take back the form of a man. Chapter 108, The Blood Wizard. Boer's clothes had been torn apart and he was naked. A few female trainers blushed upon seeing it. Yuruk immediately took the bedsheet and wrapped it around Boer, who now seemed extremely tired as he lay on the long chair. It took him quite a while to recover. He held the bedsheet and stood up. As he stood on the floor, the scales on his legs disappeared, and he got back his human feet. The feathers and scales on his cheeks had disappeared, and he became normal. When Yuruk saw Boer's current look, he was excited and said, "Boer, have we succeeded?" Boer nodded and said, "That's right. We have succeeded. I have the heart of the double-headed magic eagle. I can now understand. The monsters have inherited a special blood, just like us. However, they are more powerful and have extraordinary power. The cellular structure of their spellcasting organs is similar to the deified cells of level 4 wizards that teacher has mentioned. The cells control the mental strength and possess special properties of the mental strength. In the process of transplanting the spellcasting organs, we are transplanting the mental strength as well. It's no wonder that, when one starts to resist, the operation will be a failure." Boer said excitedly, "I feel that the blood of the double-headed magic eagle is compatible to mine. Its ability is to control the cells and regenerate them. I have a strong recovery power and can transform myself into the magic eagle. I also have strong combat power now." When a wizard had the ability and body of the magic eagle, coupled with his mental strength and witchcraft, it would turn the world upside down. The extraordinary power would have different effects on the monsters and wizards. Akit looked at Boer and said, "Not only this, but the ability to regenerate will have a strong impact on the body transformation technique, too. Previously, we did not dare try the transformation technique, as the success rate was extremely low. Now, we can use it on ourselves. This is very powerful to you, as you are specialized in body transformation technique. Moreover, Akut was about to continue, when he saw the looks on Boer's and Uruk's faces. Forget it. Both of you have already known this. When you decided to transplant the blood of the double-headed magic eagle, you must have already thought of that. I have been talking too much. Boer laughed and said, we have succeeded this time, but there are still a lot of problems. I cannot be taking the form of the magic eagle for long. I might not be able to change back. We have to research more into it, and increase the success rate of transplanting spellcasting organs. If we have more knowledge on the various methods of transplanting the spellcasting organs, that will increase our power. Boer looked at all the trainers and said, in the future, not only me, but all of you can try transplanting the different spellcasting organs. You can have extraordinary powers too. After seeing that Boer had succeeded, all the wizards had the wish of possessing extraordinary powers. Although some of the witchcrafts were more powerful than extraordinary powers, they had to be performed through a media, and were not as convenient. The extraordinary power could be released any time and no media was required. It would be a great breakthrough for self-protection and for handling different crises. The power of the wizards would be greatly enhanced as well. Uruk said with much excitement, Boer has said before, this type of witchcraft is known as blood witchcraft. The wizard, who has received the transplant, will be known as Blood Wizard. Congratulations, Boer. As what teacher Anthony has said, you have developed a path that belongs to the wizards out of the body transformation technique. Boer was extremely happy, but he immediately said, Teacher Anthony's realm is beyond us. I have only started my journey as a wizard. I am just touching the tip of the iceberg. In the 18th year of the San calendar, Boer Calermo created the line of Blood Wizard, the most orthodox line of wizards in Maria's world. These wizards specialized in researching the abilities of monsters, breeding them, and cultivating the offspring of the different monsters. The wizards crossbred them, and even merged them together, then transplanted their extraordinary organs into their bodies. The wizards developed different extraordinary powers, and even those in the lower levels possessed some basic extraordinary powers. They no longer have to depend on the media to release their extraordinary powers. Teacher Anthony, who was the most respected in Wizard Tower, was in the outer realm of Maria's world. He was in the astral, circling and exploring the outer part of Maria's world in the form of a dream. As Lu Zhiyu had said, he would like to go out to the astral. After he had built the Kryn space, there was 1.5 planes. One was Maria's world, and the other half was the dimensional castle that was hanging onto Maria's world. The astral in the Kryn space was empty, with only darkness and nothing in it. Lu Zhiyu could only check on the situations in Maria's world using his mental strength. The condition in the astral was extremely harsh for living things, including deified beings. One would gradually die in such a world without matter and resources. The dream control that Lu Zhiyu had used, could absorb light. Based on the light, the deified cells could tap into its energy. In the astral, there was no light, energy, or matter. The deified cells would gradually die. Previously, Seiken had to feed on food to enable its deified cells to mutate. Without food, it would have starved to death. During this period, other than carrying out tests in the dimensional castle, Lu Zhiyu would be checking on the outer part of Maria's world. From the exterior, the entire Maria's world looked like a duck's egg that had been surrounded by a thick layer of bitwall. The bitwall was not formed by any matter. Rather, when Lu Zhiyu created Maria's world, a dimensional wall had formed naturally on its outer portion. The layers of dimensional folds would allow one to enter, but never to leave. The sun, moon, and stars in Maria's world hid within the dimensional folds. They traveled around the orbits that were created by Lu Zhiyu, and would rise and set. The 4 seasons would rotate, and the tides would come and go. These formed the basis of Maria's world. Lu Zhiyu had been curious about the bitwall, but had no idea how it first came about till now. From the back of Maria's world, Lu Zhiyu entered the dimensional door and went to the top of Maria's world. He could see a source of light coming out from the top. The light brightened up Maria's world, and even passed through the multiple dimensional folds to the outer part of the world. Lu Zhiyu could feel the warmth coming from it. This was the sun in Maria's world. It was noon, and the sun had rotated on the orbit accordingly. From the exterior of the world, it looked beautiful. For 2 years, other than shuttling around in Maria's world, Lu Zhiyu had been trying to create his divine kingdom in the bitwall. Chapter 109, Gaia 2.0 Transformation Project. Every life had its own awareness and fusion source, which would transform into mental strength. It could originate from a simple level of awareness, after which, it would then be influenced by reality, and projected out. When the awareness became stronger and complete, it would enter level 7 mythical wizard and become a soul. The ordinary lives in Maria's world possessed their own awarenesses. After they died, they would automatically be assimilated by the map of the universe, thus filling up the hourglass. They would then become the source form of the map of the universe. When some of the powerful wizards, priests, and deities passed away, as their awarenesses were way beyond the ordinary people, they would still linger around in Maria's world and maintain a special form. Without a body, the awareness was without memory, and thus, could not hold any information. It would just wander about, which would create problems in Maria's world. Lu Zhiyu was thinking of a way to solve the problem and make good use of them. His plan was to create a divine kingdom in hell. The first step would be to create the divine kingdom. The divine kingdom that Lu Zhiyu was referring to was the dream world, which had been formed by the dream element. It would only house his disciples and deities. As the awareness of this group of people synchronized with the dream world, they could naturally merge into it. Should other awareness enter into the dream world, the number would be too huge for Lu Zhiyu to handle, which would destroy the dream world. Lu Zhiyu would like to build the first dream world, the divine kingdom. He would house other types of awareness and souls in hell, since that could accommodate a large quantity. After Lu Zhiyu had gained experience in creating the dream world, he would proceed to create hell. According to his imagination, the divine kingdom would be hanging in the sky. It would be glittering like the stars in the sky, allowing everyone to see its greatness. The scales of Lu Zhiyu's mental strength were around 8,000. With these scales, he could create a world close to the real dream world, about the size of a city. As compared to the small villages he had created, its quality would be better. However, to create a huge divine kingdom was unimaginable. Lu Zhiyu thought of an orderly and progressive approach. The insect nest, Gaia 1.0, had the ability to create a new generation of ant people. It had a sub-brain, and could assist Lu Zhiyu in completing much of the construction work and plans. Lu Zhiyu planned to merge Gaia into his dream element, and then transform it into a medium to form his dream world. It would be the prototype of his divine kingdom. This was the first step. After he had decided on the place's location and coordinates, he returned to the dimensional castle. A large amount of the second generation of the ant people were busy working, completely ignorant of the fact that they would be eliminated once Gaia 2.0 projected was completed. The height of the current Gaia was about 20 meters tall. As the light shone on it, the silver sphere emitted bright rays. Lu Zhiyu had transformed it into a special life form that belonged to the Dream Controller, his second life form. Lu Zhiyu had added the bio-nuclear energy machine, left behind by the queen insect, Sunika, onto Gaia. It had a functional portion of the aircraft and satellite. It could float in the sky and spy on the people. Lu Zhiyu had preserved the ability of the insect nest. He had intended to use it in the later stage in order to preserve ability, or to create powerful angels. In the core of Gaia was a sub-brain, formed by the dream element. It controlled Gaia 2.0, and would be the prototype for Lu Zhiyu's divine kingdom. Lu Zhiyu had used up much of the dream elements to create the deified sub-brain. However, he believed that this was a low investment. He would have good returns in the later stage. It is about time to start. This is the moment, after 2 years of preparation. Lu Zhiyu activated Gaia's deified sapient sub-brain. He could feel its form and information flowing together with his thoughts. The entire silver sphere started to float. The bio-nuclear energy machine within it started to activate. The second version of the insect nest started to show part of the scene, when the insects were powerful. It had a tinge of Lu Zhiyu's character. Gaia was about 6 to 7 levels tall. Lu Zhiyu activated the dimensional door, sending it to the sky of Maria's world. It went into the bit wall. The stars were glittering in the night. Lu Zhiyu passed through multiple levels of dimensional folds and finally, he landed on a mysterious place. Stars were hidden in the dimensional folds. They were visible, but it would be difficult to touch them. It was tough to break through the bit wall. Even if one managed to enter, one would not be able to find his way in the dimensional folds. There were no normal routes that would lead one in a straight line. One might think that he was moving toward a direction, only to find out later that he was moving further away from it. Together with Gaia, Lu Zhiyu appeared on the brightest star and landed on the moon. The sun had passed through the bitwall and set down at the bottom of Maria's world. Part of its rays refracted on the moon and emitted silvery white rays. Lu Zhiyu stood on the moon, which was the most desolate star that had nothing in it. However, among the stars, it was the biggest. It had controlled the tides and influenced the 4 seasons in Maria's world. Thus, it played an important role in getting Maria's world to operate in an orderly manner. The surface of the moon was vast. It was comparable to the moon in the real world. Lu Zhiyu walked far out, around the moon, with the huge Gaia sphere floating on top of him. After a long while, he finally found a spot. This is the place. Lu Zhiyu controlled Gaia, landing it on the moon of Maria's world. Its shape immediately changed. Like an auger machine, it drilled itself into the moon. Lu Zhiyu looked happy. Great! I have completed the first step. According to his plan, after Gaia's deified sub-brain had absorbed a large amount of awareness from the clear geese, who had the divine seeds in them, it would gradually strengthen. Its body would be deified and become the second life form of the dream controller. After which, it would start to devour the moon in Maria's world and continue to grow. Ultimately, it would replace the moon and become the silver moon of Maria's world. It would transform itself into the form of a divine kingdom. After placing Gaia on the moon, the last step would be to activate the sub-brain to form the dream world. When the dream world had been fixed and had formed the prototype of the divine kingdom, it would accept the awareness of the clear geese into the divine kingdom. In the later stage, a divine system would form around it. The clear geese would even be able to tap into its power. Activate. Lu Zhiyu immediately saw Gaia being lit up. The power from the dream element and Lu Zhiyu's awareness and body spread out. His body turned into dream elements and entered into Gaia in order to lead and construct the dream world. Chapter 110, The Prototype of Divine Kingdom. The rays of the sun covered the entire world. The sunshine was gentle and warm, and clouds were hanging around it. A huge divine palace appeared in the sky, with clouds surrounding that as well. It all looked mysterious and magical. Martin had been dead for a long time. He had lost his memory, but he did not forget to show reverence to the gods. He had a longing to enter into the divine kingdom. Under the guidance of a light, he floated toward the divine kingdom. Martin's awareness was scattered and out of form. After entering the divine kingdom, he took back his form and his looks. He wore a white robe, and became a saint. He stepped on the clouds and saw the divine kingdom that he had been longing for. As the holy music sounded, he felt calm and peaceful. He had no troubles or sorrows, only joy. In fact, there were no sorrows, sufferings, tears and even death in this place at all. As Martin moved up the clouds, he reached the palace of God. A beautiful divine palace appeared before his eyes. The fountain of life was in the square, which was made with flawless cloud slabs flooring. Angels with wings were laughing, having fun among the clouds. The handrails of the aisle were made of pure gold. There were beautiful paintings and holy prints all around. The river under the bridge was flowing with sweet milk. On one side of the clouds, many exotic animals were running about. The legendary Pegasus, unicorn, and other animals could be seen. In the center of the divine palace was the legendary holy tree, which was shining brightly. The rooftop was too tall to be seen, and the ground was filled with golden slabs. Gems were hanging at the top, exuding gentle rays of colorful light. As Martin walked up the stairs, he reached the peak, then entered into the inner hall of the divine palace. It was huge, making Martin felt like an ant in comparison. There was a heavy, silvery door, engraved with holy pictures. It was about 100 meters tall. After passing through the door, Martin saw a god on the divine seat, floating in the air. The archangels and the angels that had been recorded in the scripture of light were standing in 2 rows to welcome him. Although Martin had lost his memory, he was filled with a strong sense of satisfaction. He knelt down, feeling blessed. He had entered into the divine kingdom and become one of them. Following closely behind Martin was another person. He was pious and moving toward the divine kingdom in a prostrate position. Lu Zhiyu could feel the majesty of the divine kingdom. Although it was not big, the basic structures were present. He would continue to improve it in order to turn it into a real divine kingdom. The controlling force of the divine kingdom would be Gaia's sub-brain. It would be Lu Zhiyu's avatar. However, it only possessed some basic programming, without intelligence. After Lu Zhiyu had fixed the framework, structure, and directions, he would then hand it all over to Gaia's sub-brain, entrusting it to then manage the kingdom. It would be competent enough to do the job. After the divine kingdom had been formed, it had received the awareness of 3 disciples. Other than Martin, who had died at the hands of Li Weisai, there were 2 other priests who had died recently. One of them had died in a conspiracy of the wizards and nobles, and the other had died in a battle with the monster. The 3 disciples had the divine seeds in them, and their awarenesses had entered into the divine kingdom. The strength of the divine kingdom immediately went up by 1/10, and the scales increased to around 30. The small, divine kingdom was beginning to expand. Good. This will do. I will let it develop by itself. Lu Zhiyu was looking down from the sky of the divine kingdom. He had quietly appeared among the clouds, watching the 3 disciples entering into the divine kingdom and becoming part of it. Awareness alone had no memories and identity. When it entered into the divine kingdom, it would become part of it. It would not live forever. As time passed, and the divine kingdom disappeared, it would need to agglomerate its soul in order to stay in the divine kingdom. When the awareness had a complete structure and power, it could even remember who he was, as well as memories from his previous life. Every disciple was important to Lu Zhiyu. They not only could strengthen and expand the divine kingdom, they could also help to manage it and assist Lu Zhiyu. Lu Zhiyu was extremely pleased with the establishment of the divine kingdom. His goal had been achieved. It would play an important role in increasing his influence, and specifically, it would hasten his power. When the divine system became more complete, and the number of priests with the divine seeds increased, his objective would be met more quickly. The moon rose and set in the Bitwal. After Lu Zhiyu had finished his job, it was past midnight. The moon in Maria's word ran on its track, and set down into the earth. There were 2 main stars, the sun and moon. They were circling around Maria's world in the Bitwal. The rest of the stars ran on their own tracks in the Bitwal. Lu Zhiyu opened the dimensional door and disappeared from the Bitwal. Many people, who were looking at the moon, felt that some changes had taken place. They now noticed that the moon looked dimly lit. In the northern part of Alan continent, lived the orcs. From the plains of Red River toward the north, one could hardly find any trails of man. After 1,000 years of development, the orcs had changed tremendously. From a tribe, they had evolved into a civilized world, and had reached the era of feudalism. As compared to mankind, they developed at a remarkable speed. They knew about civilization much earlier than man. When they became a state, man was still ignorant about civilization. However, the situation had changed completely. As compared to man, the orcs were a large population with many races. There was no sense of identity and belonging among the orcs. Even after 1,000 years, most of them were still living in tribes. Man's civilization and culture had been progressing, but the orcs were still fighting and killing one another in the northern region. Ever since the orcs ended the city-state era ruled by the king and entered into feudalism, they went through the Suffolk Empire, the Charo Empire, and the Saelvig Empire. However, these empires took over only part of the land of the orcs. They had not united the orcs. Hence, most of the areas were still backwards and primitive. More than 10 years ago, after the fall of the Saelvig Empire, there was chaos and division among the orcs. As man continued to develop, they had occupied 75% of the Alan continent, whereas the orcs continued to live in the cold northern part. A few hundred years ago, the orcs could still fight and contend with the human race. However, should there be a fight now, man would definitely win, as the orcs had never even stepped past the plains of Red River. If the northern part of Alan continent had not been desolate and cold, and there was no civil war in the human race, the orcs would not be able to lead a peaceful life. Moreover, there had been recent fights among the Light Clan and the monarchs. With the continuous wars, massacres, merging of the tribes, and the establishment of cities, the orcs had started to live in harmony with the different races. They gave birth to mixed blood, half-orcs, and it was difficult to tell which race they belonged to. With the war that had stretched out to last 1,000 years, coupled with struggles among the tribes, fights among the states and massacres among the races, the orcs that had fallen apart started to unite themselves together, and to make peace with one another. No one had expected the orcs, who were going downhill, to move toward a great change. They had the desire to change, and it required only a little spark to set the fire going. Chapter 111, Kingdom of Orcs. Lu Zhiyu stood before the ruins. Stones, collapsed walls, and pillars were scattered around. The past glory was gone. All that was left behind were ruins. 1,000 years ago, this place used to be the royal city of the orcs, Saga City. It used to be bustling with activities, and was the thriving cultural center. The Bronze Civilization, the Iron Age era, started in Saga City. It was the center of trading, and the ancestors of the orcs had left their traces behind. They had led the orcs out of the primitive era, leaving a legend behind them. They had become heroes of their own mythical epic. The orc kings had died by now, bringing along with them the city and its glory. The city that had been built over the span of 200 years, had now been reduced to ruins. One could only read about the magnificent city in books, or hear from the orcs about its majesty. 1,000 years was a long time to an ordinary person. In fact, it was like infinity. Lu Zhiyu walked past the ruins of Saga City. It was late winter and extremely cold in the northern region. Even the air that had been breathed out turned into frost. Saga City was within the borders of the Kingdom of Mengor. It was part of the Saelvig Empire, built by the Grand Duke, Mengor. It belonged to the territory of the leopard people. There were many races who looked up to the leopard people in the kingdom. This region had become the accommodation quarters of the cat people and the dog people. Hence, many of their tribes were nearby. Ayers Mountain was also not far from here. The largest city was at the foot of Ayers Mountain. It borrowed its name from Ayers Mountain, and was known as Air City. This province was directly under the rule of the royals of the Kingdom of Mengor. They had sent a consul to oversee the city. As compared to the Kingdom of Orcs, this place was different. It was quiet and peaceful. Lu Zhiyu put on a black cloak and carried a big piece of luggage with him. He followed a group of merchants to Air City. As they were approaching the main street, and were at a T-junction, he alighted from the carriage and left the merchants. The merchants had set forth from the human world, the Crete Empire to be exact, and had gone over the plains of Red River. They would be passing through the valleys of Ayers Mountain, then traveling to the trading center of the Kingdom of Mengor. They had obtained their permits from the royals of the Kingdom of Mengor. These were, in fact, the noble merchants of the Crete Empire, and could, therefore, move around freely in the Kingdom of Mengor. Every year, they would send large amounts of tributes and goods from the Crete Empire to the royals of Mengor. They were well received by the Kingdom of Orcs. In fact, the pottery, paper, herbs, tea leaves, sweets and other artworks were the best-selling items in the Kingdom of Orcs. The gemstones, jewelries, gold, and spices of the Orcs were hard currencies in the Crete Empire. Thus, one trip alone could bring much wealth to the merchants. These merchants not only did their normal trading while visiting, but they also brought in goods strictly prohibited by the Crete Empire. These contraband goods included armaments, armor, weapons, crossbows, books, horses, camels, and beasts. Due to their nature, these transactions had been carried out privately, and the stakes were high. The nobles and merchants would stop at nothing, as long as it was profitable. Lu Zhiyu joined the merchants as a doctor. He hitched a ride from them and set forth to Air City. He had been staying in the Dimensional Castle and Wizard Tower all year round. Although he had been observing the developments in the human world and the orcs from the outside world, it was different from being there to actually find out things for himself. In fact, Lu Zhiyu felt bored, so he had decided to get out and have a closer look. He would find a spot in the city to settle down for a period of time. In any case, he could carry out his experiment anywhere, and at the same time, be able to better understand the situation of the orcs. The weather was cold. The stationed guards in Air City were hiding behind the door due to the frigid wind. They shivered and stomped about as the wind blew onto their faces. There was not much traffic at the city gate. The people queued up as the soldiers impatiently checked on them. Lu Zhiyu got in line behind the people, carrying his luggage. Many of them standing in the queue were the cat people and dog people. They had their iconic ethnicity literally on them. They either had fine furs on their faces or possessed noses that looked vastly different from man. The dressing style of the orcs was also quite different from man. Their attires tops and bottoms were joined together, like a dress. Even the males among them put on such clothing, to enable their tails to move more conveniently. "Hey, remove your hood! What are you hiding inside?" The soldier who was guarding the city gate cupped his hands together. The sword that was hanging on his waist had turned rusty, and it looked as though it had not been polished or used for a long time. This was the sign of a peaceful city. Lu Zhiyu removed his hood, and the people around him shouted, "It is a human! Are humans coming here again?" Is he a merchant? Sir, merchants usually come in a group. He is alone, and only has one piece of luggage with him. Oh, he is so good looking. Many of those who were present had only heard of humans, but they had never actually seen one. They did not know what a human looked like. The children secretly watched Lu Zhiyu, as their parents carried them in their bosoms. The soldier suddenly became alert, and two other soldiers, who were standing beside the fireplace, walked over. Who are you? Why are you here? They questioned Lu Zhiyu. Lu Zhiyu put down his luggage and spoke fluently in the Suffolk language. Hello, I am a doctor. I am bringing the art of healing from the human world, to promote it to the people here. I hope that those who are suffering from diseases can be treated. The eyes of all the people brightened up after hearing this. Ever since Boer Palermo had written the Palermo medical coding, many from Gracchus Duchy had become doctors. Many countries valued the clinics and the nurturing of doctors. Although the Light clan discriminated against the doctors, many having tried to oppose and suppress them, they had to eventually let them go about freely upon the orders of the higher authority. There were many rumors about the doctors in the kingdom of orcs. In the tribal areas, medical science was lagging behind. When one fell sick, they either resigned to their fate, or waited to be healed during their tribunal rites. Those who performed the rites were usually doctors as well. They treasured Palermo's medical code, regarding it as being the holy code. Even in the kingdom of orcs, the doctors had been rumored to be able to resurrect the dead, including those who had died of plagues. All of them hoped that they would have doctors in their tribes or cities to bring healing and light to them. The number of deaths from accidents and diseases had been extremely high recently. Many did not live to full age. Thus, their desire and hunger for a doctor was beyond the imagination of ordinary persons. After Lu Zhiyu had mentioned his profession, the eyes of all the people lit up. The soldier was stunned as well. After a long while, he rubbed his palms together and said, Are you really a doctor? Lu Zhiyu smiled, nodded his head, and said, Yes. I hope to be able to stay in Air City to promote medical science and healing. At the same time, I will nurture a few trainee doctors. Everyone shouted out with joy. The soldiers immediately showed due respect to Lu Zhiyu, inviting him into the city. Very soon, Lu Zhiyu received an invitation from the governor, who was the official consul sent by the king. Chapter 112, The Temporary Stay in Air City. The name of the governor of Air City was Elias. He was a member of the leopard people race. He had leopard spots on his skin, and his eyes looked fierce. His strong body made him look dynamic, and he robed himself in royal apparel. He was refined and courteous, yet he gave off an aura revealing that he was ready for action. Lu Zhiyu saw that Elias was half man, as he had awakened his blood. Pure orcs would not be able to awaken their blood. They could only do this if they were mixed blood. The orcs had tried to suppress this aspect, and had said that the blood of the orcs came from the gods. Elias had been confirmed as a knight, and was sent by the imperial city to Air City. He did not have his own domain, and was thus considered a noble official, sent by the royals. His mannerisms were different from the orcs. He was graceful and knowledgeable. His accent in the Suffolk language was close to the ancient tones, but he still managed to communicate well with Lu Zhiyu. Air City was a small city located in Air's Mountain. It was neither a town near the border, nor a prosperous place. Elias did not receive much attention from the top-ranking officials. He would have had to show some results, if he wished to be promoted to baron status. This fact had made Elias extremely concerned with the developments of the city. The arrival of Lu Zhiyu was an opportunity for Air City. If Elias could keep him in the city, and set up a clinic to promote healing, it could help with the developments of the city. If those in the human world knew that a man was in Air City, they would then come to the city to trade. This was the reason that Elias held Lu Zhiyu in such high regard. If Lu Zhiyu was just an ordinary doctor, Elias would not have been interested in him. After a good conversation at the governor's mansion, Elias gave Lu Zhiyu many promises. Don't worry, Mr. Runthier, we will help you to set up a clinic. For the trainee doctors, we will provide them with subsidies, bearing all of their expenses. Lu Zhiyu nodded his head happily and said, Thank you. I will also fulfill my promise of introducing merchants to you. Lu Zhiyu left the manor and saw that the snow was getting heavier. He put on his hood, and gazed up at the grand and magnificent Air's Mountain. In comparison to it, Air City looked run down. There were more than 10,000 people in Air City. There was no iconic structure to be found there, and most of the people were not rich. They lived a self-sufficient life, tapping into the resources from Ayers Mountain and a small market in the city. However, Lu Zhiyu liked the tranquility there. All the people were simple-minded, and stood aloof from the world. There were more cat people and dog people among the orcs. They had the most tribes, but they were the least powerful among the orcs. In this era, there were less than 100 wizards and priests in total. The Blood Knights were the most powerful among the countries. It was similar to the kingdom of orcs. The cat race and dog race were scattered, not united. They did not have their own Blood Knights or methods to train up their knights. Hence, they could only be subordinate to the other races. The kingdom of Menkor had built their kingdom with the help of Hurricane Knights, formed by the Leopard people. They had become one of the great powers in the kingdom of orcs after the Saelvig Empire had fallen apart. The city was not big. As such, it took Lu Zhiyu only a short while to cover all of the streets of Air City. Pedestrians were walking on the uneven muddy roads. There were only a few shops in the west section of the commercial street, only some of which were open. Under the recommendation of one of the people, Lu Zhiyu purchased a two-story building in the west section. It was quite a magnificent building, which had a small courtyard attached to it. It used to be owned by a merchant in the city. After he had become wealthy, he went to the big city in Mobi's province, and had never returned. After paying for the building, Lu Zhiyu opened the door of its entrance. It was well furnished and clean. However, some of the things were old and decayed. For instance, the cabinet seemed to be infected by termites. Lu Zhiyu summoned the ant people from the dimensional castle and, with their help, transformed the building. The second level was totally transformed, with new carpets, chairs, and a table. When Lu Zhiyu lit the fireplace, the room immediately became warm. He laid on the armchair that was beside the fireplace. He felt good there, as compared to the cold dimensional castle. At the least, he could hear the comforting noise of the children playing outside the building. In the dimensional castle, he could only hear his own voice. Other than carrying out their duties, the ant people would not initiate any conversation. That's it. I will stay here for a while to observe the orcs. They seem to be doing badly recently. Lu Zhiyu covered himself with a blanket and started to think. He had to decide what to do next. I have not created the evolved plasma that I have promised Nicholas to buy. This will be easy, as I will be providing for just one person. However, in the later stages, when they process it in their biology laboratory in order to roll it out, there will be problems. The chance of rejection in the evolved plasma is extremely high now. I must try to improve it. The effectiveness and functions have to be reduced as well. Not to mention, there is still the construction of Burn Island and Starship to consider. This is a big project. I have no idea where to begin. I need more knowledge, tons of experience, and ideas. Also, not to forget, I still need to improve the divine system. It is simple and inferior. I have no idea how to improve on that either. Lu Zhiyu felt that he had tons of things to do, some of which were more urgent than others. He would not be able to rest for a while. He would have to stay in Air City for a long period of time in order to complete the more urgent projects, especially. In the next few days, Lu Zhiyu had selected the location of his clinic. It was not far from his house. There were 3 levels, and the location was good. The shops in this region did not require such a big area and, as the rental was a bit steep in price, it had been left vacant. After renting it, Lu Zhiyu started to renovate. He had turned the ground floor into a medical hall. He would sell some strong hemostatic powder, mild hemostatic powder, and some general medicine for common diseases there. The clinic would be on the 2nd level. There would be an outpatient department, a consulting room, and a simple operation theater. The wards and lounge would be on the 3rd level. It was pretty good for such a small clinic to be able to provide these services. Lu Zhiyu intended to recruit a few trainee doctors, and then hand the clinic over to them to manage in the later stages. Chapter 113, Winter Night. After locking the doors of the renovated clinic, Lu Zhiyu was preparing for opening the next day, as well as for the recruitment of assistants and clerks for the pharmacy. After he took care of those details, he would then find apprentice medics. On the way home, the skies were already dark and a heavy snow was falling. It was already late winter now. As the snowflakes danced in the air, they covered the earth in a flurry of pure white. As he passed the stores, many shopkeepers greeted Lu Zhiyu. They had gotten close over the last few days, and Lu Zhiyu was happy to feel that he had already begun to integrate into the community. Lu Zhiyu wore a navy blue leather trench coat, which seemed quite exotic to the locals of Air City. After a while, many people began to recognize his distinctive presence. Passing through the Orc family residential area, all the houses were alight with laughter and activity. The lights emanating from these houses created the most beautiful skyline in contrast with the night. As Lu Zhiyu arrived home and opened the door to his house, he suddenly heard a noise outside. He traced the noise to a nearby alley, where he discovered a collapsed figure on the ground. The figure lay dead in a pool of blood, but it was holding an infant. With a deep sadness, Lu Zhiyu frowned, turned around, and returned home. He waved his hand, causing the lights and fireplace to immediately light up. Light and warmth filled the entire living room, banishing the chill of the outer world. Lu Zhiyu sat for a while and drank a cup of coffee. He looked out of the window again. At last, he stood up and walked out of the yard, back into the dark, bloody alley. The dead body was now covered by a thick layer of frost, and the tracks of blood were freezing into a layer of crimson ice. The dead body was a fawn, a goat person orc. It was tall and strong, but both of the horns were broken. Also, its body was covered with 7 or 8 gaping wounds, of which included some arrow wounds and sword wounds. He had clearly died after withstanding all of these heavy injuries, revealing that he must have been a true man. Lu Zhiyu looked at the bundle on his chest and opened it, only to discover that it was an infant with golden locks and beast ears. It was extremely cute, and its cheeks were flushed red from the chill. A fever. Lu Zhiyu took the swaddled baby and rubbed it in a soothing motion. Meanwhile, he cast a healing spell upon the infant. Instantly, the redness of the skin disappeared, and the baby's cries eased. A pair of large eyes ogled at Lu Zhiyu, as it gurgled for a bit, before falling into a delighted fit of laughter. The corners of Lu Zhiyu's mouth crinkled as he looked at the little one. "You really are cute, you little troublemaker." Then, around 10 shadows darted down the street. 2 figures suddenly entered the alley and looked at Lu Zhiyu. The 2 of them stopped and joined the other 10 shadows, swiftly relaying information as they darted between the alley and the rooftops. From the front, back, and both sides, Lu Zhiyu was surrounded. Each of these figures was dressed in loose black cloaks. Underneath the cloaks, they were in leather armor with long swords. Although a hood covered their faces, it was still possible to discern that they belonged to the wolf orc tribe. A wolf man with a scarred face walked forward, looking at Lu Zhiyu. He spoke in brusque Sofok. "A human? Why is a human here?" A flash of confusion darted over his face, as the wolf man hardened his eyes and stated harshly, "Kill him and take the child." All of the people started moving and drawing their swords. Figures descended from above from multiple angles, locking on all of Lu Zhiyu's escape routes. The technique and cooperation of this team were at the pinnacle of training. This was definitely not a normal troop of soldiers. "Weo!" Lu Zhiyu lifted his head to look the wolf man in the eye. The wolf man immediately tingled, sensing danger and his own impending danger. It was extremely ominous. As he opened his mouth to say something, he heard a wave of light ring out from Lu Zhiyu's body, covering all of Air City in an instant. In a single second, more than half of Air City was frozen, as all time had stopped. Even the snowfall from the skies was suspended in mid-air. Wherever the halo of light touched, all of the people halted immediately. Even their consciousnesses were frozen. All of the assassins attacking Lu Zhiyu were frozen in mid-air. Their longswords were only a few centimeters from Lu Zhiyu, with the closest ones being only millimeters away. Yet, they were completely frozen. The easy laughter of the other wolf men was also frozen now, and the surprise on the scar-faced wolf man was only just beginning to show, as he discovered his consciousness drifting from his body, completely out of his control. Within Air City, the families were stopped also in an instant, all while enjoying their dinners, sitting together, smiling. The shopkeepers, who had been closing up, had their hands on the doors. Several guards' glasses were seen in the bars, raised in a toast. The servants stopped in the halls of the city manor, and Mayor Elias's goose quill was still raised, dots of the ink swirled in the air. Within the radius of several miles, everything was synchronized and dominated by the dream space that was being controlled by Lu Zhiyu. Not even the smallest fly could escape Lu Zhiyu's notice and control. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12. After every number that Lu Zhiyu recited, a figure would be set ablaze by a white light. The process would go from the bottom to the top, like glass shattering under high pressure. The figure would then instantly become glittering powder. By the time he had counted to 12, each scar-faced figure would have been wiped out, without leaving a single trace. Only 12. Lu Zhiyu checked and discovered that the group had no reinforcements within Air City, so he retracted his dream space. The glow shrinked back within Lu Zhiyu's body. As it did so, the snow continued drifting to the ground, and the people resumed their activities. Busy, bustling, and happy, the city returned to its normal state. Lu Zhiyu lifted up the infant. As she was held up, she began laughing continuously, as if she was delighted to see Lu Zhiyu. She appeared to be oblivious to the dangers from before. In fact, she seemed to have completely forgotten about the person who had protected her until his death. "Look at you, still laughing. What a troublemaker." The infant had no idea what Lu Zhiyu was saying, but she felt that being raised in the air was extremely entertaining, so she kept giggling loudly. Though he didn't know why, Lu Zhiyu began laughing with her. As he laughed, he held the baby close to his chest. After checking the body of the corpse once more, he discovered a badge and a longsword, but nothing else that was worthy of note. There was an insignia of the lion that was branded on both the longsword and the badge. Lu Zhiyu saw them and immediately recalled the origin of the mark. He stood and used disintegration to wipe away the trace of the body, then carried the child home. There was now another person in Lu Zhiyu's house. It added a welcome touch of life. Though it was only a child, it gave the house a sense of normalcy and warmth. Chapter 114, Hidden Depths. Daddy! Daddy! What are you looking at? Daddy, Daddy! It's raining outside. Daddy! I'm hungry. The voice of a child echoed throughout Lu Zhiyu's house. Ta-da-da! Rapid footsteps were heard, as the child ran up and down the stairs without the slightest break. The child had short, blonde hair, which was quite messy and shorn to the ears. Because the child was so young, it was impossible to discern its gender with just a quick glance. If judging by the hairstyle alone, one would assume that the child had fairly delicate and feminine-like features. The footsteps pattered to the study. After coming inside the room, the child jumped at Lu Zhiyu's legs. Lu Zhiyu was sprawled over his desk, looking over complicated diagrams that were filled with maps and strange symbols. Currently, within the entire All-N continent, the counting system went by a base of 20. The three symbols used represented the numbers 0, 1, and 5, which could then be combined to form other larger numbers. Only wizards knew the Arabic numeral counting system that utilized a counting system with a base of 10, which is the one that Lu Zhiyu also used. This was still unknown knowledge to the majority of those within Maria's world, so no one would recognize Lu Zhiyu's numbers, let alone his writings. Lu Zhiyu put down the charcoal pencil in his hand and looked at the little child, Verdhandi, who was now clinging to his leg like a baby sloth. She was wearing pants with white deerskin boots. Her top stretched all the way down to her knees, like a dress, and her tiny bum darted in and out of sight, hidden by the flare of the shirt. Lu Zhiyu lifted his leg into the air as she dangled from his leg, hugging it tightly as she giggled, swinging her legs back and forth. "What is it, you little troublemaker? Didn't I tell you not to bother me when I'm working?" Verdhandi pouted. "But I'm hungry." Lu Zhiyu picked up a plate of snacks from the desk and brought it to Verdhandi, who he had taken to his chest. Verdhandi was 3 years old. When Lu Zhiyu was choosing her name, he had taken inspiration from the three Norns of fate. Verdhandi was the goddess that ruled over the present. Lu Zhiyu figured this was the best choice, because the past is gone and unobtainable, and the future is forever changing. Hence, only by controlling the present, can one control their own fate. Likewise, Lu Zhiyu also hoped that Verdhandi would seize her own present, and treasure all of the time and experiences that she has. Over the last 2 years, many people came to the Mobis province seeking information. Apparently, some men were sent from the Enjido kingdom, which was near the Airs Mountains. Lu Zhiyu rarely let Verdhandi go out. And when the two were in public, he officially had a son named Will, not a daughter called Verdhandi. With the help of this ruse, no one suspected that Verdhandi was partially mixed blood. "Your Auntie Kasan will be here soon. She'll make yummy food for you. I'll teach you something right now. If you learn it, then I'll give you these 2 pieces of cake." Lu Zhiyu held Verdhandi as he picked up a copy of the Epic of Tuttle from a bookshelf. It was a selection by Tuttle, detailing the most complete history of the human race. The text also held all of the most widespread odes and poems, complete with countless wandering bards who were singing about ancient heroes, thus passing their fame on to future generations. Verse 1 is the verse about the Golden King Ahenitan. It is the legend about the human, Golden King Ahenitan, receiving a divine prophecy. Lu Zhiyu, who had been reading aloud to this point, now stopped, surprised. In his lap, Verdhandi pretended to pay attention, but her eyes were glued to the snack tray on the desk. Her hands crept towards the tray, but Lu Zhiyu smacked them away lightly. Verdhandi pouted, but stayed sitting on Lu Zhiyu's lap, listening to him read a few of the first verses until she happily got the cake as a reward. Right then, the door downstairs opened. Verdhandi instantly perked up. Auntie Kassan's here. Lu Zhiyu also stood up and put on a large coat, locking up the study before heading downstairs. There, a dog-woman orc stood by the entrance with a basket. She hugged Verdhandi and kissed her cheek. Little Trouble, did you see the goodies I brought you? My name isn't Little Trouble, humph. And, I just ate something yummy. Lu Zhiyu headed down the steps and spoke to the maid Kassan. Kassan, please take care of Little Trouble. I am heading to the clinic. There are a few special patient consultations today. I'm afraid Thler and Paisley don't have enough experience to handle them alone. Take care of the house, please. Kassan looked at Lu Zhiyu respectfully. Don't worry, I will take care of Little Trouble and the house. When will you be back? Lu Zhiyu nodded. I'll be back tonight. Don't wait for me for lunch. You two can go ahead and eat first. Outside, the people on the road hurried along in the drizzling rain. Lu Zhiyu headed to the clinic. In the bottom level of the clinic, 2 apprentice medics staffed the pharmacy. Quite a number of people were already there, lined up by the staircase. Some of the merchants from nearby stores chatted under the roof, while some patients with ordinary injuries and simple colds waited inside the pharmacy. Only patients with severe or unknown ailments would be treated upstairs. Hi Mr. Rundhir. We didn't know you'd be dropping by. The owner of the bar greeted Lu Zhiyu. It was still morning, meaning the bar hadn't opened yet, so he was completely free to shoot the breeze and socialize. In the last few years, Air City had undergone a dramatic transformation. Lu Zhiyu had introduced a few human merchant teams to stimulate the economic development of the city. The specialties of the Air's mountains, medical supplies, pelts and the tonics from Lu Zhiyu's pharmacy, all made for wildly popular merchandise. The original clinic was also becoming a bit crowded. Many patients and merchants came from all over to buy the tinctures and tonics from the Rundhir clinic, due to its great reputation. All of the apprentices were busy enough to pass out at the end of every day, exhausted. So, the plan was to buy another storefront nearby in order to expand the clinic. The once empty Western shopping district had also become extremely popular, now boasting not one single empty storefront. It had even been expanded by the addition of an entire street. Many ordinary orcs had also moved to Air City. In fact, the development of the entire city was improving by leaps and bounds, which brought good reviews for the prefectural capital of Elias. As the person who changed Elias and had saved countless patients, Lu Zhiyu was naturally one of the most popular people in all of Air City. Have you heard yet? Murmured a few those gathered around. Lu Zhiyu saw a few people whispering secretively and asked them. I saw that you all are discussing something. What has happened? The owner of the bar replied with care. There might be a war. Lu Zhiyu stopped abruptly in his tracks. Why? A young person chimed in. There is domestic unrest in the Crete Empire. The Church of Light of the Humans has sent out its strongest fighters from the Knights of Light to investigate something. Apparently, many human nobles from the Crete Empire are heading here. The Church of Light and the Crete Imperial Army are moving by the Red River Plains. I just came back from there, and someone had encountered a scout from the Church of Light. Lu Zhiyu pushed for further information. You are absolutely certain of this? What if it was a knight serving under an ordinary Crete Empire noble? The young person replied, of course not. They were in snowy white armor, and they had swords forged from humanity's most expensive ore steel. Those, along with the sigils of the sun, were dead giveaways. Chapter 115, Theft of the Sword of the King. Within St. Sarl City, at the Temple of Light, the hall had a display showcasing the Sword of the King. This was called the Divine Hall, and it was created expressly for displaying the sword granted by the divine. On both sides of the hall were paintings with the imagery of heaven. In the front, was a painting depicting God himself. Specifically, it showed the image of him granting the first king of humanity, Akhenaten, the legendary sword. Originally, the sword of the king that was depicted within the mural on the wall was only used by the church for large-scale ceremonies and the coronation ceremonies of leaders. Only then would the sword be taken out. By possessing the sword, the Pope had a symbol representing the legitimacy of the Church of Light. Understandably, the protection on the Divine Hall was extremely tight. Every day there would be specialized clergy chosen to guard and polish the sword, checking it to make sure that it was in pristine condition. The identity of each security person was set, and throughout the year, only these individuals were allowed to interact with the blade. No other personnel were allowed to approach the sword. Even these chosen clergy members had to go through rigorous checks every time they entered. At this time, Pope Hodap stood at the center of the Divine Hall, just below the feet of Lord Pharos. His face was so dark, it seemed to drip water. He had no courage to face God directly, apparently. All of the guardian knights and clerical members were kneeling on the ground, not daring to utter a single word. All of them knew that Pope Hodap was already completely enraged. A lot of relevant personnel were trembling, with cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. The sword of the king that Hodap held looked identical to the real one. However, it had recently been proven that the handle was fake. The real sword of the king had already been switched, having been taken for several days before anyone even discovered that something was amiss. The reason for this was that it had been an actual clergy member that had swapped the sword, then promptly disappeared. Hodap gripped the duplicate sword of the king tightly. He squeezed it with his fingers, causing a white light to shoot forth from his palm. The sword shattered into pieces. Hodap then turned around to say, "All of the members who failed their jobs must be dragged out and interrogated. Don't dirty the floor of the Divine Hall." Immediately, dozens of executioners from the Judges of Light appeared. They then dragged all of the trembling guards and attendants of the Divine Hall away. Everyone knew that those who were dragged away by the executioners would never be seen again. Even if they had not betrayed the Church of Light, they would have to take responsibility for allowing the theft of the sword of the king. Archbishop Arthur opened his mouth. Although it was the best opportunity to attack Hodap, to lose the sword of the king was a serious offense. It was one of Pope Hodap's main responsibilities to protect the Sword of Light, which was a symbol that displayed his God-given authority to rule. It was impossible to sum up the significance of the sword with only a word or two, as its standing in the church was only second to the Saintess and the Mask of Pharos. If Hodap was attacked at this time, with the support of the College of Cardinals, or even the Saintess herself, it would be possible to dethrone him from his position as Pope. To the other members of the College of Cardinals, this was an important opportunity. Yet, for now, it was essential to reclaim the sword of the king. No matter who took the spot of the Pope, the sword of the king could not be lost. All of the members of the Church of the King knew the extreme importance of this vital fact. Archbishop Arthur hesitated, then completely gave up trying to reprimand Hodap. They could find the sword of the king first. The Judges of Light have already been notified, and they are investigating the matter. Sean will most likely report back soon. Sean, the Chief Justice of the Judges of Light, stepped inside. He was clothed in a severe black priest robe that had an insignia of the Judges of Light on it. That insignia was a symbol that was synonymous with terror and nightmares of the people of the Kingdom of the Church of Light, as well as every surrounding nation. Sean's grave countenance carried the same sinister quality as an eagle out for a hunt. Hodap saw Sean and immediately questioned him anxiously. "How is it? Is there any news?" Sean approached Hodap. "Your Holiness, according to the investigation, Peter Rodman, the thief of the sword, has headed towards the Tutton dynasty. But, according to sources, the day before yesterday, which was the day he swapped the sword, he had a secret meeting with several individuals. We think these people may have been from the Crete Empire. Therefore, the sword of the king may have already fallen into their possession." Sean continued his report. "The escape of Peter Rodman to the Tutton dynasty is a diversion, bait. According to my estimates, this affair may be an action of the Gathering of Darkness, another scheme targeting the Church of Light." Hodap erupted into another bout of rage. "Those dirty rats! Heretics, hiding in the alleys! How dare they target the sword of the king? And, what shames me the most, is that they actually succeeded and attacked the inner circle of our church, the core of the Temple of Light. Does this mean that even the interior of the temple has fallen under their control? Mad with rage, Hodap scanned the people in front of him. All of them lowered their heads, including the highest-ranked clergy. Everyone must be searched. I want to weed out all of their pawns within our ranks. The rats of the Gathering of Darkness must be eradicated. Shan nodded. This loss of the sword of the king would lead to a dramatic hit upon the name of the church, especially if the public were to get wind of the affair. All of the coronation ceremonies of kings needed the sword of the king. If the Church of Light tried to conduct a coronation ceremony without the sword of the king, they would definitely be rebuffed and mocked by the kings and nobles. Shan spoke. According to my investigations, their original targets were the Mask of Pharos and the Saintess. However, due to errors, they abandoned that plan. Our internal affair intel is definitely full of loopholes. Yet, we do believe that the sword of the king has a great chance of being in the Crete Empire. I will go personally to investigate this matter, but I will need the assistance of His Excellency, Elliot 8. Hodap looked at Shan, his gaze changing into one of panic. It took some time for him to regain his calm. Once calmed, he said, "Good, good. These guys are completely audacious. What is even more hateful are the traitors in our midst. I will ask for the Saintess herself to step out of her shrine and personally search. Shan, due to the importance of the task at hand, I do need you to go personally. Go to the Crete Empire, which has a core that has already escaped our grasp. During your visit, investigate both the disappearance of the sword and the activities of the rebel schemers. They must all be found and annihilated." Hodap thought that wasn't quite enough, so he then added, "I will also command Charles to bring the Knights of Light to assist you. Remember, you must bring back the sword of the king and not let a trace of this information escape." Shan frowned. "That may be difficult. The nobles and the kings of the surrounding nations may have already received this information. If so, they will quickly spread the information of the theft." Hodap scrambled to speak. "And we will deny it. So, do you understand the importance of your mission?" Shan gave a heavy nod. "Rest easy, Your Holiness. I will definitely bring the sword of the king back and return it to the glory of God." All of the Knights of Light that were stationed near the Crete Empire were deployed. After the incident of the Wizard Alliance, the Church had cancelled the independent stationing of the Knight of Light's squads and redistributed them into 3 armies to deploy in rotation. Yet, the emblematic legendary status of the Knights of Light remained unchanged, as being something that none of the other armies could compare to. It was still the most elite corps of the Church of Light. At the same time, in various countries, the rumor of the theft of the sword of the king was being spread throughout every street and alley. Many people started debating in murmured whispers. The Sword of the Light was seen symbolizing the God-given right to rule, as well as it being seen as the guarantee of the authenticity of the Church. The impact of losing this divine artifact was clearly no small matter. But, since this most chalked this up to being nothing but a rumor, the believers of the murmuring were few. Yet, as the amount of rumors increased, many more people began to adopt a stance of skepticism. Then, after a push was given by malevolent actors from the shadows, it seemed as if everyone knew about the theft of the Sword of Light. Chapter 116, Conspiracy. Gathering of Darkness. It's the Gathering of Darkness again. Elliot 8 had just sent away Chief Justice Shan from the Judges of Light, before exploding within the main hall in fury. Apparently, the organization that was previously called the Gathering of Nobles had now renamed itself the Gathering of Darkness. No matter how many times Elliot 8 had attempted to wipe them out, he was unable to completely extinguish them. These disgusting rats would always get wind of his actions and escape every time. Just like that, they had grown and regrouped, right under the watch of Elliot 8. What's worse, they had struck at the core of the Church of Light, as even the clergy members of the Church of Light were bought by them. This betrayal had caused Elliot to now look at all of the people around him with suspicion. He was understandably terrified. After all, these bastards didn't only want to overthrow the Church of Light, but they also wanted to take his throne. As Elliot 8 grew more agitated, his coughing worsened, racking his entire body with shudders. The severe coughing fit made it seem as if he could keel over and die at any moment. Earl Yi Wensi immediately headed over to support him, gesturing for an aide to come over as well. The aide approached with an ivory cup that was filled with water, while making eye contact with Yi Wensi. With a tacit understanding, he helped Elliot 8 drink the water and take a pill. Elliot 8's symptoms were immediately alleviated. Elliot 8 calmed his breathing and sat up, saying, I heard that the court physician is an apprentice of the legendary Boer Palermo. As expected from a direct apprentice of Mr. Palermo, if he wasn't this skilled, I probably would have died a long time ago. It was already year 21 of the San calendar, and Elliot 8 was just past the age of 40. Although this was not so very old, his previous ailments could not be cured, so he had aged far beyond his years. Even with the expertise of the pastors from the church and the apprentice of Palermo, it was impossible to find cures. Hence, he could only maintain his current state. Yi Wensi spoke. This time, with the arrival of Chief Justice Shan, the Knights of Light have already entered our borders. If we add the numbers of Cardinal Leon's garrison, there are over 40,000 well-trained soldiers here from the church. Should we really grant them such freedom? Though they are here to investigate the gathering of darkness, who knows what else they may be planning? Elliot 8's face darkened. His relationship with the Church of Light had always been quite complicated. On one hand, he had secured his position as the Emperor of Crete through the support and the authority of the Church. On the other hand, as the head of the Crete Empire, he could not let the Church interfere with domestic affairs and eclipse his own power. However, this time the Church had stepped way out of line in sending the Chief Justice of the Judges of Light here. The elite squad within the Knights of Light had marched into the borders of Crete without his authorization, completely disregarding his position as the Emperor. This was also one of the factors that fueled his earlier tantrum. He just didn't dare say it aloud. Elliot 8 could still barely suppress his rage. Ignore them, the Church has lost the sword of the king. Pope Hodap is only panicking, as he is becoming reckless with worry over losing an artifact granted by God. Nothing can stop them. After he spoke, Elliot 8 barked out a chilly laugh. Now that they have lost the sword of the king, let's see how they conduct the next coronation ceremony. Yi Wensi, put all of your efforts into watching the movements of the church. This time, 3 saints will be gathered in our empire. We must be very careful. As Yi Wensi left the palace, he encountered a carriage and a man dressed like a driver at the entrance. Yi Wensi's face changed color, as he quickly boarded this new carriage, being informed that his original carriage had been driven to his estate already. Yi Wensi hurried to the underground meeting room and saw that all the other 3 members within the Crete Empire were already assembled. Yi Wensi promptly took his seat. The Church of Light definitely will not give up until they find the sword of the king. What's more, they have a fierce determination to annihilate us. This isn't the same as the scuffles we have had before. What we did this time was too risky. Why did we take the sword? Did we take it simply because it is said to hold supernatural powers in the legends? Even stealing the Mask of Pharos would have been better than taking the sword of the king. Exactly. Why were we not notified about such an important plan? I only found out about it just now. The 3 saints are here, including the most terrifying one, the Chief Justice of the Judges of Light. Even the elite squad from the Knights of Light have entered our borders. Everyone has been thrown into complete chaos. Well, that's not true. The symbolic meaning of the sword of the king is far superior to the Mask of Pharos. It symbolizes the God-given right to rule. Without it, the authority of the church is deeply impacted. The next coronation would definitely go wrong. The man at the head of the table spoke. It was my decision, I have already started the plan. We will definitely succeed this time. There was a sudden silence. The black-hooded man across from Yi Wensi swallowed, obviously excited, then faced the speaker. It has already started. Yi Wensi was also thrilled. We have waited for over 20 years, and now we finally have our chance. Elliot 8's health is already failing. I will order them to increase the dosage. He definitely will not last past this spring. The man at the head of the table lifted his head, causing his hood to fall down and display features almost identical to those of Elliot 8. He was the younger brother of Elliot 8, Duke Vortigern. The legendary founder and head of the Gathering of Darkness was actually the younger brother, who Elliot 8 trusted the most. Upon recognizing him, all of the people there lowered their hoods in respect, one by one. Other than Yi Wensi, who served as the Prime Minister, all of the other men were Elliot 8's most trusted ministers. Including Duke Vortigern, all those gathered represented the highest levels of authority within the Crete Empire. Vortigern looked everyone at there, his eyes finally coming to rest upon Yi Wensi. Yi Wensi, this time the Church of Light has moved the 3 saints and lost the sword of the king. The Crete Empire must answer for this. We need an important figure to stand out and attract their attention, and to make a sacrifice for the gathering. At the same time, this is a very important stage for us. In the future, we will truly take the stage into a new era, and the gathering of darkness will follow Yi name, Earl Yi Wensi, to its death. All eyes were now focused upon Yi Wensi. He paled immediately with unease. It seems that his presence today was a mistake. Yi Wensi had never thought that he, as a person who treated everyone else as sacrificial pawns, would ever end up being the one in such dire straits. No, you're all joking, right? Yi Wensi said, shaking. Yet the looks the others were giving him, as if they were gazing at livestock being prepped for slaughter, were chilling to the bone. Yi Wensi broke into a cold sweat and tried to stand up, yet his entire body had lost its strength. Failing in his attempt, he fell to the ground. No, you can't do this to me. Yi Wensi tried to turn toward the tunnel behind him and escape. He had to leave and expose the plot to the emperor. He had to show these bastards the consequences of betraying him. Yi Wensi had just managed to get up, when a thin woman walked out of the tunnel behind him. Two weakly glowing eyes emerged from the darkness and locked onto Yi Wensi, causing him to immediately freeze up. The thin woman grabbed his throat and lifted him up with one hand. Yi Wensi struggled with all his strength, but could not escape her grasp. Wizards! You actually sought out the wizards again, you! Yi Wensi's shrill voice flattened out into a whine as he trembled in terror. The woman extended a hand, and a black insect jumped from it and crawled into Yi Wensi's ear. Yi Wensi gave a horrified scream and convulsed, causing him to fall to the ground until his entire consciousness fell into darkness. After a long time, Yi Wensi crawled up from the ground. His eyes were deadened with a hollow gaze. Vortigern clapped as he looked at the female wizard. Please take care of the rest. Chapter 117, Conspiracy, 2. In the spring of San calendar year 21, due to the tightening of the noose that was set forth by the Church and the King of the Crete Empire, the mastermind behind the Gathering of Darkness was finally revealed. The Prime Minister of the Crete Empire, Earl Yi Wensi, was exposed under pressure from the Church. Backed into a corner, Yi Wensi had started a revolution with the army. Their attacks left the palace washed with blood, as their rampage killed the two sons and daughter of Elliot VIII. Even with the protection of 10 imperial guards, Elliot VIII still took an arrow, which eventually led to his death. During this crisis, Elliot VIII's younger brother, Duke Vortigern, stormed into the palace with his personal corps, defeating the rebel army and killing Yi Wensi. Just before his death at the hands of Duke Vortigern, Yi Wensi screamed of his loyalty to Elliot VIII. The capital of the Crete Empire, Virginia, descended into a state of extreme chaos. There were a large numbers of military movements, torches, and armored men constantly strategically moving in the nights. Chief Justice Sean had gone to the palace with Duke Vortigern in order to rescue Elliot VIII. Immediately, he had attempted to heal Elliot VIII's injury with his entourage. However, although the injury had healed, Elliot VIII fell into a coma, due to excessive blood loss paired with his original ill health. Duke Vortigern watched Elliot VIII on his deathbed. He was heartbroken and cursing the Gathering of Darkness that Yi Wensi had created. I never thought that Yi Wensi could be the head of the Gathering of Darkness. We must execute the bastards of the Gathering of Darkness, as well as the accursed wizards. Sean stood behind Vortigern, looking at the bloodless face of Elliot VIII with an expression of unease. He was an expert on intelligence gathering and punitive measures, yet he had no experience with politics. He was here to investigate the Gathering of Darkness and the theft of the sword. Never had he expected this sort of a development to occur. It was wildly out of his area of expertise. With the deaths of all of his children, the only royals left were Elliot VIII and Duke Vortigern. If anything happened to Elliot VIII, only Duke Vortigern would be able to step in. Currently, the Church was completely unprepared for the succession of the Crete Emperor. In fact, Duke Vortigern wasn't even on the short list of the Church's candidates for the throne. So, for the time being, Sean simply could not yet allow the death of Elliot VIII. Sean also felt that everything was a bit too coincidental. It was unnatural to him, as if it were a scripted scenario. As soon as Yi Wensi was investigated, he started a revolution and killed all of Elliot VIII's children. It appeared that Yi Wensi's madness stemmed from his loyalty to Elliot VIII and his desire for vengeance. But, again, it all still seemed very unnatural. The way that Vortigern had killed Yi Wensi also seemed a little too deliberate and rushed. The large number of these coincidences, which were starting to really add up, smelled like a conspiracy to Shan. Someone from the Judges of Light rushed in and whispered into Shan's ear. Shan's expression transformed dramatically. What? Not a single person was there. After Yi Wenxi's failed rebellion, Shan had immediately sent people to surround Earl Yi Wenxi's estate in order to track down the whereabouts of the Sword of the King. Since Yi Wenxi was the head of the Gathering of Darkness, he must have known the location of the sword. He may have even kept the sword for himself. What Shan didn't expect was that, within the Yi Wenxi estate, other than a few servants, all of his family had already escaped. Even their documents were all destroyed. The leftover servants were completely clueless as well, saying that their master had given them the day off. Shan couldn't remain seated, but quickly bade Duke Vortigern farewell instead. While doing so, he relegated all of the palace affairs to him, leaving 2 pastors in charge of taking care of Elliot 8. He then left and headed immediately to the Yi Wenxi estate. As he saw Shan's hastily retreating figure, Duke Vortigern let out a sinister smile. This is how they left the city. As it turns out, this wasn't the estate of Yi Wenxi, but rather an old water tower, which was quite far from his estate. An executioner from the Judges of Light had tracked the location down, finding that the kin of Yi Wenxi had fled there while they were on the run from the city. Shan took a torch and gestured below. Have you all been down there yet? The executioner replied. We have already sent people down there to investigate. There is a meeting room and a few other tunnels, some of which lead to other parts of the city, as well as to the outside. Shan led a few executioners down into the dark meeting room, which had an ominous sense of mystery. Seam slammed his fists down on the table. So, Yi Wenxi was the leader of the Gathering of Darkness. This time, we finally caught him. However, he died before we could ask him any questions. Now we must search, find out where each tunnel leads and determine the identities of every member of this table. A few people dragged in a middle-aged man in a coarse cotton shirt. Chief Justice, we have a new lead. Shan glanced at the man. Who is this? Yi Wenxi's driver. He has said that he often saw Yi Wenxi getting in a special carriage always headed to an unknown destination. And then, a while ago, when he picked up Yi Wenxi, he said that he saw Yi Wenxi bringing back a strange package. Shan looked at the driver. What package? Tell me the details. The man looked terrified. He trembled, not daring to raise his head as he answered Shan. Around 10 days ago, on one late rainy night, the Earl had me wait for him at the second alley by Lur Street. He had arrived there empty-handed, but came back with a strange package. What package? It seemed like a sword. No, it was definitely a sword, because I saw its grip. It was a beautiful snowy white, and it had strange symbols on it. Shan and everyone else at the scene now stood a little straighter, glaring at the driver. Shan drew a few symbols. Did they look like this? Yes, I remember. They looked exactly like that. There's no mistake. The driver affirmed, still shaking. The Sword of the King. Shan waved his hand and white light flashed, destroying the table. Shan then roared in fury. So it was Yi Wenxi. The old fox has been proclaiming his loyalty to our church while being a complete heretic. How long has it been since the escape of the Yi Wenxi household? The executioner had already investigated the matter, so was ready to answer the question immediately. Over half a day. They may already be quite a distance away by now. Then chase them, roared Shan. The Sword of the King must be in the hands of Yi Wenxi's children. We must catch up to them. Send word to Captain Charles and Archbishop Leon. We will use all of our forces to track them down. Chapter 118, Border Conflict. Don't be afraid. As long as we escape to the land of the orcs, we'll be saved. Mother, what happened? I don't want to live in the filthy country of the orcs. Why are we going there? A carriage that was protected by a few knights was crossing the Red River Plains, headed on its way to the orc lands. A slightly pudgy mother was holding her younger son, while her older son lifted the curtain to peer outside from time to time. During the journey, there had been several close calls, but nothing had gone drastically wrong yet. Although the Church of Light had set up numerous barriers, through some of her husband's connections and friends, the little family had managed to leave the Crete Empire. They were so very close now, for as soon as they crossed the Red River Plains, they would be safe. Once they arrived there, people from the kingdom of Menkor would come to receive them. A squad of knights clad in shining armor crossed through a Crete Empire frontier town, following the carriage tracks. They had already gone for 2 days without rest, each person switching between horses in order to keep heading onward. The horses were understandably exhausted and reaching their limits. Quick, quick, they're not far now. We must capture them before they reach the land of the orcs. The stallions puffed out hot breaths, speeding up after being whipped across the channel by the knights. They sped out past the town on the road, the guards of the local city not daring to stop them after seeing the insignia on the horses and the knights. Instead, all of the guards simply stood stick straight, staring at the knights as they headed off into the distance. Following the Red River across the rolling plains, they finally saw a line of carriages that was fleeing along the horizon. All of the Church of Light scouts, who had been chasing them for 2 days, displayed expressions of frenzied delight. The escaping carriages also saw the pursuers on the horizon, causing them to also begin pushing their steeds in order to gain some distance. The mother in the carriage crawled out with her younger son and screamed for her older son, Pazak. Pazak, remember, run. Cross that line over there into the land of the orcs. Take Alan and run. Yi Wenxi's wife quickly thrust a package into the chest of her younger son and passed him to Pazak. Pazak, who was covered in armor, looked at his mother as he caught Alan. What about you? His mother was impatient and wildly pushed at Pazak to go. There is no time. I can't escape, so you two must go on ahead. Use the package as a treasure to exchange for your safety. Remember to give it to the king of Mengor. Do not trust anyone else. Quick, go now. Don't worry about me, and take care of your brother. Pazak saw the pursuers hot on their tails, as they were almost right upon them. He hardened his heart and hugged Alan, who was howling with tears. He then pulled the reins, hurtling towards the border of the kingdom of Mengor. By the time the Knights of Light had arrived, there were only a few servants, who had been left behind to buy time. As the cavalry stormed ahead, they drew their swords to attack the servants. Blood flew through the air as the servants collapsed, one by one. Defenseless, they had been completely annihilated. The knights opened the carriage drapes to find the corpse of a woman. This is the wife of Yi Wenxi. The holy sword is not here. It must have been taken away by the other two. If we go any further, we will be in the borders of the kingdom of Mengor. That would trigger a war between humanity and the orcs. Should we continue? All of the scouts looked at their leader, waiting for his command. The captain made a gesture. Continue, no matter what. We must get the holy sword back. Pazak's horse had already crossed into the kingdom of Mengor. A huge stone tablet was erected at the border, marking his entrance into their official lands. At first, he thought he was safe. However, he did not expect that the pursuers would actually ignore the possibility of provoking a war between the orcs and humanity, and cross straight into Mengor in pursuit of him. Zhiyu. A sharp arrow cut through the wind and crossed over 100 meters at once, goring straight through Pazak's shoulder and hitting his horse. Pazak fell to the ground with his horse, due to the momentum from the sudden halt. The pursuers closed the distance swiftly. Pazak struggled to stand up and dragged his brother into a run. Yet, this was futile, as humans could run faster than horses, especially the specially raised war horses of the Knights of Light. The scout soldiers drew their blades and focused all of their attentions on the escapees. Just like hawks that were circling over rabbits, all of their eyes glittered with a cold killing intent. Yet, at this time, on the slope ahead, a commotion erupted. A leopard man soldier had appeared on the slope, followed by the appearance of more and more cavalry. Ahead, they formed a long, dense line, with even more soldiers lined up behind that. The soldiers leading the horses on the mountain shouted, "Stop, human soldiers! This is the territory of the kingdom of Mengor. You humans do not belong here." It was as if Pazak saw his salvation. He sprinted towards the hill and pulled out a batch, shouting, "I am a friend of Mengor, a member of the Yi Wenxi family of the Crete Empire." The leopard man, who was clad in chainmail armor and was leading the soldiers, looked at Pazak and nodded. The cavalry parted the line, allowing the two brothers to head to the back in a gesture of goodwill and acceptance. The faces of the scouts of the Knights of Light were ashen. All of them recognized the identity of these troops as being the Hurricane Knights of the Kingdom of Mengor. As the elites of the entire Kingdom of Mengor, it was definitely no coincidence that they were there. They were here to welcome the escapees. The leader of the scouts stepped forward. He could not speak Sofok, so he spoke to them in the human language of Finks. Soldiers of Mengor, we are members of the Church of Light's Knights of Light. As you know, the people you are protecting are traitors of the Church of Light. They have stolen a treasure of the Church of Light. Your actions are the same as a declaration of war against the Church of Light. The head of the Hurricane Knights didn't think that, after trespassing into Mengor, the Knights of Light would mock him. It was already a humiliation that he had not ordered his troops to wipe them out. The Knights of Light were completely looking down on him now. The captain raised his head and bared his fangs, then shouted out a thundering angry roar. Get lost or die here! The leader of the scouts gripped his longsword hard as his veins popped out. All 10 of the proud Knights of Light behind him were also infuriated. Yet, they only had a bit over 10 people, while the opponents had an entire squadron with hundreds of troops. Their side stood no chance of winning. The scout leader swept a cold gaze over the orc cavalry. You will pay for your folly. We're heading back. Chapter 119, Prelude to War. Compared to the human kingdoms, the architecture of the orc kingdoms was much more simple, with an emphasis on large, open designs with high ceilings and big halls. Pazak brought along his brother, Alan, as the two crossed the large simple hall of the palace and knelt before the king of Mengor. Beneath a giant stone pillar, at the top of a row of stairs, there was a huge throne. The king had a pair of eyes that were completely different from those of regular humans. These eyes had an animalistic quality that chilled Pazak to the core. Pazak lowered his head, not daring to look up at the orc king, who was rumored to enjoy feasting on humans. "O great king, we are here to offer you the greatest respect. We come bringing a gift, with the hope that you can accept us." The king of Mengor was a middle-aged leopard man. After receiving the sword of the king, his gaze glittered with enchanted greed. He was so focused on the sword, he did not look at the two humans at all. He only had eyes for the beautiful long sword. He dismissed the two with a hand wave, causing them to retreat at once. "So, this is the legendary sword of the king? Whoever holds it will have mastery over the Alan continent." A cat person official approached. "Exactly. In the legends, whoever could activate the power of the sword of the king would be the king chosen by God. So far, not a single person has been able to activate its power. Even the legendary Pope of the Church of Light has not been able to activate its divine abilities. Even so, the Church of Light has borrowed its authority in order to rule over half of the human nations. And now, it has fallen into your hands." The king of Mengor laughed. He was delighted. He could already feel the extreme power of the sword. "Ah, I feel as if the eyes of God are upon me." A Minotaur general approached. "Your Majesty, it is only a sword. Why would we want it, if it will offend the strongest force in humanity, the Church of Light? Your Majesty, forgive my bluntness, but this does not seem like a wise decision." The king looked at the general, displeased. His green beast eyes glowed with irritation. "Are you calling me a fool?" The general fell to the floor, fearful now. "I would not dare. Only, the Church of Light is likely to start a war with us over this sword of the king. We have not fought with humanity for many decades. Why would we start a war now, after enjoying so many years of peace?" The king harumphed. "Be at ease, the Emperor of Crete Elliot VIII has died, so the succession may occur at any time. Thus, the Church will be unable to move any of the Crete nobility and forces at this time." The king continued his speech. "As for the 4 platoons stationed within the kingdom of the Church, there have been 10,000 cavalry deployed with one army. Of the other 3 armies, at least 2 of them would not yet have been deployed. Considering the present unrest in the Crete Empire, there is nothing to fear, as they are unable to start a war with us now. As for the Church, since they would like the sword back, they will be willing to pay any price. Haha, why wouldn't I take this sort of amazing bargain that has fallen from the skies? I will definitely ask the Church for gold, riches, weapons, and horses. This time, we can get everything that we have always sought at once. I know for certain that the Church is completely swimming in wealth." The king of Mengor raised the sword of the king, stepping on the beast-skin carpet as he returned to his throne. "With this, we do not have to fear the Church's refusal." A week later, within the kingdom of the Church, at St. Sarl City, a stream of letters arrived from afar. The letters were delivered with haste to the meeting room, where the Pope and 4 archbishops were seated. Archbishop Arthur was the first to speak. "We cannot agree to the demands of the kingdom of Mengor. This is about the glory of God. What are they thinking? They stole our divine artifact to blackmail us? If we capitulate to their demands, we will lose all of our dignity. Our reputation will be completely destroyed. Another archbishop remarked also. But, we cannot declare war against the kingdom of Mengor. At most, we can deploy the Knights of Light and the Knights of Holy Glory, which is a total of 30,000 people. Even adding to that Cardinal Leon's forces, that is still only a total of 50,000 men. The kingdom of Mengor definitely has at least 80,000 in their regular army. Even if they are not as skilled as our men, it will be enough to block our advance. The longer this drags on, the more forces they can gather, maybe even up to 100,000 or 200,000 men, especially if reinforcements are sent by the other orc nations or clans. At that moment, a thin archbishop, who was newly anointed, shared his opinion. According to the information sent by Chief Justice Shan, the affair in the Crete Empire, as well as the sudden emergence and destruction of the Gathering of Darkness, seemed too sudden and too good to be true. He feels that there is a conspiracy, because it seems too easy. I feel that this is completely different from the careful style of the Gathering of Darkness from before. According to Chief Justice Shan, all of this may be related to Duke Vortigern of the Crete Empire. According to the report, His Majesty Elliot VIII has reached his limits. His health was already approaching the limit. So, with the recent injury, even with a priest giving him life support, it is likely that Pope Hodap closed his eyes, still listening to their conversation, but also lost in his own thoughts. At this time, a sound entered the meeting room from outside. Saintess Kelly entered, accompanied by a few acolyte maidens. Compared to a few years ago, the Saintess appeared to be more mature, having a pure aura and appearance. She seemed like a living statue of the goddess of light. The sword of the king cannot be lost. I will go personally to ensure this. No matter what conspiracy is in the Crete Empire, and regardless of the orcs of the kingdom of Mengor, we cannot allow the shaming of the Church of Light. Pope Hodap stood up to greet the Saintess. Oh no, you are the nucleus of the Church of Light, the descendant of God and the symbol of divine authority. As long as you are here, the kingdom of the Church and Saint Sarl City will definitely be safe. If your holiness leaves, or even has any accidents, the entire church would be thrown into chaos. It has not yet reached that stage. However, I have already made preparations. Hodap turned around. Issue a church proclamation to Duke Vortigern of the Crete Empire, crowning him as the next emperor of the Crete Empire. Arthur, you will represent me, going personally to Virginia City to host a coronation ceremony for him. You will also carry my message to him. He should use all of his forces to support us in attacking the kingdom of Mengor. I will order the Knight of Holy Glory and the executioners to accompany you, while sending the same order to Charles. This time, we are aiming for a swift victory. Hodap's tone was ice-cold, completely forgetting that the previous emperor of Crete, Elliot VIII, was still technically alive. Yet, no one there treated him as a living being. We are activating the executioners? This eases my mind. This time, I will let them know the fear of holy judgment. Arthur stood up to carry out the order. The Saintess looked at Hodap, who immediately replied. I understand the intentions of your holiness. I already messaged Chief Justice Shan to investigate whether Duke Vortigern is connected to the Gathering of Darkness and the theft of the sword. But, for now, it is more important to stabilize the situation and retrieve the sword first. This way, we can also preserve the authority of the Church. If he really is involved with this incident, he will soon come to know the dark punishments that result from such misdeeds. Hodap thumped his scepter on the ground, his countenance turning incomparably frosty. Chapter 120, Destruction of the Kingdom of Mengor. In the spring of San calendar year 21, Elliot VIII of the Crete Empire passed away at the age of 42. Since all of his male offspring had died in the rebellion, the first in line to the throne was Duke Vortigern, who succeeded his brother's throne as the Emperor of Crete with the title of Vortigern I. Afterwards, the Church and the Crete Empire formed an allied army with Charles, the head of the Knights of Light, acting as the commander. They declared war against the kingdom of Mengor with over 80,000 knights and around 100,000 recruited soldiers. The army of over 200,000 crossed the Red River Plains and attacked the kingdom of Mengor, which had not made any preparations for war. The Crete Imperial Army was skilled in uphill battles, while the Mengor troops were very weak in the area of siege defense. Hence, the human allied forces quickly stormed into Mengor and instantly set the nation aflame. Among the 200,000, other than the ordinary soldiers, there were many soldiers that had been conscripted by the nobles, as well as knights from their retinue. These people participated in the war for one reason, and it was not by the orders of the church and the emperor. Instead, it was solely with the aim to pillage. As such, they did not carry much food with them, and earned their livings on the battlefield, sustaining their lives with their lusts for wealth. This ambition boosted both their morale and battle prowess. Wherever the Allied army swept through, the ground would be littered with bodies. The human army had become a group of pillaging thieves, who burned all that they saw to the ground. Sometimes, there was no difference between these soldiers and the bandits, especially when facing a different race. They left a steady trail of blood, all the while stuffing their wallets, the entire way to the capital of the kingdom of Mengor. In fact, the entire kingdom was filled with screams and crimson blood. The king and the nobles of Mengor had never thought that the Crete Empire, which was on the verge of chaos itself, would stabilize so quickly, much less complete a transition of power to form an allied army with the Church of Light, and then declare war on them. As the war continued and the army approached, they all fell into complete hysterics. The kingdom of Mengor hastily scrapped together an army of 70,000. They then decided to use the geography of the Kari Valley in order to stop the advance of the human army, while seeking reinforcements from the other orc kingdoms and large clans. Within the first 3 days, the Mengor army successfully delayed the human allied army. But by the 4th day, the human side sent out their first special abilities team, the Ministers of Execution. Dozens of priests with special abilities led the Knights of Light in destroying the entire orc army. Holy light and longswords swept the battlefield. In their wake, numerous bodies littered the ground. They were unstoppable. The Beastmen army scattered in terror, while the allied army chased them. From the Kari Valley to the capital of Mengor, the path was paved with discarded armor and dead bodies. A large amount of bodies of the fallen orc soldiers floated down the Kari River. The fish in the river grew fat, feasting on their bloated corpses. The entire river was dyed blood red. From the beginning of the war to its current progress to the capital, only half a month had passed. The human allied army was already pushing the kingdom of Mengor to the brink of destruction. Before the allied army arrived, news of the defeat of the large orc army had spread to the capital. The capital of Mengor descended into absolute chaos, as all the nobles, officials, merchants, and citizens scrambled to pack their belongings and escape. Even the servants and guards of the palace were in a panic, and crowds of people were running around. A lot of servants even started looting the palace as they prepared to flee. The morale of the entire kingdom was completely gone, as the signs of annihilation were imminent. The king of Mengor sat on the throne with soulless eyes, holding the legendary sword of the king in his hands. The throne room was empty, without a single lit lamp. It had lost all feeling of its past glory. Footsteps were heard as the Minotaur general approached. "Your Highness, the preparations are ready." The king of Mengor, now aged beyond his years, lifted his head and asked, "How did this happen? How did it come to this so suddenly?" He stood up, his leopard eyes narrowed. "They deceived us. It was the gathering of darkness. It was those wizards. You have tricked us. It was you, all of you. Otherwise, how would they dare attack us? How would they do this with such speed? It's not my fault, not me." The king fell into a state of near madness. At last, he could only laugh a long bitter laugh, morose and broken. The royal capital was ruled by frenzied chaos, as the citizens ran and screamed up and down the streets. The allied army wasn't even here yet, but it seemed as if the apocalypse had already descended. The streets were packed. People could be heard screaming at one another, crushing each other in a mad scramble to get out of the city. The king led his son through an underground passage out of the city. Outside the city, there were 100 knights stationed. Since the prince was born late in the king's life, he especially treasured the child. After hugging him, the king handed him to a leopard man knight. The child bursted into tears. "Father, what's happening? I don't want to leave you." The king's heart ached, and he wrung his hands in grief. The knights saluted the king and departed immediately. The king only looked back after the knights had departed. As he did so, he could no longer hold back his weary tears. "The Church of Light would never let me go. I will run this way to avoid attracting their attention." The king of Mengor led the remaining 10 soldiers and departed. By dawn, the capital could be seen in the distance, alight in flames and descending into a blazing inferno. The king and his knights were completely shocked. What are they doing? It's a massacre. What do they want? Humanity, the Church of Light, and the Crete Empire. The king of Menkor fell from his horse and struggled to stagger back up. He gnashed his teeth in pure hatred and regret, as he repeated these three things over and over again. This scene made all of the people present shed unbidden tears. By then, they were upriver by the Kari River. As soon as they crossed the river, they would be far enough away. Yet, at this moment, fleeing was not on their minds. Many orc soldiers dismounted and knelt down, facing the city. From afar, the sound of hooves and armor gradually drifted closer. These were the pursuers of the allied army. They looked like a black mass, approaching like a shadow of the night. They would not forget the king of Menkor nor the sword of light he held. The Minotaur general drew his long sword, but he did not look at the enemy. Instead, his steady gaze never left his king. "Your Majesty, do you regret your decision?" The king was silent, and the general did not wait for an answer. He led his 10 knights into battle against the enemy, as the sound of clashing blades and battle cries resounded with the rise of dawn. Surrounded by the human army, no matter how brave these warriors were, they all died, one by one. The Minotaur general was taken down by 3 people, as multiple swords gored through his chest and back. As he fell to the ground, he knelt towards the capital and closed his eyes one final time. Only the king of Menkor was left. He stood by the Kari River with his crown and beast skin robes, looking at the neat squadron approaching him. All of them glared at him with icy killing intent, observing this fallen king. Whoever fetched his head and brought back the sword of the king, would receive wealth, glory, land, and everything beyond imagination. The king of Menkor turned around and held the sword of the king tightly as he looked at the army surrounding him. His shocked expression turned unbelievably sinister, the hatred and fury in his eyes radiating out from his entire being. When he spoke, the muscles in his neck were trembling. "Humanity, I curse you! I curse you!" His gaze swept past all of the humans at the scene, imprinting their ugly features as it went, including the long swords and armor that was tainted with the fresh blood of the orcs. Their bodies were drenched in the lifeblood of the orc. As the light of the rising sun fell on them, it felt as if an aura of blood had started rolling outwards. Even their voices had transformed into echoes of despair. "You will pay for your sins. You will never get this sword of the king. One day, it will belong to a king of the orcs, who will return this pain to you 1,000-fold." After finishing this sentence, the king of Menkor turned around and threw himself into the torrents of the Kari River. The sword of the king disappeared within the rolling waves of the river. Chapter 121, Traveling Around the World. San Calendar Year 21, the human allied forces attacked the orc king of Menkor. In the wake of the war, heavy taxes were levied on food and living expenses, causing chaos. All order within the city was lost, as humanity devolved into committing acts of arson and robbery. In the end, the entire capital was annihilated. The hundreds of thousands of orcs that had yet to flee the city were massacred by the allied forces, and the entire bustling capital of Menkor was burned to the ground. The king of Menkor ended his own life, jumping into the Kari River after being chased by the allied forces. The war had exhausted the resources of the Menkor kingdom. It collapsed shortly thereafter, and was now just another name in the history books. In Air City, a team of human cavalry soldiers, dressed in armor and helmets, trekked along a small path. The orc farmers retreated to the sides of the roads, staring down at the ground, as they were afraid to make eye contact. The entire city had been emptied. Some had fled to the mountains, while others had fled back to their former clans. All of the shops in the west side of the city had been closed. Only Zhiyu's clinic remained open. It was filled with many injured patients, who were lying in bed. The expedition force held up its golden red flag, which showed the insignia of the Knights of Light. They entered the city, finding the gates wide open. There were no guards left. In fact, almost all of the people of Air City had long since fled. Even the officials, who had been running the city, had abandoned it. The cavalry was boisterous, as it paraded through the streets. All of the buildings' doors were shut tightly, as those in the few remaining households watched them through their doors and windows in horror. Finally, they stopped in front of the doors of Zhiyu's clinic looking at him. "Hey, Saint Maria! Saint Maria!" The knights exchanged greetings with Zhiyu, as their hands were laid on their chests, according to the common mannerisms of the Church of Light. "Mr. Runthir? I have 2 soldiers, who have been seriously injured, and I would like to seek your help. I can't believe I have found a human doctor here. As long as there are patients who need us, we will be here. However, we save people, while you only kill them. This is just a simple little town. All of the rich people within the city have long since fled. All of the remaining citizens are only some kind, poor folks. So, please do no evil here. Lu Zhiyu stared sternly into the knight's eyes. The knight replied immediately, we are not the dogs and executioners of the nobles. We are the shepherds of the gods. My name is Brian. I am a knight from St. Sarl City. Rest assured, we are not like those other robbers. We only came here to accomplish a mission. Lu Zhiyu took them inside, then moved the two wounded men to the second-floor clinic. The other orcs in the hospital watched them with hostility. Lu Zhiyu had to treat them personally. Both of them were seriously injured. One had lost a hand and suffered from excessive blood loss, while the other had an arrow that was lodged in his abdomen. Though part of the arrow was cut off, the rest of it was embedded deep within him, making it quite difficult to pull out. After Lu Zhiyu had treated them, they were in much better states. After taking their medicine and getting bandaged up, they fell asleep. I didn't expect to find such a skilled doctor here. You are much better than the court doctors. Brian exclaimed, as he thanked Lu Zhiyu. Lu Zhiyu sat and chatted with him for a bit. I am quite close to Borcalermo. Brian sat up immediately, utterly in awe now. You are a friend of Mr. Calermo? I have always admired him. Due to his research, we now have cures for many diseases. As such, a doctor was recently able to save my mother. During the conversation, it was easy to see that Brian was very friendly to doctors. He was also extremely angry and dissatisfied with the actions of the armies, which were led by the nobles among the human coalition forces. He had come here with a mission from the upper reaches along the Kerry River, ordered to look for something. Brian did not elaborate on the exact details of the item. Air City was already downstream of the Kerry River. If they went any further south, they would reach the tributaries of the Kerry River, including the Red River. As such, it seemed that they had failed to accomplish their mission. In the evening, Lu Zhiyu came to the deserted Kerry River. This was quite a far distance downstream, so the river was relatively slow-moving. From time to time, in the last few days, a large number of bodies would float by from upstream, their blood dyeing the water red. Those incidents cast a sinister feel upon the entire river. Even the fish in the river seemed ghastly. After waiting for a long time, Lu Zhiyu saw something that was approaching from the distance. It went against the current, then leapt out of the water to hover in the air. It was a silvery white holy sword. On top of the long sword, Lu Zhiyu's inscribed runes could be seen. The general meaning on the inscriptions were, humility, honesty, empathy, courage, fairness, sacrifice, glory, soul. They were the 8 virtues of the knight that Lu Zhiyu had chosen. The holy name of Pharos decorated the sword's hilt. Lu Zhiyu reached out, the sword falling directly into his hand. Lu Zhiyu held it flat in his hands, as he traced his finger across the blade. He hadn't expected the sword, which he had made as a bit of a joke, to provoke so much conflict within the Alan continent. The originally unremarkable sword really did seem to hold some sort of strange mission, as it was currently shrouded in a sacred light. After decades beside Aheniton, it had been sealed for more than 1,000 years inside his tomb, before finally falling into the hands of the Church of Light. After all these twists and turns, it continued to cause remarkable turmoil upon the continent. Each appearance and disappearance seemed to influence the lives and deaths of countless people. Now, it was back in the hands of Lu Zhiyu. It had been well maintained, and it appeared not to be much different than how it was when he had originally awarded it to Aheniton. Only now, it somehow felt heavier, as if it had obtained the weight of 1,000 years. Lu Zhiyu mused, isn't this just an ordinary longsword? Why fight so hard for it? After the departure of Brian's squad, the last wave of the human armies also withdrew from the kingdom of Menkor. The armies of the other orc kingdoms and the nearby large orc tribes immediately descended on the ravaged land, aiming to gain territory. They were just like wolves that scavenged the body of a buffalo. They only brought more disasters upon the already traumatized people of Menkor. The entire kingdom of Menkor was in a state of complete chaos. Multiple forces rose up, as other tribes and kingdoms invaded and divided the land. The kingdom's original peace had completely disappeared. The city of Air had also completely fallen. One by one, all of the people in the remaining households departed. Gradually, it became an entirely empty city. Lu Zhiyu stood outside his clinic in the sun. He carried a large suitcase. The winds carried sand and dust through the deserted shopping street. The empty shop doors and windows were boarded up, having long since been abandoned. The late spring breeze and the soft sunlight would have normally felt warm and intoxicating, but at the moment, it could only be described as a bleak scene. Lu Zhiyu looked at the familiar streets, shops, and the furnishings on his door. All of them held many memories, but now, everyone was gone. Lu Zhiyu was the last to leave this empty city. Since the kingdom of Mengkor was destroyed by the humans, as they had conducted many mass killings. They had also looted, while burning the cities. Even though there had previously been goodwill towards Lu Zhiyu, his relations with the orcs became more strained with each passing day. Lu Zhiyu was gradually isolated, as he became more unpopular. In fact, many people in groups had left without telling Lu Zhiyu, much less inviting him to come along. Vert Handi clung to his thigh. "Daddy, I don't want to leave our home." She pouted, as tears swirled in her eyes. Why was there a war? Everyone was fine, so why did everything change? Lu Zhiyu knelt down. There are many reasons to start a war. Revenge, interests, desires, greed. All of these things have caused wars. But most importantly, remember that the result of a war cannot be controlled. Once a war is initiated, it is like a beast that has been released from its cage. All of the evil hidden within creatures is released, which eventually leads to irreparable results. The people who initiate wars always think that they can control everything. They always hope to gain something through the war, but in most cases, it does not go as planned. Most times, both sides just sustain grievous damages. Vert Handi raised a small fist. I will be a virtuous knight in the future, like a hero from the stories. I will stop the wars. I want to protect everyone, including you, Daddy. Looking at Little Trouble's innocent face, and hearing her childish words, Lu Zhiyu could not help but laugh. Sure, you can protect Daddy in the future. She immediately made a strong, proud pose, but with her tiny and cute face, she looked nothing like a knight. Lu Zhiyu lifted the suitcase, then took her hand, as they stepped out of the clinic onto the road. Daddy, where are we going? Us? Let's travel around the world. The sun's rays shone on the two of them, one big and one small, as their two long shadows stretched along the empty streets. The laughter of the little girl echoed on the streets. Chapter 122, Evil Dragon. 13 years had since passed. It was now the fall of San calendar year 34. A large ship approached the city of Danilo in the kingdom of Enjido. It was a port city that had grown within the recent years. Though sea monsters and children of the sea were still almost impossible to kill, humanity had already devised methods to avoid them, developing safer seafaring routes. This orc city, which had developed due to trade, had incorporated the opposing influences of humanity's elegance and attention to detail with the orcs' tastes for more basic simplicity, creating a surprisingly wonderful combination. From afar, the outline of the city could be seen from the seas, its port lined with several merchant vessels, including an array from both the human and orc kingdoms. A large number of dock workers were constantly bustling around the port, creating a lively scene. The stone buildings within the city were surrounded constantly with the daily crowds of passers-by. A tall clock tower and a beautiful church could be seen clearly, even from the docks. In fact, they could even be seen from the far-off horizon. At that moment, two people approached. They were dressed in identical sky blue pullovers, black pants, and boots. For the shorter figure, the pullover seemed to be quite long, extending past the knees. Both of them had identical short hair and handsome features. The tall figure was a bearded man. He had black hair and black eyes. The shorter individual was a blonde lion orc youth. Both of them carried backpacks and long swords. As the pair lifted their suitcases down from the ship, they made their ways into Danilo. There were many races on the roads of the trading city, including several types of orcs and human merchants. Within a church in the city, Lu Zhiyu met a dog-person orc that was clad in a black priest's habit. This signified that he was a member of the Church of Light within the Orc Kingdom. However, unlike the human version, they called themselves the Faith of the Sun and believed in the sun goddess Maria. The variation was not only revealed in the name, but even their beliefs and rituals of worship had major differences. The Faith of the Sun, or the Orc adaptation of the Church of Light, stemmed from an attempt that occurred a few decades ago, when the Church of Light tried to expand within the Orc kingdoms. Although it was effective to a certain extent, it still wasn't popular. However, after the battle that destroyed the kingdom of Menkor, the Church of Light and the executioners had demonstrated an overwhelming power. Not only did many orcs start hating the Church of Light and humanity, but it was also extremely effective in spreading the faith of the Church of Light in the lands of the orcs. This combination of fear and power had made for an unexpectedly effective conversion tactic. Religions within the orc kingdoms also went through countless changes, fights, and mergers on their way to forming the faith of the Sun. Though its roots were much weaker as compared to the Church of the Light, its development was still extremely fast. Within a little more than a decade, the Sun faith had spread throughout most of the Orc kingdoms. Many tribes had also converted, thus embracing the Sun faith. After walking into the church, Lu Zhiyu hollered a loud greeting. Immediately, an Orc Sun faith priest turned around. "Hello. If it isn't Baron Runthir Aranbel and our handsome Will. You're all grown up. The two of you are quite alike, even if Will is just a bit too short, unlike you and most lion people." Vert Handi rolled her eyes upon hearing the old orc's teasing. Her height had always been a bit of a sore spot that Lu Zhiyu teased her about. Now that the old orc had brought it up, she behaved a bit like a cat whose tail was just stepped on. She scowled at the older orc, feeling more than a bit sensitive. Lu Zhiyu gave the old orc a warm hug. "My old friend Corey, I am glad to see you. It's been 10 years, yet you still have the same energy. I have already grown old, but you haven't changed at all." After a bit of small talk back and forth, Corey invited Lu Zhiyu into a guest room in the back. The two talked as they walked. "I heard you will soon be promoted to become a bishop." Corey seemed very happy after hearing Lu Zhiyu's words. He smiled as he replied, "All of the bishops have been transferred to other locations, so I am already the acting bishop. As soon as the higher-ups send the order, I'll be able to wear the white robes." Lu Zhiyu was also quite happy for Corey. He was a devout believer, who had been around since the founding of the faith 10 years ago, back when it was still being suppressed. After being transferred to the city of Danalo, he had been promoted. Now, as the acting bishop of Danalo, he wielded considerable influence within the faith of Sun. "Congratulations, you have finally gained control over the Grand Church of Danalo. This is the dream of quite a few faith of Sun clergy." Corey accepted Lu Zhiyu's well wishes. "If I have the chance, I wish to visit Saint Sarl City for a pilgrimage. I'd like to see the legendary kin of God, Her Holiness the Saintess, and the divine artifact, the Mask of Pharos, which is a true sign of God. I hope one day, we too will receive a divine artifact and divine blessings from the heavens." He continued. "Haha, but maybe that is me being too greedy. I will honestly be quite satisfied if I can enter the kingdom of God after my passing. Even that is too much to ask for." Lu Zhiyu knew that the Sun faith has been searching tirelessly for divine artifacts, as they often tried to contact the divine. Yet they had not received any response. Besides, they had been searching for the Sword of the King, which had been lost over 10 years, without results. After getting seated and chatting for a while, Lu Zhiyu jumped into the main topic, his upcoming visit to the kingdom of Enjido. "I heard that an evil dragon has appeared within the kingdom of Enjido." Corey's expression instantly changed. "Do not speak of the matter. It is rumored that this dragon is likely to appear, once it is summoned." Corey then got up and closed the window superstitiously, speaking very carefully. "But, yes, that is right. It is an evil white dragon that appeared about a year ago. After its appearance, it has pillaged many villages and robbed merchant vessels. After that, it became even crazier, raiding cities. Last month, it even stole away our princess, escaping with her to the Amos Icefield. It has demanded a ransom from the king, who has now set a bounty on the head of the dragon for the rescue of the princess." Of course Lu Zhiyu knew that he was able to pinpoint the location of the dragon. However, the purpose of this time's journey was to set up a trial for Little Trouble, while raising her abilities to give her a chance to grow. Yet, Lu Zhiyu had never expected this dragon to be so arrogant. Its personality and deeds were identical to the evil dragons of legend. Lu Zhiyu had to wonder if this was all due to the initial designs that he had programmed within their genes. He had given all the dragons a love for gold, but they had also received variations according to their subspecies. If Lu Zhiyu recalled correctly, white dragons seemed to be programmed to be lustful. So, why did it capture the princess of the orcs? The size and species were a wrong fit for such a scenario. What did the white dragon want to do? Lu Ziyu's head spun with these questions, while he pressed onwards. He then turned to ask Corey, what is the most convenient route to the Amos Icefield? Corey looked at Lu Ziyu. You're not thinking of slaying the dragon to save the princess, right? My god, you're full of surprises, old fella. But, I wouldn't recommend leaping towards your own death in such a way. Although Lu Ziyu was miffed by the tone of the old orc, he knew that his friend was only teasing, so he decided to ignore it and continue on. Seeing his reaction, Corey gave a huge laugh, then explained. If you want to get to the Amos Icefield, it would be best to follow, or hire, an merchant team. I do know a caravan that frequents that route. I even believe that you are already quite familiar with its owner. Who? Elias. Chapter 123, Caravan. Up. Lu Ziyu was teaching Vert-Handi swordsmanship. The two raised their swords, posed with the exact same stance. Even their subtle movements were exactly the same. Pay attention to your footwork. Lower your center of gravity. Don't mess up. Look at my eyes, while looking straight ahead, he instructed. The two swords were intertwined and clashing intermittently, as the pair practiced in the center of the backyard of the cathedral. Lu Ziyu carefully adjusted Vert-Handi's footwork, wrist, stance, spirit and gaze. Vert-Handi was very talented. Although she had not yet awakened her blood talent, she had reached the peak of swordsmanship in regards to pure technique. She had basically reached the highest limit that she could master at present, so all that was left for her training was skill level. After finishing a complete set, Lu Ziyu put down his sword. Yes, there is nothing to teach you in the future. Your physical condition has almost been raised to your limit. Vert-Handi sat down next to a pillar, exhausted. After hearing Lu Ziyu's words, her two furry ears immediately perked up. Dad, does that mean that I'm almost ready to awaken my bloodline talent? After Vert-Handi had grown up a bit, Lu Ziyu began growing a beard, so he was no longer daddy, but just dad. Lu Ziyu nodded. Almost, and after awakening your bloodline, you will be a real knight. Although you'll be a tiny knight, you'll be a knight nonetheless. Vert-Handi hissed and pounced at Lu Ziyu, showing her fangs. She pouted and stomped her feet. I'm only 16 years old. I can still grow taller. As Lu Ziyu was considered to be on the tall side. Vert-Handi, by comparison, was relatively petite, which made her particularly frustrated, because she wanted to be a great knight. In order to join the cavalry, there were height requirements, and some of the more exacting squad's criteria were pretty strict. Vert-Handi waved her fist at Lu Ziyu, who reached out and held her head down. Due to his height advantage, she couldn't reach him, no matter how hard she tried. Their hands entangled, but Lu Ziyu kept a hand firmly on her head, laughing teasingly. Lu Ziyu and Vert-Handi were waiting for the arrival of the Elias merchant caravan that the Bishop of Corey had mentioned in the Grand Church of Danilo. They would travel together through Engido's capital, journeying to the northern lands of the Amos Icefield. Over the past 10 years, Lu Ziyu had been traveling with Vert-Handi to many human and orc kingdoms. Through a coincidence, Lu Ziyu had received an honorary title of Baron from the Kingdom of the Church of Light. Though he had no land attached to it, it had made him an actual noble now. For more than 10 years, the two of them had relied on each other. It had really made Lu Ziyu feel like a father. Compared to his old life, these days made Lu Ziyu much happier. He could even forget his true identity, his powers and his goals, as he wallowed in this newfound happiness. A few days later, Lu Ziyu waited outside the bathroom, standing guard. Autumn in the north was very cold, so the steam from the hot water covered the room. Training to become a knight required extremely specific conditions, including a special exercise method to temper the body to the limit. Afterwards, the brain would sense changes in the body, then unlock the bodily limits to awaken one's bloodline talent. This required both a steady supply and large amount of food, and a supply of various medicinal materials and tempering methods. Otherwise, the body would not be able to receive the energy necessary for such rigorous training, thus making it vulnerable to injury. Lu Ziyu supplied Vert-Handi with the best of the best. There was never a shortage of supplies. As for the tempering methods, Lu Ziyu felt that they were completely useless. In his mind, anything that he randomly made up would be better than these human methods. As far as tonics and medicinal materials were concerned, Lu Ziyu had a free, unlimited supply of them. However, the awakening of the bloodline only occurred when one's physique was almost stabilized. Recently, Lu Zhiyu felt that Vert Handy's talent was about to awaken, so he immediately prepared a nutrient solution for her imminent breakthrough. At this time, from behind him, the door clicked open. Vert Handy entered the room, squirming in her simple nightgown. It seemed that Lu Zhiyu's preparations had paid off, and the awakening had been successful. Vert Handy shyly held the robe tightly. Lu Zhiyu looked her up and down. "What are you shy about? I'm your dad. Either way, you're so thin and bony. What is there to hide? Other people are hiding their goods. You have nothing to hide." Lu Zhiyu dealt a brutal hit to Vert Handy, who shrieked as her blonde hair swayed. She threw the vase on the table towards Lu Zhiyu, cursing him by name. "Run there, you old pervert!" Lu Zhiyu steadily caught the 7 or 8 things that Vert Handy had thrown at him, without missing a single one. Just as he was gloating, he saw a bucket of bath water splashing towards him. After playing around for a bit, Lu Zhiyu checked Vert Handy's awakened bloodline talent. He was astonished at the results. The golden eye? Unexpectedly, you have inherited Ahenitan's golden eye. So, you now carry his bloodline. Vert Handy was elated. She knew that she had awakened a visual ability. She had looked into a bronze mirror, seeing some subtle changes in her eyes. They had changed from their original brown shade to a more beautiful gold color. When she looked at things now, she saw that the entire world had undergone tremendous changes. Not only had it become clearer, but her observations had also become sharper. Even the faces of the people, who were ringing the bells on the towers in the distance, could now clearly be seen. Even the vibrating wings of the bees that were flying by the window could all be seen clearly. This would be a powerful ability in the battlefield, and could be used as a weapon of destruction. She felt that she would gain a decent ability, but she did not expect it to be the golden eye of the legends. News regarding this talent had non-existent for a long time. The ability to awaken this rare legendary talent was called the bloodline of the kings. Vert Handy was very happy. "Isn't this the bloodline that you passed to me? Dad, don't you know that you are the descendant of Ahenitan? Therefore, I am also a descendant of the Golden King." Lu Zhiyu had a very awkward expression on his face. "It seems like I do have a passing connection to Ahenitan." At this time, there was a knock on the door downstairs. Lu Zhiyu opened it. It was a young orc cleric. "Sir, the bishop wants to see you." Lu Zhiyu nodded. What did Bishop Corey say was the matter? "It seems that the Elias caravan has arrived. Sir Elias is currently in the front hall, chatting with the bishop." Chapter 124, White Dragon Frost. They were passing through a well-trodden path in a dark forest. The path had been packed down hard by a constant barrage of carriages, horse steeds, and footprints. A large caravan was passing through the woods, with many alpacoids and guards trailing far behind. The Elias merchant team was quite famous within the kingdom of Enjido. It was quite large and conducted the most business. In fact, its enterprises were known to extend throughout all of the orc nations. Lu Zhiyu was riding a horse. He was flanked on both sides by golden alpacas with twinkly eyes. It was an oddly embarrassing experience, as it felt like the alpacoids were somehow laughing at him. Lu Zhiyu had never thought that the golden alpacas and alpacoids would become so popular, back when he was designing them. Today, they had become so popular, they were common even in the orc nations. The caravan left the shadows of the woods, encountering the sun once again. Just below the slope ahead, in the distance, loomed a huge city. It was the capital of Enjido, the city of Primo News. It was a large and exotic ancient capital. Lu Zhiyu could see many people gathering to enter the city. The collective line looked like a long river, filled with countless horses and alpacoids. Within the city, there were many structures. These buildings were impressive, boasting circular domes and high towers. Stone castles and structures linked one by one as they got closer and closer. It was an awe-inspiring city indeed. Standing at its foot, it seemed as if the city wall extended even beyond the horizon, where the sky and clouds became one. Wow, I didn't expect such a magnificent city to be found within an orc nation. This was Lu Zhiyu's first visit to Primo News, and he had not expected it to be such a majestic metropolis. It definitely would not be outdone, even by Saint Sarl city of the Kingdom of the Church. Elias' steed trotted behind Lu Zhiyu. Of course, the king of Enjido is an ambitious ruler with grand ideals. He has developed the kingdom of Enjido to its current state over several decades. He brought it to this age of prosperity by building up the strongest army this country has ever known. We had once believed that he would be the next emperor of the Orc nations. It's a pity. Lu Zhiyu was puzzled. What's a pity? Elias pointed to the sky. He is too old, so he will soon have to return to God's embrace. He is only a mortal, after all. No matter how ambitious we are, we cannot defy fate or old age. Ever since the destruction of the kingdom of Menkor, after losing the title of the mayor of Airs, Elias had become a merchant. By the looks of it, his business was thriving. As he had said, though, he had also aged. In fact, he was probably going to retire soon. In preparation for this, he had brought his second son this time around, who was to succeed his caravan and noble rank. Passing through the steel-spiked arch, sounds of the passing crowds were near deafening. People were bustling everywhere. On both sides of the crown, there were armored guards with spears, attempting to maintain order. Occasionally, patrol teams would flit through the passageways, also making their rounds. Elias spoke to Lu Zhiyu. We will rest here and purchase some necessities. We will then depart again in 3 days. You two can wander around in the meantime. Welcome to Primo News, my friend. After thanking Elias, Lu Zhiyu led away his horse and began touring the city with Vert Handi. Lu Zhiyu was enjoying the local culture and architectural style, while Vert Handi was more interested in finding souvenirs and good food. Both of them carried longswords and were dressed very smartly. In this era, ordinary people were unable to purchase decent swords. At the very least, such luxuries were beyond the means of ordinary villagers and farmers. Furthermore, only a knight would be able to assemble a full set of armor. Normal folks definitely could never aspire to attain one. Of course, with the traveling pair's attire, it was easy for them to be targeted by thieves. Hence, Lu Zhiyu remained vigilant. The city was built against a mountain, so the roads were also rolling and uneven. Most of the roads were on curving slopes, causing any attempt to traverse them to be very tiring. As such, the buildings were also scattered in uneven heights, creating a beautiful asymmetrical skyline. Lu Zhiyu and Vert Handi shopped around before heading to the entrance of the palace. It was a large white palace, which was built with white marble and was guarded with many soldiers. A large number of archers and spearmen were also patrolling above on the palace walls. By the entrance, a poster of the head of the evil dragon was tacked. Many people crowded around it. Most of them were outsiders. Suddenly, a heated discussion arose among them. The bounty has risen again. Now it is officially up to 10,000 gold leekens, with the rank of Baron, and any land desired to also be awarded to the Dragon Slayer. It's a single step to glory. So many people have died. Even one armed Duncan has died, along with all 100 of his mercenaries. After taking this mission, not a single person returned alive. Of course, they were facing the dragon, that evil dragon Frost. According to the rumor, it is tens of meters long, with a wingspan of over 20 meters. Men can only reach its ankles, and it has scales that are impervious to swords. Its breath is the flame of hell, and it can manipulate ice to freeze people into sculptures. No one has been able to defeat it. All of those who have seen it, have ended up dead. Over 10 rounds of people have attempted this feat. Not a single one has returned, as they all perished in the Amos icefield, becoming food for the dragon. All of them were famous adventurers and fighters, too. So, now, no one dares go, as it is only seeking death. No matter how high the bounty is, it is meaningless if it is unobtainable. Vert Handi spoke from Lu Zhiyu's side. Then, why isn't the king sending the army to kill it? Why is he offering a bounty reward instead? All of the people turned and saw that the speaker was only a runt. Not giving her a second thought, they all looked back in disdain, muttering. What does a kid know? The evil dragon can fly, so even great numbers do not help in defeating it. The king has sent his army and the Blood Knights to surround the evil dragon many times, but the dragon is quite sly and refuses to engage them in direct combat. Vert Handi, seeing how she was being dismissed, became very peeved. Isn't it just an evil dragon? What's the big deal? The crowd saw the arrogance of the runt, continuing to ignore her. Lu Zhiyu crossed his arms and stood behind Vert Handi. Go, take the bounty down for me. Vert Handi turned to look at Lu Zhiyu with starry eyes. Dad, you're going to personally defeat the dragon and save the princess, like the heroes in the storybooks. Lu Zhiyu straightened his back and looked into the distance, as if he was possessed by a heroic aura. He let out a haughty harumph. Humph! Vert Handi rushed forth with great enthusiasm, grabbed the bounty, then turned back towards the crowd. She then yelled at them in sheer delight. Who dares to look down on us? You bunch of cowards are all talk and no action. This time, we'll show you what real chivalry is. Dad, let's go dragon slaying. Dad? Where did you go? Vert Handi took down the bounty posting, but saw that the figure that was in the crowd had disappeared. The soldiers on the sides were approaching, surrounding Vert Handi. Hello sir, the king would like to see you, a soldier demanded. Vert Handi's face paled. She tried to explain, then began to back away, only to discover that the road before her was blocked. She looked to her left and right in a panic, not knowing what to do next. Whoever takes down the bounty posting automatically makes a contract with the king. Whoever betrays that contract will lose their head, which will then be hung on the city wall. The countenance of the soldier was extremely stern. He pointed to a flagpole on the city wall, where several severed heads were already hanging, each covered with dried blood. Their eyes were like dead fish, staring lifelessly at the ground. Vert Handi swallowed hard. Chapter 125, Vert Handi the Knight. Now, on this side, we have a mysterious wandering knight. This is the genius swordsman, also known as Will. On the other side, is our court swordsman, the captain of the King's Guard, the great knight of Engido, Glaucus. In the Colosseum of Primoneus, 2 concurrent rings formed stadium seats. They were filled with the people of the city. People from all walks of life, including businessmen, knights, and nobles, had come to watch the battles. Though the fight had yet to begin, the scene was already bustling. At the top of the stands, there was a special seating area for the nobles. At the moment, the king and queen were sitting inside it. There were also several counts and princes present. Today was the last and most intense battle, so the king had come in person. Vert Handi did not see the king after taking down the bounty, but she had interacted with his agent, a court official. Vert Handi signed a contract that provided her with a luxurious place to stay. Several competitions were arranged for her the next day. As long as she had a winning streak, Vert Handi would be recognized by the king as a knight, and she would receive 1,000 gold leekens before setting off as the dragon slayer. If she could return successfully, she would become a baron. She would then receive the remaining 9,000 gold leekens. At first, no one thought that this short, young knight could win, but Will defeated several powerful opponents in rapid succession. As such, she became famous throughout Primoneus instantly, and like her first 16 predecessors, she became the hottest topic in the city. As long as she defeated the King's Guard captain today, she would become a knight, then journey on to slay the dragon and save the princess. Lu Zhiyu stood in the stands, watching Little Trouble struggle in a difficult battle. There was a gambling station by the king at the entrance. Anyone in the audience could participate. Every fight earned a lot of money for the king. Each fight was enough to generate at least a few thousand gold leekens. Several hundred fights had already been held, which made Lu Zhiyu deeply suspicious. He wondered whether this guy really wanted to save his daughter, or if he was simply relying on this venture to make money. Come on, Little Trouble, Dad is proud of you. Lu Zhiyu waved a gambling scroll while cheering for Vert Handi, who was preparing for battle. Suddenly, her footwork fumbled as she looked up at Lu Zhiyu with murderous eyes. As the opening bell rang, the two began moving immediately. Their swords clashed, thus beginning the fierce battle. The orc's great knight, Glaucus, was a wolf man. Though he was not as tall as the lion people, he was still a good half a head taller than Little Trouble. He was using his physique to pressure her, and his sword swung in large arcs. Vert Handi's swordsmanship had been specially designed for her by Lu Zhiyu. At the same time, Lu Zhiyu had also taught her how to face enemies with several different body types, as well as how to face different styles. He had even schooled her in capitalizing on some of the weaknesses of the wizards and priests. Her swordsmanship was closer to the human styles, with its emphasis on close-range speed. It utilized the least amount of strength and the greatest speed, when facing opponents much greater than her. This helped her to find her opponent's flaws immediately, so that she could deal a fatal blow. At this moment, the two fighters danced in the center of the Colosseum. Their speeds were incredible. Both of them were knights, who had been trained to their physical limits with awakened bloodline talents. Their speed and strength far exceeded any ordinary people. To normal folks, this seemed like a fight between gods. Even the after-images of the swift clashing swords appeared blurry. The two continued to attack and avoid each other. They tried to pressure each other through various methods in order to seize the advantage. Yet, under Glaucus's wide-swung assault, Vert-Handi continued to retreat. Vert-Handi was completely suppressed by his brute strength. He was not only powerful, but also quite fast. It seemed that he had awakened a bloodline talent that boosted his speed, which nullified Vert-Handi's previous advantage. Furthermore, she had just awakened her bloodline talent, while her opponent was an experienced blood knight. The longsword swept past her blade, edging alarmingly close to Vert-Handi's face repeatedly. Vert-Handi seemed to be in jeopardy, as if she was about to break from the pressure. And yet, Vert-Handi was always able to somehow avoid the fatal blows at the most crucial moments. Her longsword would always appear at the exact right moment. Also, her defense was remarkably impenetrable. The longer the battle went on, the more the battle swayed in Vert-Handi's favor. The golden eye gave her too much of an advantage by his seeking weak points. She gradually became familiar with his power, then finally her eyes burst into light. Suddenly, she saw a gap in her opponent's movements. She had found a flaw, and the world seemed to slow. This was due to the partial activation of the potential of her golden eye. Vert-Handi knocked away Glaucus's longsword and cut his chain mail, exposing his neck. A faint trail of blood appeared on Glaucus's neck. Vert-Handi had initially held back during this attack. Otherwise, Glaucus would have already been dead. Glaucus looked at Vert-Handi in disbelief, as he touched his neck. Then, he stopped moving. "I have lost. Congratulations." As Vert-Handi gave a knight's bow, the crowd went wild. The people, who had bet on Vert-Handi, roared in excitement, while the losers cursed in anger. The others would relay the news of this amazing battle, spreading the name of a mysterious young knight named Will. As the winner received her honor and glory, the losers exited in frustration. Vert-Handi was knighted by the king, as he placed a longsword on her shoulder before the crowds, giving her the official title of a knight of the kingdom of Engido. She also received a knight's ring, as well as a set of armor that was made by ore steel, along with a large bag of gold coins. Vert-Handi walked out in a gorgeous skirted armor, a longsword at her waist, a helmet in her left hand, and a bag full of gold coins in her right. She left the Colosseum, feeling like a true hero and looking like an epic knight, straight out of a painting. Lu Zhiyu, Elias, and many acquaintances from the caravan were waiting outside the Colosseum. When Vert-Handi came out, they cheered in unison, as Lu Zhiyu laughed at the front. "Great job, little trouble, Dad is proud of you." Vert-Handi slammed her helmet to the ground, then drew her sword, slashing it towards Lu Zhiyu and gnashing her teeth. "Run there, you jerk!" Lu Zhiyu blocked the sword from behind. No matter where Vert-Handi attacked him from, all of her attempts were easily deflected by one simple flick of Lu Zhiyu's wrist. Even Vert-Handi's golden eye had absolutely no effect on him. However, Vert-Handi's sword was very fast, and Lu Zhiyu's sword seemed extremely slow. It didn't seem to move with a purpose, but only slowly moved to block the attacks. Yet, regardless of how fast Vert-Handi moved, she would always be bested by that slow sword. It was as if Lu Zhiyu could guess all of her attacks, thus blocking her every attempt in advance. Lu Zhiyu stepped forward into the clashing swords, then tapped Vert-Handi's back with the back of his sword. He swept Vert-Handi to the ground with a kick, then broke out into raucous laughter. "You want to win against your old man now, after defeating 2 mooks? You need to train for another 800 years. Vert-Handi was really angry this time, and she refused to get up. Lu Zhiyu was stumped. "Get up, we're departing tomorrow for the Amos Icefield. It's time to prepare to kill the dragon. Don't you want to be a real knight? Dragon Slayer, Epic Knight, Hero. Don't you want those fancy titles?" Vert-Handi turned her head, exclaiming in indignation, "I know how powerful I am. I can't beat the dragon. I will die, and become dragon dung, like the 16 idiots before me." Lu Zhiyu patted his chest. "Don't you trust me? This old man still has some treasures at the bottom of the suitcase to pass on to you." Chapter 126, God-given power to rule. Silicon is directly below carbon on the periodic table. As such, the two elements share many properties, such as their abilities to form long chains and polymers. Thus, silicon is seen as being a very promising alternate element as the basis for life forms. Besides carbon-based life forms, silicon-based life forms are seen as being the most likely to occur naturally. Silicon can form metallic cells with iron and other metallic elements that possess stable cell structures and excretion systems. Those cells can then obtain energy from the outside world in order to maintain life. Lu Zhiyu had previously observed silicon-based life, but this case already seemed very different from what Lu Zhiyu had previously discovered. Similar to the way that Lu Zhiyu had investigated evolution from carbon-based life forms, then modified his own genes to become more adaptable and powerful, this life form was also searching for a way to evolve. In fact, it had already begun its own journey. It had even reached a status of mechanical life, with all of the individual cells being on par with, or beyond, the nanorobots that humanity was researching. This type of life form had an even greater range of habitats, which enabled it to survive in vacuums. Also, it only needed energy, but not food. Moreover, it could easily achieve what humanity could not, a status of immortality. Even if the structure was compromised, as long as the broken parts were replaced, then it would be able to regain function. These factors alone truly reveal it to be a higher life form, with technology far beyond Earth's imagination. From early on, Lu Zhiyu had begun researching the conditions necessary for forming metallic cells. The first test subject was the Sword of the King, which Lu Zhiyu integrated metallic cells upon via alchemy, so that it would later on be able to serve as a base for true metal alchemy life forms. Compared to carbon-based life forms, metallic cells were much closer to Lu Zhiyu's initial goal, which was to change the fundamental nature of cells. Carbon-based cells were weaker and required more pristine conditions in order to survive. Hence, they're completely unsustainable in harsher conditions, such as vacuums and extremely low or high temperatures. Deified cells were developed from carbon-based life forms, so although Lu Zhiyu could modify them in order to repair cells with their special properties, their development was still limited by the weaknesses present in the carbon-based cells. As such, Lu Zhiyu's powers were restricted. Therefore, even enhanced divine creatures were unable to survive in extreme conditions. As soon as they expended all of their energy, they would die. If the base was switched to metallic cells, with their properties, it would be possible to store more information and have more potential for development for a new generation of mythical creature templates. Lu Zhiyu would then be able to become even more powerful. He could even become an 8th-ranking legendary wizard after creating a mid-ranked enhanced divine creature. Compared to the low-ranked enhanced creatures, these divine creatures would have more comprehensive abilities and a stronger life force, when compared to carbon-based life forms. Also, their information retention capacity was higher, so even if they were to be trapped in outer space for an endless amount of years, they would not die easily. In fact, they now possessed the remarkable ability to survive all sorts of extreme conditions. However, Lu Zhiyu was still developing this subject, so it had only been tested on the Sword of the King, which was enhanced based on inspirations that Lu Zhiyu had gained from silicon life forms that had evolved into a higher state of life. So far, Lu Zhiyu could not completely understand them, but he was able to grasp some of their characteristics by understanding their structures. Thus, he could use that information to conduct enhancement on metallic cells, which would then allow him to create true mythical alchemy items. The collect group was about to set off for the Amos Icefield. Stopping at the tavern in Primo News, Lu Zhiyu went to his room and opened his suitcase. The room was dimly lit by an oil lamp. Lu Zhiyu took out something from the very bottom of the suitcase. It was a longsword that was wrapped up in layers of white cloth. This was the Sword of the King that Lu Zhiyu had reforged with metallic cells. If it was magnified, the sword's interior structure could be seen to far surpass any ordinary weapon. The remarkable characteristic that these metallic cells held was, in fact, Lu Zhiyu's dream controller life template. The template of the enhanced cells remained unchanged, so it was only the vessel, the Sword of the King, that had been upgraded. This had been Lu Zhiyu's initial attempt, which was also meant to test the specs and stability of deified metallic cells. After making sure that there were no issues with it, Lu Zhiyu was planning on developing higher state versions of metallic cells, then exploring the mysteries of silicon shell life form remains from Earth. He would then attempt to break through to the 8th level of wizardry. Enter and close the door. A knock had sounded on the door. Lu Zhiyu slowly unraveled the white cloth that was surrounding the Sword of the King, revealing the silver longsword. The magnificent sword had an ethereal snow-white grip. On both sides of the blade, there were mysterious markings. The name Pharos was also engraved on the handle. The entire sword was emanating a clear, soft glow. As Lu Zhiyu traced along the blade with his finger, he reminisced about the journey through the history of the entire Alan continent. Within Lu Zhiyu's hands, this sword had a different significance and held endless memories. This holy sword, after having existed throughout centuries, had been upgraded once more by Lu Zhiyu's hands. Lu Zhiyu planned on giving it to his next chosen king. He had already decided that its new master would be the one who succeeded Ahenitan. Currently, she may be a bit too young and immature, though, and may not be quite ready for the responsibility. Verdhandi peeped her head inside at that very moment. She seemed to have completely forgotten how Lu Zhiyu had just been teasing her. "Dad, what are you being so mysterious about?" Lu Zhiyu turned around, still holding the sword of the king in his hand. He looked at Verdhandi, his face not wearing its usual easy-going manner, but rather a solemn expression. Verdhandi's expression also changed. She had never seen her father like this before. "What is that?" Verdhandi could now see that Lu Zhiyu was holding a glowing silvery white sword. She could even see the sigils on it, which were pulsing with a strong and pure power. The mysterious sword's pulsating power engulfed the entire room in a dreamlike glow. Anyone would be able to clearly see that this was no ordinary sword. Then, the lamplight flickered. In the background, there was a picture of an angel that was descending from above. After being stunned for a bit, Verdhandi finally recognized the sword that Lu Zhiyu held. After all, the sword was too famous an artifact, with so many legends and heavy symbolic meanings, to not recognize it. With the destruction of the kingdom of Menkor and the curse of the last king, it was a story that anyone could retell continuously. No matter whether it be among humans or orcs, the sword carried a holy element and had a sacred place in the hearts of all. In fact, all faiths, as well as the kings of various nations were looking for it, desiring to possess it. Of course, once Verdhandi recognized it, her mouth immediately fell open. She was shocked speechless. Lu Zhiyu looked at Verdhandi's amazement, revealed in eyes and her face, then said with a sense of approval, "Kneel." Verdhandi knelt before him, a little confused and hesitant. Then, Lu Zhiyu held out the sword of the king and recited lightly. "Humility, honesty, empathy, courage, fairness, sacrifice, glory, soul. Be fearless before the strong, resolute and faithful before the divine. Be loyal and upstanding, and go to your death before yielding. Protect the weak and follow the laws of heaven." He then turned to look Verdhandi in the eyes, asking, "Verdhandi, can you do it?" Verdhandi could not believe that Lu Zhiyu was literally standing before her eyes, with the legendary sword within his hand no less. After all, this was the most legendary divine artifact. Her eyes glowed with enthusiasm, as she straightened her back. Even her lowered hands started trembling. "I will engrave this into my heart and never forget it." Lu Zhiyu then passed the sword to Verdhandi, who was still kneeling. She received it with both hands, calmly and evenly. As soon as Verdhandi took the divine sword, Lu Zhiyu slapped her cheek with the back of his hand. It was a very loud and quite painful strike. "Memorize this pledge," he ordered. This marked the completion of the ceremony of knighting and coronation. And, although there were no witnesses to be found within this remote hotel, and the conditions were very shabby, this was still a proper and traditional representation of the expectations that Lu Zhiyu had for her. After the ceremony, the power of the sword of the king enveloped her body, releasing a brilliant light throughout the room. The light was so bright and powerful, it could not even be contained by the room. It burst forth from the door cracks, spreading to the outside. The sword of the king then became scattered into countless specks of light, which poured into Verdhandi's body. Verdhandi instantly merged with the long sword, transforming into a half-mythical life form. She then floated up into the air, covered in a silvery white glow. After a long while, she fell back to the ground, now holding the sword of the king. She was a bit disoriented, as she drifted out of a daze. She had officially become the complete owner of the sword. The right to rule and to heal the nation of God. Verdhandi was quite groggy. She felt as if she was in a dream. "Dad, why was it in your hands? This is the legendary." The commotion from before had now attracted attention from outside. Lu Zhiyu immediately remarked. "People are coming. Quick, hide it." Lu Zhiyu walked towards the door, then turned back to gaze at Verdhandi, nodding. "No matter how you choose to use it, I hope you make the choices that you believe are right." Chapter 127, the clan and the chief. The closer they got to the Amos icefield, the colder it became. The snow and ice were permanent fixtures in this northernmost tip of the Alan continent. Beyond this point, there was only ocean. In the depths of winter, even the sea would freeze completely. On the edge of the icefield, there lived some orc tribes. They subsisted by gathering the specialties of the region, including the antlers of Amos white deer and the fur of the ice bears. There were fish and shrimp under the ice layer, which were unique to Amos, as well as musk leopards. These were some of the most sought-after goods in all of the orc and human kingdoms. Elias' caravan would visit the icefield several times per year, in order to trade with the clans. He would bring them food, weapons, clothes, and other daily necessities in exchange for their local products. It was an extremely lucrative trade. It was now late fall, and the Amos icefield had already descended into wintry weather. Even the borderlands were covered in a thick layer of snow. The frosty winds sliced the faces of the travelers. Regardless, the caravan proceeded forward, braving the wild. The tracks of the carriages and the horses revealed the mud under the thin veil of snow. Zhiyu and Handi were wrapped tightly in thick fur cloaks. Finally, they saw buildings in the distance. As they approached closer, they saw that they were round buildings, stacked from stone. In fact, it was a little village of a clan. The round forts were built at the base of a mountain. They rose and fell along its gentle slope, covering the entire valley. The snowy mountain was also dotted with black trees. But right now, the whole scene was dyed in a snowy white. This was the home of the local orc clan. Elias waved for them to stop, as he saw two young men approaching from the front entrance tower. Soon after, a dozen hunters also approached, gathering together before Elias. "Hey Elias! I knew it was about time for you to come. What took you so long?" A tall lion man with golden locks approached and hugged Elias. He thumped his back twice, hard. The power of his thumps was enough to knock the breath out of a normal person, but Elias was a knight, so he simply returned the favor to the lion man. As he did so, it sounded as if he was pounding steel with a hammer. "Hey, Ibu! I haven't seen you in months. You seem to have gotten weaker. This time, I have brought you a lot of good things. Haha, then I will have a good look at them later. Our young hunters also got us a great harvest, but it pales in comparison to last year's, due to the other tribes and that evil dragon within the icefield. We're lucky to have you, or else our tribe would find this winter unbearable." The lion man Ibu sighed and waved his hand. "Never mind with these troubles of mine. Let's head inside and welcome our friends." This was a large orc tribe with tens of thousands of members. The caravan moved into this tribe, which was based at the foot of the mountain. Many orc children were watching them, as mothers and the elderly also came to spectate the arrival of these visitors and their goods that they brought. All of the villagers' eyes were glittering with hope. It could be clearly seen that a lot of the youth were wounded. It seemed as if this clan had recently been involved in an intense battle, which had caused all of the young people to walk away with injuries. Also, all of the children seemed sickly and weak, as if they had not eaten in a long time. Unlike the orc tribes that Zhiyu had seen before, this one was made up of completely different orc races. Specifically, the tribe was composed of lion people, minotaurs, faun, and even some boar people. This kind of harmony between different races in a single clan was very rare. This was not a major cultural center of a major kingdom. Here, the competition between each tribe was generally very intense, which meant that they were usually prone to war. As such, most of them relied on race and blood ties to hold their clans together. Handi seemed to like it here quite a bit. She dismounted, then quickly passed 2 pastries to a gaunt little lion boy. After the child took it, she lifted him up in a great big hug. It seemed that the little boy really liked her, perhaps because they were of the same race. "Where are your parents?" she asked. The little hand holding the cake stopped in mid-air. The little boy's eyes then became teary and red. Handi immediately knew the answer. The caravan started settling down, as Zhiyu, Handi, and Elias entered the largest building. Each of the buildings looked like a mini fortress, resulting in the entire villages looking like the staggered mesh of a beast's fangs. If an enemy tried to invade them, it would be easy to surround them and retaliate from within the safety of these forts, the logistics of which made killing the enemies from the roofs or the windows effortless. This was a common structural setup for orc clans. Inside, the food was already prepared. Elias and Chief Ibu chatted for a while, then Lu Zhiyu was introduced to Chief Ibu by Elias. This is Baron Runthir Aranbel and his son Will. They are my old friends. Guess what they are here for? Lu Zhiyu and Vert Handi nodded lightly to Ibu, who scrunched up his face, while looking at Elias. They can't have sent more people to come deal with the dragon, right? Elias shrugged his shoulders, then nodded. Ibu stood to his full height, showing a physique that could kill a cow with a single punch. You want to defeat the dragon with just the two of you? Have you ever seen a dragon before? Do you know how terribly powerful it is? Lu Zhiyu smiled, then said, we are very eager to see it. Ibu slammed the table in anger. I'm afraid that you won't be able to. You'll perish on the ice field. You have no idea how harsh of an environment it is. The evil dragon is also extremely sly. It is quite smart, maybe even smarter than most of us. We have tried countless times to find its lair, yet we have only returned in defeat. Several times, we even designed traps to kill it, but all of them failed, leaving us with a high price to pay. It will seek revenge. I've seen many idiots, like you two, who rush blindly into the ice field. Not a single one has returned alive. At last, Ibu looked Lu Zhiyu dead in the eyes. I'm telling you, go back right now with your son. Don't be stupid. Chapter 128, Dragon Slaying Squad. The inside of the chief's fort was lit by bonfires, and a feast of food was arranged on every table. All of the important individuals of the clan were there, along with Elias, his son, and the higher-ups of the caravan. All of them were enjoying the feast, but at that moment, their eyes were at the center of the ringed fort. There, a fierce battle was taking place. Standing on each side, were dozens of defeated youth from the tribe. Pang! Vert Handi used the sheathed sword of the king to knock the tall chief Ibu, sending him flying with a single sweep. All of the people within the fortress looked at the tiny knight in shock and awe. No one thought that this tiny knight, who looked so thin and weak, could easily defeat the strongest warrior of their tribe, without even unsheathing a sword. Ibu rushed at Vert Handi in a rage. He lifted his huge warhammer, but Vert Handi easily deflected his attacks, striking the warhammer and sending it flying. Lu Zhiyu walked up, effortlessly catching the handle of the gigantic warhammer. It was so huge, it could smash the skulls of elephants. The hammer had been flying with a great force, yet Lu Zhiyu caught it effortlessly. He then gave it a twirl, while taking a bite from the leg of lamb that he held in his other hand. He joked with a laugh. Chief, your hammer! Ibu was both embarrassed and enraged. He did not think he would be defeated so easily. The other side didn't even send out their strongest fighters. He could not defeat this son, even with all of his strength, and even after shamefully sending out many warriors against a single person in the rounds. Vert Handi took back her sword, looking at Ibu proudly. I have won. I hope you will do as you promised, allowing us to stay here temporarily and assisting our efforts to slay the dragon. Ibu flushed as he stood. After grabbing the hammer back, he looked at Vert Handi. After looking her up and down, his eyes glittered with respect and approval. I recognize that you are very strong, but that is useless. You do not understand what you are up against. This is a huge dragon that is dozens of meters long. Standing before him, you are only a weak little mouse. It can easily tear through your guard, while the attacks you are so proud of will be completely useless against it, Ibu warned. Vert Handi lifted her head, unfazed. Evil must be punished. Ibu responded seriously. Do you think that we don't also want to get rid of the evil dragon? Yet, no one can do it, at least no mortal. You don't know, but many of our youth have already become its food. It has even demanded that I provide it will treasures and sacrifices every month. Otherwise, it will flatten our tribe and kill us all. After Chief Ibu's words, the rowdy feast was instantly silenced. All of the people's eyes were filled with fear and hatred. They had already lost too many people, yet they could not do anything about the evil dragon. They feared the godly power that it possessed. Sacrifice? What sacrifice? Vert Handi looked around, confused. She saw the women and children sobbing silently. Then, suddenly realizing the significance of it all, she looked Ibu dead in the eye with disbelief and rage. You're actually providing it with sacrifices? You're sacrificing your own tribe to the evil dragon. Chief Ibu howled in rage. You think I want to? But what choice do I have? We have to survive. The tribe has to continue. I am responsible for all the lives inside this tribe. Unlike you, with all of your pretty words, to us, this is survival, and this is fate. Elias approached from the side. Zhiyu has not offered his own people to the dragon. Instead, he has offered the orcs of other tribes. Verdhandi finally understood why so many tribesmen were injured, and why there was so much sadness in the village. Even the children were going hungry. Verdhandi looked at Elias, then turned her head to look back at Zhiyu. So, by sacrificing the lives of orcs from other tribes, your heart can be at ease. Verdhandi kicked out the bonfire at the center of the fort, scattering the sparks far and wide. I cannot accept this. Verdhandi stormed out of the fort. The wind was mostly blocked from reaching the valley, but it was still quite a chilly night, especially since a blanket of white snow was floating through the skies. Zhiyu walked out of the fort and spotted Verdhandi by the water tower just above it. What is it? Are you angry? He asked her. From here, they could see the entire tribe, as well as the whole valley. It was a very primitive clan, and without the bustling scene of a large city, this place in which they lived was quite simple and pure. Every single ring fort, every single lit place, represented a family. Verdhandi lowered her head. I'm not angry. What Chief Zhiyu did was correct. He was very responsible and protected his tribe. He is a true hero. I am, as he said, just a person full of pretty words. Zhiyu looked at Verdhandi. So? Verdhandi looked at the entire clan, remembering the faces that she encountered. Visions of all of the cute children, the diligent women, the youths returning from their hunts, all the children who had lost their parents, all the wives who had lost their husbands, as well as all the elderly who were alone in this snowy winter filled her mind. Verdhandi then stood up. I have decided, I must slay this wicked dragon. Verdhandi looked into Zhiyu's eyes. Beneath the short golden fringe of hair was a delicate face with sharp brows and a stubborn expression. I must do this not for glory, nor to be a hero, but to protect others and to listen to my own heart. Zhiyu felt that a dramatic transformation had occurred within Verdhandi. Never again would she be the clumsy little trouble that he once knew, who would yell about becoming a knight. Now, she would embrace the hero she knew that she would be since she was a child, the Verdhandi that wanted bards to sing of her legends. Zhiyu smiled and started reciting. Be fearless before the strong, resolute and faithful before the divine. Be loyal and upstanding, and go to death before yielding. Protect the weak, and follow the laws of heaven. Halfway through the verse, Verdhandi joined in. After finishing the pledge, Zhiyu nodded. You will become a true knight, or maybe even a true king. A shadow emerged from behind them. Zhiyu saw a human youth, who he identified as one of Elias's guards. Hello, I am Alan. Can I join you? I also wish to join the dragon-slaying team. The two turned around to see a solemn youth with brown hair. Verdhandi stood, excited. Of course. We welcome you. What are your skills? Alan replied hastily. I can set traps, and my swordsmanship isn't bad. I'm also good at tracking and hiding my presence. Trust me, I will definitely be a helpful companion. Zhiyu looked at Alan curiously. Why did you choose us? As you know, most people believe that we are foolishly courting death. Alan looked at them. Risk and opportunity always coexist. To me, this is a very important chance. I have something that I must accomplish, so I welcome this risk. I also have a feeling that you two will succeed. Zhiyu stood up and patted Alan on the back. Welcome then. But, I must tell you that this time, the only one heading there to slay the dragon is the wee knight. Alan was dumbfounded, as he looked between Verdhandi and Zhiyu. Verdhandi also could not believe her father. Dad, aren't you going with me? Zhiyu shrugged. Of course not, why would I? I wasn't the one who took down the king's bounty posting. A few days later, at dawn, the entire dragon-slaying team was packed, ready to depart with Verdhandi and Alan. And, although Zhiyu still said that Verdhandi was being reckless, he also joined the team. Other than that, there was also a minotaur named Tiridan. The four of them formed a squad, then embarked on the dragon-slaying expedition. Chapter 129, Death of the Evil Dragon, 1. The cerulean sky of the Amos icefield was like a mirror. Its light wispy clouds extended to the horizon. The further they ventured into the immense icefield, the more it seemed as if the entire world was covered in frost. There was not a single plant. All that was left was the endless white of a world of snow. At this moment, a few black dots appeared on this blank white canvas. The dragon-slaying squad was quite eye-catching. They had been on the icefield for half a month already, tracing the clues that Zhiyu had left, then following his lead. They had finally caught traces of evil dragon Frost's tracks. There are signs of activity here. Look at this footprint. I heard that the evil dragon lived deep within the icefield in a hidden underground palace of ice. He enslaved some dragon rajas. There were a lot of knights, who were sent here by the king of Enjido. They had wounded the dragon, yet that all died in the end. Apparently, many of their bodies came back to life, after being bathed in the dragon's blood. They are now servants of the dragon. Zhiyu illustrated the tale with a face of horror. This was only a rumor, but looking at the huge footprint now, it seemed quite believable. This sort of evil dragon was completely unimaginable to the ordinary person. Vert-Handi carried her long sword. She was wrapped so tightly in cloaks and hoods, even her face was hidden. He doesn't even let their souls pass on, she asked. Alan pointed to the north. Let's head over there. According to the footprints, the lair of the dragon should be in the valley behind that mountain. The Minotaur Duridan carried the heavy luggage, as the four of them crossed the peaks and headed towards the large chasm. They moved forward gingerly, as this icefield was a quiet world, and they did not want to disturb the stillness. Plus, they knew that it was likely that they would soon meet the evil dragon of legend. At the entrance of the valley, they saw a huge ice cave, just within the belly of the mountain ahead of them. As the light shone upon it, it refracted into beautiful orbs, like a crystal. They could almost make out the trappings of a grand palace within the mountain, appearing as if it had been sculpted from ice. The evil dragon Frost had actually hollowed out an entire mountain to make its lair. Around the valley, there were many wooden houses, which were built by the mountainside. Those were the residences of the Dragon Rajas. In the distance, dozens of Dragon Rajas could be seen patrolling the area. There were also 2 watchtowers by the entrance of the valley. On top of those towers, there were only 2 Dragon Rajas on duty. They seemed to be in deep sleep, as no one actually believed that an enemy would appear this deep within the icefield. These Dragon Rajas had completely abandoned their original appearances and abilities. As such, there was not a strand of hair left on them. Scales covered their bodies in a sinister fashion, as minuscule amounts of deified cells ate away at their bodies. While it saved their lives, it also enslaved them to the White Dragon. It even wiped away their memories and made them into the impure existences of Dragon Rajas. Dragons naturally had their own inheritance, with their own intelligence and language. They were not dumb beasts, nor were they ordinary magical beasts. They were at the apex of the food chain. All of these things were exactly what defined White Dragon Frost. He loved collecting treasure, while residing in his clean and magnificent lair. He enjoyed eating good food, especially humans. Compared to other creatures, humans were much more to his liking. Frost believed himself to be the greatest and most powerful existence in the world. No one was stronger than him, with his powerful body and his dragon craft, which could control snow and ice. He was free to do as he pleased in the Orc kingdoms, including robbing caravans and swallowing people alive. He had started off carefully, but went completely wild once he saw how powerless all beings were before him. Now, he would fly directly into cities to plunder treasuries. All of the people would cower in fear before Frost's power. Finally, one day, he sized up the richest person within the Orc kingdom, the king of Enjido. He knew that, within the city of Primonius, there was one wizard that could use the same witchcraft as him. There were also blood knights with sharp crossbows, which also posed a strong threat to Frost. The sly Frost did not dare face them directly. After raising a ruckus in Primonius, he snatched away the princess of Enjido kingdom, so that the king would deliver the coins that Frost wanted to fill his treasury. But, it seemed that the king wasn't too obedient, because he would often send people to harass Frost, as the king was unwilling to part with all the treasures and gold. Frost grew a bit impatient and decided to eat the princess. Afterwards, the king made a large ruckus, telling the foolish orcs to start properly offering up tributes and sacrifices to Frost. Deep within the palace of ice, where only weak rays of the sun could reach, Frost laid upon a small mountain of gold coins. There were also large amounts of gold silverware and shiny jewels. Every time that Frost would move, huge rivers of coins would cascade down, the sound of which would echo around the chamber. Within the valley, a huge fire blazed. All of the residences of the Dragon Raja had been burnt. Dozens of them were suddenly ambushed. Either Verthandi's sword had pierced their swords, or Ibu's hammer had bashed their heads in. 2 of the lookouts had been taken care of without a sound. The rest had been attacked within the sudden fire, 7 or 8 of whom died immediately. The remaining were swiftly disposed of by Verthandi and the rest. This excited them greatly. The plan was successful, which made them feel more confident about this entire operation. After entering the palace, they saw the high ceilings. It was like entering a giant's castle. Above and below them, they saw a world made entirely of crystalline ice. This unmelting ice shone crystal clear, with a faint blue tinge, like the color of the sky. 2 more Dragon Rajas approached to face them. They appeared to have been some of the strongest elite warriors before. After transforming into Dragon Rajas, their bodies had become stronger, yet they had lost all of their experience and techniques, so they actually had become weaker. As such, the former elite of the Enjido kingdom were easily defeated by even the amateur dragon-slaying squad. Great, so far so good. Perhaps evil Dragon Frost is out right now. Let's hurry and release the imprisoned citizens and the princess. Our mission will be complete then. Alan was very excited. Perhaps they did not need to face the dragon, since they were only here to rescue the princess and get the reward from the king. Ibu nodded. I figured that Frost may not be within the lair, but he could return at any time. Let's hurry. As long as we find the princess, our clan can leave this god-forsaken wilderness. The Minotaur Tiridan said nothing, but only followed Ibu's commands. Verthandi looked blankly at her team, then said, none of you are here to try to slay the dragon. Ibu patted Verthandi's shoulder. Sorry, the dragon isn't here. Rather than dragon slaying, I think it's more important to save the lives of the people and the princess. Isn't that right, Will? Ibu shouted, hurry. Let's quickly search his lair. We must do it before the evil dragon comes back. Before Ibu could complete his sentence, a rough voice reverberated within the halls. Oh? What were you planning to do before I returned? What do you want to do to my precious treasures? Chapter 130, Death of the Evil Dragon, 2. All of them turned back to see the gigantic head emerge in the palace. It had snow-white scales and fangs, and glared at them with cruel sapphire eyes. The head alone was almost 2 meters in length, appearing as if it could swallow them easily, like mere snacks. All of them got chills, after being glared at by the apex predator. They didn't even have the strength to move a single toe. They now finally understood what they were facing. White Dragon Frost emerged from the depths of the cave, exposing its enormous body entirely before them. The body, which was over 10 meters tall, looked like a looming castle before them. Standing at Frost's feet, it was difficult to even see his head. The fluid lines of his body conveyed not only his size, but also his tremendous speed and power. It was evident that his silvery scales could defend against any ordinary sword attack. Before such a fearsome creature, even Verthandi's confidence waned, as she felt helpless before the monster. As for Alan, Ibu, and Tiridan, the 3 of them couldn't even muster the courage to run away. All of their pipe dreams had scattered upon their seeing Frost. As I thought, it's just more fools sent by the orcs. I will eat every single one of you. Roaring its taunt, the white dragon then lifted its head and pointed its snout at the 4 of them. Ibu, who had witnessed the fury of Frost before, yelled out immediately. Run, dragon breath! With a deafening roar, rolling hot flames shot out of the white dragon's mouth, lighting up the entire ice palace. The temperature of the entire scene shot up instantly. The dragon then spread its wings to launch out into the air. Soaring within the huge palace, the dragon chased down the 4 people, who were scurrying for their lives. The dragon then moved to block the exit, trapping them. Verthandi looked at a crevice that was located deeper in the ice cave. We're heading there. Ibu howled. Where? That place is so tiny. Is that just another way to seek death? Verthandi had already headed towards the crevice, which went straight down for tens of meters, and leapt in. The 4 of them followed. Once they leapt, they fell straight into a little mountain of treasure. The entire floor of this new space was covered by gold and silver, dazzling the eyes. From above, Frost peeped his head in. You dare to enter there? You must want to die. There is nowhere for you to run. Roaring its threat, the dragon stepped lightly down. Then, just like a cat chasing mice, it steadily approached, flapping its wings. In the air, water vapor and ice were gathering, forming lances of ice, which began shooting towards them. However, they were no match for the dragon. No matter what they did, they were doomed to struggle against the more powerful dragon's attacks. The Minotaur, Tiridan, found a chance to leap onto the dragon, as he tried to look for its weakness. Yet, he was knocked off by its wings, after receiving a heavy blow that swept him into the mountain of treasure and out of sight. Tiridan! The rest of the team yelled out after him, but the dragon continued its steady approach. They sensed that they were doomed. At this time, from an icy cell on the right side, a voice echoed out. "Did Father send you all to save me? It's useless. This is a dragon, so mortals are helpless before him." They turned and saw a young girl in dirty clothes, who was trapped within the icy jail cell, which was sealed behind a thick pillar of ice. The cell seemed to be a natural cave. Vert-Handy dove over and hacked at the cell with the sword of the king, then started to crawl inside it. The cave looked rather deep, so the group of 4 crawled over immediately, as the white dragon's attacks continued to land from outside. The sinister head of the dragon peeped in, glaring at them and laughing cruelly. "Die together!" The 4 of them were running as fast as they could toward the cave, hoping to escape the onslaught, when the dragon let out another fiery breath. Fireballs were whistling through the air towards their backs, drowning them in their fierce heat. Alan let out a terrified scream. "We're dead!" Ibu dropped his sword, an odd sense of relief and peaceful surrender filling his heart. "Maybe it's time for me to pay for my sins." The crimson flames carried searing heat, and though they were still somewhat far away, they gave a feeling like they would burn everything in their path into ashes, and cause the whole crevice to melt into steam. Sheen! Vert-Handy raised the sword of the king. Instantly, a silvery white light shone, as the light from the inscribed sigils gleamed throughout the cave. The unseen force from the sword completely blocked the evil dragon's breath. Vert-Handy gripped the sword with both hands and gritted her teeth. Her golden blonde hair flew up, as she let out a roar. A ray of white light radiated from the sword, reflecting the dragon's breath. As Vert-Handy rushed forward, she slashed the dragon's eyes with the holy light. Everyone was completely shocked, both by the entire scene and by the silvery white, holy sword in Vert-Handy's hands. The sword shone radiantly, lighting up the entire cave. This was Vert-Handy's first time using the sword, and she could have never imagined that it held such power. She felt as if it was a part of her, like she was born to wield its power. "What is that? Ha! Roar!" As the dragon had taken a lot of hits, it let out an agonized howl of fury. Its giant body staggered backwards, hitting a wall as icicles, causing them to fall from the ceiling. It then let out heavy breaths, as its roars resounded throughout its lair. My eye! Vert-Handy wielded the sword of light, as she stepped out of the jail cell, her eyes glued on the evil dragon. Frost had slowly begun to recover. Now single-eyed, it glowered at Vert-Handy with anger and utter loathing, as its entire body trembled. Even its scales were rippling like the surface of water. Frost let out a bitter laugh, as he extended his neck, his eyes locked onto Vert-Handy. "Ha ha ha ha, ha ha, it actually blinded me? I will swallow you alive." Vert-Handy looked at the dragon evenly with narrowed eyes, positioned for battle. Due to the sword of light, she was enveloped in a light glow, as if she was embodied by a divine power. "Try and see, if you can." The howl of the furious dragon had made the entire cave tremble, as countless gold coins on the ground started shaking. The dragon leaped towards Vert-Handy. Unlike before, the injured Frost had begun to be wary of Vert-Handy. Now, he was pulling out all of the stops in order to kill her in his rage. The dragon raised its 4 rough claws into the air, readying to stomp her to death. The face-off between a monster that is tens of meters in height against a tiny knight that is barely 160 centimeters tall seemed almost laughable, like a rabbit charging a lion. Yet, Vert-Handy had merged completely with the sword of the king, and thus transformed into the state of a half-mythical being. So, in a sense, she was the lion of this scenario. The sword of the king danced in the air, as a huge white light emerged at Vert-Handy's will. The light headed towards the claw of the dragon. In a flash, the white light entirely severed the front claw of the dragon with ease, as if cutting through soft tofu. The 2 figures clashed, yet the tiny figure ultimately walked away victorious, as a huge claw fell to the ground like a stone pillar, shaking the ground with a deafening thud. Dragon blood pooled all over the ground. How is this possible? What is that power? What is that sword? The evil dragon wailed in agony, as it backed up continuously. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. I am the white dragon, Frost. I will eat you alive. The evil dragon continued its mad howling, yet its eyes let out immense terror and fear, as it saw Verdhandi had lifted the sword again. Dashing over with incredible speed and power, she leapt over 30 meters into the air towards the dragon. The dragon was casting dragon witchcraft to create ice lances to hurtle at Verdhandi. As it prepared to do so, it released its breath. The two clashed again and again, as light fought with ice and fire. The pair's special abilities lit up the entire ice cave. The others were dumbfounded, as they had never expected such explosive power to come from the tiny knight that travelled with them. It was already beyond that of the mortal realm. They were witnessing the knight fighting toe-to-toe with a gigantic dragon, and even pressuring the beast. At this time, the imprisoned young girl recognized the holy sword that Verdhandi was wielding. She lifted her head and let out a gasp of awe, as her wine-red hair and wolf ears fell out of her hood. The Sword of the King. Chapter 131, Death of the Evil Dragon, 3. The intense battle was causing the entire space to begin breaking up. The walls started cracking, revealing a space behind them. There, Verdhandi discovered another level that held an even deeper cave. Within the cave, a pile of human bones towered up to the ceiling. The evil dragon had devoured all of the offered sacrifices. Seeing the bones, Verdhandi froze for a second, her attack speed and movements halting. Seeing this chance, the dragon swung its huge tail at her, sweeping her into the wall. The dragon's body was currently littered with wounds. He had also been blinded in one eye. Many of the wounds had pierced through his entire body. A few of them were almost lethal. The dragon breathed heavily, as it stood within the ice palace. Dead yet? Within the mist, a figure approached at a leisurely pace, while holding a long sword. The aura surrounding the figure glittered, like a silvery white halo. It was as if the air currents were wrapping around Verdhandi's body to protect her. There was blood at the corner of Verdhandi's mouth. Her head was also bleeding. Then, as the sword of the king emitted a glow, the blood began to wind its way back into the wound, healing automatically. Her golden gaze had turned chilly, as her footsteps clinked over the gold coins. The dragon sensed danger, so it attempted to escape outside. It was afraid. The dragon did not think that it was this person's equal opponent. As such, the dragon figured that it could truly die here at the hand of one of the orcs, which he had thought were so weak. By God's name, I will pass judgment upon your sins. Verdhandi raised her head, looking at the evil dragon that was fleeing the scene. She emphatically stabbed the sword of the king into the ground. Instantly, a bright light spread from the sword, covering the entire cave. Immediately, a dream space was opened and all of the people at the scene were transferred inside it. The evil dragon had lost its escape route. It saw itself in the sky. All of them were now within the clouds in the sky. Also within the clouds, a large heavenly kingdom could vaguely be seen. Its huge shadow covered the entire sky. A holy light shone from the city, lighting up the entire world. During her rage, Verdhandi had linked up to Lu Ziyu's divine kingdom through the Sword of the Light, which inserted a projection of the kingdom within her dream space. The sub-brain that Lu Ziyu had left within the divine kingdom could also sense this connection. All of them felt the presence of the kingdom, which came in and out of view. As they looked at it, they felt as if all of their secrets had been exposed before the city. After all, there was nothing that they could hide from the greatness of God. Moreover, just holding his attention was already an honor for a mere mortal. White Dragon Frost had shriveled into a pile. It groveled, as its very soul was being pressed upon by a powerful pressure. It could not muster any of its strength. All of its cells had seemed to freeze up. He had never imagined that such a powerful existence could exist. Even just seeing this little bit, all of them were awed by the scene. None of the world seemed to operate in this same scope of intense pressure. The holy light and music penetrated their souls, carrying away all of their fears and worries. All of them knelt to ground, as they stared longingly at this divine kingdom in the clouds. This was their holy land, the dream of all believers, the kingdom of God. Ibu knelt on the ground, looking at the divine kingdom and praying in wonder. My God, what am I seeing? Alan felt as if he was in a dream, as he muttered, so, This is the kingdom of God? The young wolf girl looked at the sword wielder in shock. Who are you? But, soon after a little corner of the kingdom popped into view, it disappeared. The clouds also began disappearing into nothingness. Even the mysterious observing gaze had disappeared. Before Vert-Handy, there was only the dragon. The appearance of the dream space suppressed all of the dragon's special abilities. Even its soul was locked down, so it could only look in horror as Vert-Handy got closer and closer. This slash is for all of the children that lost their parents. Vert-Handy cut off Frost's front leg. This slash is for the wives that lost their husbands. Vert-Handy lifted the sword with both hands, as a white blur passed the dragon. A large number of its scales flaked off. Frost was in severe pain, yet it could not utter a sound. This slash is for the elderly, who lost their children. Vert-Handy looked at Frost with contempt, again raising her sword. At this time, the evil dragon managed to free itself from part of its restraints. As it did so, it wailed a terrible scream. No! The sword fell, and the huge head of the dragon was chopped off. Frost lost consciousness and descended into the darkness. Vert-Handy closed her eyes and put down the sword of the king. The dream space dissipated, then turned back into the original dark underground ice cave. Even the shining holy sword seemed to take its light back in. In fact, it seemed to turn into a normal sword, yet one carved with strange markings. But no one there would think of it as a regular item. Even a fool would be able to see what it truly was. The existence of the sword of the king was something everyone knew about, regardless of how isolated or uneducated they may be. Ibu, Alan and the young wolf girl looked at Vert-Handy, who was standing in the center of the cave. Who was this man, who could manipulate the sword of the king, and even summon the kingdom of God? The three of them couldn't help but recall the legends regarding the sword of the king and the curse of the kingdom of Mengor. All of them saw Vert-Handy with new eyes. This unremarkable tiny knight seemed to be completely covered by a blinding holy light. At that moment, Vert-Handy seemed to lose her strength, as she fell to the floor. She couldn't even hold the sword up anymore. Ibu rushed over to support her. Vert-Handy scanned the area, then asked, "Where's Tiridan? Find him and see if he's alive." They began searching on the mountain of treasure, where they found Tiridan, dragging him out. The powerful minotaur had broken countless bones, as blood gushed from his mouth, his eyes fading. Vert-Handy held up the sword of the king, then placed it on Tiridan's body. The mysterious symbols on the sword shimmered and carried a healing effect. Instantly, Tiridan's injuries improved. His color also improved. It seems that he was in the safe zone again. Vert-Handy looked at the wolf girl. "So, can you introduce yourself? Who are you?" The wolf girl nodded lightly. "I am April, the princess of the Enjido kingdom and the daughter of the Narando king. Thank you for saving me. May I ask your name?" Vert-Handy frowned. "I am Will Aranbel of the Kingdom of the Church of the Light, son of Baron Aranbel." Chapter 132, Dragon Slayer. The team finally left the lair of the dragon. They found the Amos white deer that they had left outside, and began dragging the huge white dragon head along with them on their journey back. Not much time had passed, but to the team felt like it had been eons. After their near glances with death, everything that happened inside felt like a dream now. All of them were injured. April had also been trapped for several months. Although the Dragon Raja servants had provided her with food, her state was still fairly weak from being trapped in the ice cave for so long. It was winter, so the Amos icefield would be engulfed in snowstorms from time to time. They journeyed for almost 20 days to get to the edge of it. As the ice began to give way to more familiar woods, they knew that they were close to home. At this time, Ibu called out to Vert-Handy. "Will." Vert-Handy's condition was also less than ideal, but as she held the sword of the king, it would provide her with spurts of warmth from time to time, so she didn't look any worse for the wear. By contrast, Alan and April both had frostbite. April also was running a high fever. "What?" Ibu hesitated for a second before speaking. "We cannot let April leave the Amos icefield alive." Vert-Handy looked at Ibu with rage. "Why? She is our companion." Ibu replied. "I know, but she is also the princess of the kingdom of Enjido. Now that she knows that you have the sword of the king, if she were to live, you will be embroiled in all sorts of trouble." Ibu continued. "If you so wish it, Tiridan, Alan, and I can become your loyal sworn men. Then, after you get the rank of Baron, we could become your knights. And, with your word, I would move immediately. Before Zhiyu could finish his sentence, Verdhandi gave him an instant rejection. She is our companion. I am a knight, who is under the orders of the king to slay the dragon and rescue the princess. I refuse to let this act of justice be tainted with evil. Zhiyu sighed, as they reformed the team and headed out of the Amos icefield. Verdhandi was still worried, so she approached April, who was being carried on a sled. April was running a high fever, so Verdhandi used the sword of the king to heal her every day. Even though this healing was extremely effective for wounds, its effects for injuries was much weaker, especially since April's condition was so vulnerable, due to this frigid climate, where adequate nutrition was lacking. The sleeping April awoke, then looked at Verdhandi, coughing. They told you to kill me, right? Verdhandi gave a start, then spoke carefully. Your Highness. Don't worry. We will bring you safely before His Majesty. April was wrapped up tightly. She laughed with flushed cheeks. You really are a true knight. Cough, come over here, I have something to say to you. When Verdhandi got close, April kissed her lips. Thank you, pretty lady knight. Verdhandi's face turned a bright red, as she had become suddenly embarrassed. She then stood in a hurry. She had no idea how April had discovered her. Verdhandi had followed her father's warning, hiding the fact that she was a female via special information waves and redirections, thus making others ignore her identity. When Verdhandi was younger, she used this method for hiding from possible enemies. Yet, while touring the All-End continent, it was utilized because a male identity was more convenient. Hence, Verdhandi was extremely puzzled as to how April was able to tell. They were approaching the valley, and even met some of the hunters that were heading back, as well as nearby tribesmen. All of them saw the carcass of the dragon's head, gasping at it as they swarmed by. Even though they weren't at the village yet, there was still a considerable gathering. It's them. They really came back alive. They actually did it. All of the people had thought that they would die in the Amos icefield, or by the hand of the dragon. None of them thought that they would return alive, much less accompanied with the frost's head. Within the village, Zhiyu stood by the water tower. From there, he could spot the team from afar. He could even see Verdhandi at the very front. Zhiyu stood on the wooden handlebar of the water tower. As the harsh wind blew through his hunting hood, the Zhiyu at this moment looked completely different from the man he had been before. It's almost time to go. Zhiyu removed his hood. His beard had been completely shaved off. He looked almost 10 years younger now. He sighed, then turned to leave the water tower. Dragon. It's a real dragon. They killed the evil dragon. The evil dragon Frost has died, it's finally dead. They did it. The village was swarmed with people, each of them exclaiming over the dragon-slaying squad, which was now dragging the dragon's head into the valley. Zhiyu stood up, announcing with pride, "Well, did it, he slayed the dragon. He is the true dragon slayer, the strongest knight. Will. Dragon slayer." All of them cheered, as the entire tribe looked at Verdhandi. Immediately, they swarmed her and raised her into the air, carrying her back to the village. The children of the village even gave her a crown of flowers. Everyone cheered, as they brought their hero into the valley of the village. Verdhandi finally spotted Zhiyu. She immediately leapt into his embrace, like an excited child showing off her treasure. "Dad, I did it! I killed the evil dragon!" "Hi, why did you shave off your beard? Didn't you treasure your beard the most? Your beard was your pride as a man." Zhiyu burst into laughter. "It's nothing. Dad's proud of you." That night, the tribe threw a wild celebration with bonfires everywhere. All of the people danced around the bonfires and the dragon's head, feasting and drinking. Verdhandi was overjoyed, but she couldn't hold her liquor. After a single toast, she was pretty drunk and woozy. That night, Zhiyu had a long talk with Chief Zhiyu about how he had found Verdhandi and obtained the batch. At the sight of the batch, Zhiyu let out emotional tears. I knew it was him, with that golden blonde hair and those gold eyes. The people of the Seville Empire have been awaiting his appearance. God is all-merciful, and you have finally delivered him before us." The tribe consisted of the remnants of some of the most loyal retainers of the Seville Empire. In other words, the 10 or so tribes that lived on the Amos icefield, and the hundreds of thousands of orcs, were once the loyal retainers of the Seville Empire, before its dissolution. The ruling family of the Seville Empire had been betrayed and slaughtered, and the remaining forces were all driven to the farthest lands in the north. Years ago, when he took Vert Handi in, Lu Zhiyu had figured out her true identity from the batch. It had revealed that she was a surviving royal from the ruling house of the Seville Empire. And, as all of the orcs on the icefield were the loyal retainers of the former Seville Empire, that meant that they were also Vert Handi's people. Ibu looked at Lu Zhiyu. I express my utmost gratitude towards you. Vert Handi is truly a ruler chosen by God. I, Ibu, pledge to serve Vert Handi for life. Lu Zhiyu nodded and removed the ring that granted him the Baron Aronbel title, as he took out another letter. I prepared this to bid Vert Handi farewell. I know Vert Handi belongs here. Please hand these two things to her for me. Returning to his room, he saw Vert Handi sleeping noisily, as she mumbled something about, Dad this, Dad that. Lu Zhiyu found it very endearing, as he sat on her bedside and gently smoothed her messy blonde hair. Over the last 10 or so years, he had seen her grow from a child. Lu Zhiyu had really forgotten that she was a child that he had taken in. He had almost really become a native of the Alan continent, known there as Runir Aronbel, not Lu Zhiyu, the creator of this world and a human from Earth. Lu Zhiyu's gaze was complicated, as he looked at Vert Handi's face. Looking at her, he reminisced about their life together. He thought of her cute side, her mischief, all the times when she got mad, and of all the times when she was embarrassed. He knew everything about her, yet she knew nothing about him. Children will always grow up, and he always knew that he would have to leave her one day. Yet, now that the day had come, Lu Zhiyu couldn't bear to do it. He stood by her side, until the horizon glittered with the first traces of light. Lu Zhiyu let out a long sigh, then his entire figure transformed into a shroud of light. He whirled around Vert Handi, before the glittering lights changed into a hologram of a head. He then kissed Vert Handi's forehead and disappeared. Good luck, my daughter, Vert Handi. Chapter 133, Entering Primo News. 2 lines of ceremonial soldiers saluted in rows before the palace. Vert Handi, wearing a skirted armor and a shiny silver helmet, kneeled before King Narando. Instantly, all of the citizens in front of the palace began cheering. The Dragon Slayer Vert Handi became the hero of the kingdom. The fame of Dragon Slayer will had spread across the entire kingdom. As they had made their way to the capital, wherever they passed, Vert Handi and her team were treated like heroes. They received applause, flowers, and cheers. Admiration accompanied them everywhere. By now, everyone in the kingdom knew of Dragon Slayer Will. I, King Narando of the Engido Kingdom, declare Will Aronbel as a Baron of the Engido Kingdom. He is now in charge of the Dominion of Voltu. After a series of ceremonies, Vert Handi received a ring and an award certificate from the king. From then on, she became the Master of Voltu, which was the largest northern territory of the Engido Kingdom. The region was permanently chilly, yet it had many forests with mining resources. It was also one of the most unruly places within the Engido Kingdom. Many of the exiled convicts of the kingdom were dumped there. Due to its proximity to the Amos Icefield, there were also hundreds of thousands of orc clans nearby. As such, no one was willing to take over the role of lord of the territory, since most people who ventured there never returned alive. Despite all of this, Vert Handi was adamant in choosing this area during her commendation ceremony. April stood behind the king in an elegant dress. Instantly, she had transformed herself into an elegant, pure princess. Vert Handi put on the ring, which represented her status, before standing up. All of the people were chanting one name. Dragon Slayer Will. She had leapt from her original status as an average person into the role of knight. Then, she had transformed again into a baron. After killing the evil dragon and saving the princess, she had earned her own noble title. This sounded like a fantasy tale, but it had truly happened, right in front of this crowd's eyes. They had seen a poor boy with nothing approaching the peak of his life, step by step. The inspiration that had been provided to them by this experience was enormous. Everyone was talking about Dragon Slayer Will. They all wished to become the next hero, just like him. It was almost as if they believed that his experience could be replicated, as long as the cheering people could be brave and have a bit of luck on their sides. Now, they could also be the next protagonists. Anyone could now think that they were the special ones, too. No one thought that their luck was terrible anymore, thanks to Dragon Slayer Will. After a few days of enjoying their reception as heroes in Primo News and reveling in their newfound fame, the dragon-slaying squad prepared to depart north to their territory. Vert-Handi rode a handsome horse and carried her longsword. Behind her were Ibu, Alan, and Tiridan, who were her personal knights. The four of them lined up to prepare for departure. Ahead of them were a few cloaked figures, who were leading a white horse up the mountain slope. Ibu and Alan immediately pulled back on their reins, as their horses whinnied in protest, then halted. They looked at Vert-Handi and whistled. Vert-Handi's face burned red. She was embarrassed at the sight of April, who had ridden out to meet them. Vert-Handi was puzzled and flustered, as she looked at April and asked, "Why are you here?" April smiled craftily. She looked more like a fox than a wolf girl. "To send you off." April then asked, "What's your real name?" Vert-Handi hesitated before replying. "Vert-Handi." April nodded, satisfied. "Vert-Handi, we will meet again." At this moment, Alan looked over to Zhiyu, then turned to face the east. There, the lands of the orcs extended quite far into the distance. After that, the human world was vaguely visible. Suddenly, Vert-Handi's usually carefree face became strangely solemn and cold. "The Crete Empire and the Church of the Light. I will return what you've done to us 1,000 times better." Vert-Handi then led her knights to begin her new adventure. It was year 35 of the San calendar. According to the records of a human scholar from the Tuttle family, Nimzan Tuttle, this was the most important year for the rise of the orcs. In the northern Amos Icefield, Will Bel, who grew to have countless titles, began his saga. As the Baron of Valtu, the Lion King Will had unified all of the hundreds of thousands of orc clans within the Amos Icefield. She then cleaned up the disorder around the northern border and became a wise lord. In San calendar year 37, the Lion King wed the princess of the Engido kingdom, April Narando, and became the earl. Her title then became the Lord of the Northern Territories, and she became one of the leading figures of the kingdom. In the same year, the last king of Engido died. April's brother Lemegidon received the old king's crown and scepter as the new king. The new king was a tremendously arrogant guy, who was extremely jealous of Will's fame and influence throughout Engido and within the other orc countries. Will even had many soldiers under his command. As a relative, who was married into the Engido royal line, he also possessed the ability to inherit the throne. This made the new king Lemegidon despise and fear his brother-in-law greatly. From the day he took the throne, he started trying to pressure Will Bel. The friction between the two continued to escalate during many political spats and debates. Lemegidon finally began to lose in each. This dealt Lemegidon's authority a great blow. Many of the lords and aristocrats, who had originally supported the new king, gradually lost confidence in him. In San calendar year 38, Lemegidon declared Will Bel as a traitor, then took away her position as the Lord of the Northern Territories, thus declaring war against Will. Almost a year of war followed that moment. Lemegidon was finally defeated, forcing him to abdicate from his position as king. He was sent to a convent of the Faith of the Sun, so that he would face the cold statues of God, reflecting upon his arrogance and sins for the rest of his life. From that moment on, Lemegidon had become known as Mad King Lemegidon. The horses' hooves thudded and kicked up huge storms of dust, as the majestic northern army, carrying the red lion flag, entered Primo News. Strong knights filed by on handsome horses. They followed behind Vert-Handi, appearing like an endless stream as they settled into the capital city of Engido. All of the citizens lowered their heads in respect. They secretly stared at Vert-Handi. This was the new master of the capital. They knelt to the ground, chanting her name. April Narando took over the throne that Lemegidon had lost, becoming the first female ruler of the Engido kingdom and the third king of the Engido kingdom. Primo News, the most prosperous current city of the orc nations, was said to take up a sixth of the land of Engido. Thus, its completely having changed hands was indeed a momentous occasion. Chapter 134, Coronation. In the royal palace of the kingdom of Engido, there were crowds of royals and nobles. Outside, the cheers of the people could be heard. All around the palace, murals detailed the achievements and battles of the founders of the Engido kingdom. Within the huge palace, past the gates and numerous structures, stood swarms of flag-raising northern knights, waiting to crown their master as king. Within the crowd, other than nobility from various nations, there were also clergy from the Faith of the Sun, including Bishop Corey, although he had already been promoted to archbishop status. Verthandi was a devoted believer of the Sun faith, so they were likewise invited. They all were gathered here to attend the coronation of April and Verthandi. Since April was the queen, Verthandi also shared her glory and the crown. All of the lavishly dressed nobles watched her, dressed in her skirted armor and purple cloak, as she approached the top of the platform. Over the last couple of years, Verthandi had matured. She wore her golden hair tied behind her head, and her gaze was much stronger and sharper than before. As she made her way to the top of the platform, all of the audience lowered their heads in deference. April, who was the queen now, was waiting at the summit, a crown on her head. The queen crowned Verthandi, announcing, "I, April Narando, appoint my husband, Wularan Bel, as king and the successor of the kingdom of Enjido." "May God bless him," shouted the onlookers. Verthandi kneeled to receive the crown, then sat on the throne. The young king then glanced at the crowd. Archbishop Kori erupted into a cheer. "Long life King Will!" Instantly, the palace resounded with cheers, like a tsunami. "Long live King Will!" Outside, the entire army knelt down at once. They knew that a new king had descended, one who would bring them into a new era. "Long live the king!" The cheer echoed throughout Primo News. Verthandi sat on the throne, holding the sword of the king and looking far away into the horizon. Her eyes grew even more distant, as if she was seeing a scene from many years ago, back when her father had first brought her to this city. Verthandi reminisced for a while longer, before standing up to complete the last step of her coronation as the king of Enjido, which was the knighting of her most accomplished and loyal warriors. 6 warriors stepped up to the front. Not only were they from different races, but there was even a human among them. These were the comrades that had accompanied Verthandi through all her battles to unite the northern lands. Among them were Ibu, Tiridan, and Alan, who had known her and followed her from the very start. At last, Verthandi unsheathed the sword of the king before the masses. As a symbol of the divine right to rule, the sword let out a dazzling light that lit up the entire palace. All of the people there were awestruck by the scene. As for the bishops from the faith of the Sun, they were completed dumbfounded by the glowing holy light of the long sword. Archbishop Kori was the first to recognize it. "It's the sword of the king, the lost sword. It is a true divine artifact that human King Ahenitan had gotten from God." Archbishop Kori was trembling with overwhelming emotion. For the faith of the Sun, compared to the Church of the Light, they had no way to prove their ties to God. They did not have the same deep roots as the Church. Hence, they thirsted more for recognition from God. Thus, any object that could be related at all to God was enough to be considered as a sacred object. This sword of the king was what they had sought for a long time. Indeed, it was considered to be the divine artifact that was beyond their reach. Now that it was before them, they were all beside themselves with overwhelming emotion. Many of the clergy from the faith of the Sun were even prostrating themselves on the ground, bestowing endless kisses upon the stone floor. Under the rays of the holy light, they felt as if they were in the sacred embrace of God. After Archbishop Kori's words, the entire audience stared up at the king of Enjido. Many of the believers of the faith of the Sun knelt to the ground. A true king, chosen by God. A king chosen by a higher power. A proxy chosen by God. There's no doubt, this king is God's messenger on earth. No one has been able to awaken the sword of the king. Only those with the blood of God and his approval are able to use it. All of them looked at Verthandi, holding the utmost belief that she was the legendary king, destined to bring the orcs to an era of glory, and the true king that would unite the land. "Kneel." The 6 warriors knelt on one knee before their master and king. Verthandi put the sword on Ibu's shoulder. Immediately, the holy ray of the sword enveloped Ibu's body. From the skies, a shroud of light descended upon Ibu. Humility, honesty, empathy, courage, fairness, sacrifice, glory, soul. Be fearless before the strong, resolute and faithful before the divine. Be loyal and upstanding, and go to death before yielding. Protect the weak and follow the laws of heaven. Ibu, can you pledge thus? Ibu's breathing hastened with emotion. "I promise thus, unto eternity. By the name of God, I grant you the position of Holy Knight, to protect the glory of God." As soon as the sentence was finished, a huge amount of power surged into Ibu's body. This was identical to the power that was granted through the saint baptism ritual of the Church of Light. Immediately, Ibu appeared much younger, as the white streaks in his golden hair instantly receded. All of the clergy of the faith, including Archbishop Corey and all of the nobles there, had craved this scene for ages. This was the most coveted holy ritual that belonged to the Church of Light. Alan, by the name of God, I grant you. Tiridan. This was year 38 of the San calendar, when Lion King will proved his divine authority to rule. The faith of the sun also began moving towards the kingdom of Enkidu, acting as its center. Within Premonius, the holy temple of the sun was built, as Lion King was recognized as a messenger of God. From then on, Verdhandi became the icon of royal and divine authority. Within all the Orc nations, a storm began brewing. Everyone believed that Verdhandi would be the first king to unite all of the Orc races together, ending over 1,000 years of rife. She would then become the beacon of hope that would bring peace to the Orcs, who could no longer bear their disastrous fortunes. Chapter 135, Wizard's Dilemma. The bell at the top of the wizard tower tolled. By now, the new fourth generation of wizard apprentices didn't yet know what the sound of the bell meant, but they knew it was something important, as the faces of their instructors immediately changed. Many of them were elated, as they quickly headed towards the top of the tower, apprentices in tow. Boer was wearing glasses. His features had not changed too much over the years, although he did seem a bit more mature and age-worn, perhaps even a bit wiser and more rational. At a glance, he seemed quite similar to his mentor, Anthony. The wizarding culture had undergone a significant transformation ever since Boer had created blood witchcraft. The news of its creation had quickly spread throughout the wizard community, causing the culture to flourish. The development of blood witchcraft had expanded from the basic body transformation technique, which was every wizard's first learned technique. Many wizards began devoting their time to body transformation and magical beast bloodline research. All of the wizards were researching how to safely and successfully transplant the spellcasting organs of the magical beasts, in order to gain their powers. However, the number of successful experiments and the number of transplantable abilities were still few and far between. This could be seen via their success rate, which was only around 50% or less. When a transplant failed, it would cause the subject's genetic structure to collapse. Some of the severe failures would even cause immediate death. So far, only a few bloodline transfusion techniques existed, and the techniques needed to extract stabilized samples were only available within the tower library for a large number of points. The requester must also be an official apprentice of an instructor. The Wizard Tower also began researching the taming and raising processes for magical beasts. By specially breeding magical beasts with excellent mature bloodlines, they sought to develop better blood witchcraft techniques in order to transfer those abilities. Boer and the others even wanted to target the dragons, but they could not even defeat the ordinary young dragons. Each time they had tried, they had returned grievously injured, after being chased several thousand miles by the enraged dragons. As for the red dragon that guarded the Wizard Tower, it was too proud to even acknowledge them. Other than the Tower Master Anthony, all of these wizards were meaningless to the creature. After so many years of growth and 4 generations of students, the wizarding culture was gradually growing stronger. Other than the official apprentices of the tower, there were also a large number of graduate wizards, who passed on their skills to unofficial apprentices on the outside. But the number of official wizards was still quite small, numbering less than 50 people, most of whom remained within the Wizard Tower. Comparatively, there were a growing number of priests of the Church of Light, wielding the divine seeds as they gained power. Their presence, along with the unfathomable influence of the saints and the saintess, still suppressed wizard activity within the human kingdoms. Lu Zhiyu put on a silvery white wizard's robe to transform into the wise wizard Anthony, as he stood at the pinnacle of the Wizard Tower. All of the managers and students of the tower were lined up before him. Other than Wolfter, who had not yet returned from the Elven continent, and Wendy, who was out collecting research materials, all were present. Lu Zhiyu eyed all of the students present. Most of them had reached level 3. Only some of the ones with meager potential had stagnated at level 2. But, what surprised Lu Zhiyu was that Boer was still at level 3. Lu Zhiyu's scan showed that Boer's mind power scale was already past 300 scales, yet he still hadn't broke through to level 4. What's wrong, Boer? Why are you stuck? All of them were extremely excited to meet Instructor Anthony. They each had endless questions for him. To them, this mysterious mentor was invincible and all-knowing. All of the students surrounded Lu Zhiyu, who plopped down at a table. So, tell me about it, Boer. Boer nodded. Instructor, you once said that, in order to reach level 4 wizardry, one must use mind power to deify one's own brain cells, so that one can separate out one's brain, consciousness, and memories. This, you said, would then allow one to become an extraordinary existence. At that time, the level 4 wizard would be able to form his own wizarding space. Lu Zhiyu nodded. That's right, your memory serves you well. Bo replied instantly. Yet, we discovered that we are unable to deify our brains. The mind power and our brain cells seem to exist in two different worlds, which are completely incompatible. At first, we thought this was because our mind power wasn't strong enough, but even after reaching the threshold for advancement, 129 scales, we still couldn't do it. Lu Zhiyu closed his eyes, thinking back to his own breakthrough. Lu Zhiyu remembered his own mind power structure, recalling how it completely immersed in the Zeroth dimension and pulled in a large amount of source form to induce a transformation. That's right, a transformation. Lu Zhiyu suddenly recalled that it was precisely because of this transformation that he was able to incorporate mind power into his cells, thus making it interact with reality. He had made the imaginary force affect actual existences. Lu Zhiyu had initially stumbled past this dangerous phase accidentally via trial and error. By doing so, he could have easily caused his consciousness and mind power structure to collapse and disappear completely from the world. The activation of mind power. Lu Zhiyu then focused on this one important detail. This was the crucial criteria for advancing to level 4 and the true first step for embarking on the path to mythical wizardry. Without this step, mind power remained in the imaginary plane, without any power over reality. Once the mind power and consciousness merged, the strength of the mind power could hold the consciousness. Every bit of mind power was branded with the individual's consciousness. This was what allowed Lu Zhiyu to awaken deified cells, while Boer's mind power and consciousness had failed to do so. A high density of source form was necessary to stimulate the merging of the mind power and the consciousness. Lu Zhiyu immediately found the root problem of the issue. Within the magical network, the source form was too thin. Therefore, the magical density of the wizards was very low. Due to this, which caused minimal access, it was not enough to induce the transformation of the quality of their mind power. This was why Boer and the others had been unable to advance to level 4. Lu Zhiyu opened his eyes and looked at Boer and his other expectant students. Although only Akkad had reached the bar for advancement, all of the rest were still hopeful about reaching this point one day as well. As such, all of them were very concerned about this issue. Lu Zhiyu stood up to announce his findings. I know what the issue is. Chapter 136, Philosopher's Stone. Lu Zhiyu stood up and waved his hands in the air. Though there was no change to the naked eye, to the wizards at the scene, there was an immediate change in the mind power within Lu Zhiyu's hands. The amount of mind power continued to soar, as it formed a complex webbed mind power force field. Force fields were used for meditation, as a way to stabilize mind power structures. Level 3 wizards also used them to build their own force field blocks. As for the force field within Lu Zhiyu's hands, it was complex enough to make one dizzy, as strands of mind power weaved together to form an intricate geometric pattern. This structure whirled continuously in Lu Zhiyu's hands. The whole crowd felt it palpably when Lu Zhiyu linked onto the magical network and pulled out source form. However, he did not integrate it within his own mind power. Immediately, a silver droplet appeared out of thin air. It was tied securely with Lu Zhiyu's mind power lattice and spun rapidly in the center of the structure. At last, it condensed into a silvery white crystal the size of a grain of rice. Boer's mouth fell open as he looked at Lu Zhiyu. Mana? Mana can be materialized. Lu Zhiyu gazed down. It was a single scale of source form. Although it was only a crystal that was the size of a grain of rice, it would take Boer around a month of meditation to create. As for the other wizards, it would be hard to imagine how long it would take for them to attempt such a feat. Lu Zhiyu passed it to Boer. Put some mind power into this. Boer did so without hesitation. The condensed source form crystal gave Boer's mind power an instant boost, like a crashing wave. Immediately, some of his mind power began transforming its very nature. However, since the crystal was too small, it wasn't adequate to awaken all of his mind power or to induce the combination of his mind power and consciousness. Lu Zhiyu nodded. So this was the issue. A transformation of mind power requires an environmental stimulus. Boer had felt a part of his mind power change. If there were enough of these source form crystals, he would be able to meld his mind power and his consciousness together to complete the transformation. Yet, since each person had access only to a limited amount of source form every day, Boer felt that it would be quite difficult to create a crystal that was large enough for his purposes. So, in order to complete our mind power transformation, we need a large mana crystal? Is that right, instructor? Lu Zhiyu nodded. They did not have to absorb the mana crystal itself, but rather use the crystal to assist them as they created an environment conducive to transforming their mind power. In other words, the mana crystal could be used repeatedly, because although its power would diminish after each use, the change was still insignificant. Lu Zhiyu spoke. I will give you all the methods for condensing this crystal. You can then combine your powers to create it. However, this stone is no normal mana. It is mana actualized into a stone. Hence, calling it a mana crystal wouldn't be correct. Lu Zhiyu thought for a second. This stone could allow mind power, a theoretical existence, to change its nature into something that can interact with reality. It was very similar to something that Lu Zhiyu had heard of before. Lu Zhiyu chuckled. Let's name it the Philosopher's Stone. Witnessing Lu Zhiyu holding the rice-sized crystal, the wizards felt as if they were seeing a truly wise man, passing on his wisdom to them. Lu Zhiyu held the Philosopher's Stone with both hands, the mind power continuing to condense, as he explained the steps for creating the stone. To Lu Zhiyu, this wasn't anything too special or complicated. Bluntly speaking, it was even somewhat worthless to him. But to the others, this Philosopher's Stone was the gateway to a whole new world. To them, this simple stone could transform their mind power and allow their brains to actually begin the deification process, which would then allow them to step into the realm of level 4 wizardry. That would be their first true step towards achieving mythical status, as they ventured on their journeys to level 7 status as mythical beings. Thus, the appearance of the Philosopher's Stone had solved a large obstacle. For Boer especially, this was an immense relief. In the time remaining, Boer and the other wizards began researching the Philosopher's Stone. The strength and control of their mind power were far below Lu Zhiyu's, so it was impossible for them to easily create such a complex force field. As such, they came up with another method. Within the wizard tower, they created a designated area, where they drew a formation to assist their casting. Like Lu Zhiyu's first attempt at creating the dimensional door, the pattern was made to be extremely complicated in order to better guide the mind power structure into a set location. Lu Zhiyu stood by the side, providing instructions as he observed the large formation's construction. It covered the entirety of a hall. When dissected, the formation, which was the size of Lu Zhiyu's palm, actually covered a space of many dozens of meters. The ground was completely covered with intricate formations. This area belonged to Lu Zhiyu, as it was considered to a part of the penthouse. From now on, it would be used for the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, designated as a forbidden area within the wizard tower. Without Lu Zhiyu or the deputy tower manager's permission, no one was allowed to trespass. The Sphinx Pyros that was responsible for guarding the penthouse was relocated to the library. The library was one of the core areas of the tower and was one of the locations that Lu Zhiyu valued highly. As such, Lu Zhiyu remade the Sphinx into one of his own kin species. It could now memorize all of the knowledge within the library, saving and updating all its new discoveries. It was responsible for all of the knowledge within the tower, and as such, all point redemptions must go through him. At the same time, any wizards from the tower, who had already graduated, would use their badges to communicate with him in order to exchange knowledge or materials, which would then be delivered to them by a raven. As such, its existence itself represented the library. When it died and left behind the next Sphinx, it would ascend to the next dimension, continuing to transmit the information that Lu Zhiyu desperately desired back. This lineage would be an important source of information for Lu Zhiyu. To the wizards, they only saw an extraordinarily intelligent beast, which seemed to be like a living prophet of the library, knowing all of the information that they sought. For the next few days, Lu Zhiyu was sinking the knowledge within the Sphinx with his own sub-brain. Over the last few decades, the techniques of witchcraft had undergone tremendous revolutions, especially in regards to blood witchcraft. Although most of it was useless to Lu Zhiyu, the creativity and innovation of these wizards and apprentices was still an inspiration to him. Finally, Lu Zhiyu was reaping the benefits of creating the wizard tower. Lu Zhiyu believed that, with the continuous progress of wizards, this beneficial return would continue to increase exponentially. Begin. Lu Zhiyu watched carefully, while his students gingerly began to create a Philosopher's Stone. 7 wizards stood on the formation and began combining their mind power into a force field. They started by drawing mana from the magical network. Then, immediately, at the very center of the force field, a silvery white rice-sized object appeared and glittered. It grew gradually, at a pace that would not be discernible to the naked eye. Even when the group had exhausted their mind power, it had still not grown much. Boer grasped the crystal with exhaustion. It seems that this would require a few years to complete. But, it's fine, as we have enough time to spare. Boer was almost 50 already. But, he had integrated the spellcasting organ of the double-headed magic eagle within himself, so he had active cells that gave him a lifespan of around 200 years. As such, there was truly no hurry. Lu Zhiyu walked over and clapped. Not bad, you all have taken another step on the road of wizardry. Boer, your work over the last few years has been brilliant. Your progress on developing blood witchcraft has impressed me. Hopefully, by the next time I return, you will be a level 4 wizard, who will bring the development of wizardry to new heights. Boer and the other students looked at Lu Zhiyu. Instructor Anthony, are you leaving already? Lu Zhiyu shook his head. I will leave in a couple of days, but time flies. If you all have any other questions or thoughts, consult me while I'm here. It will probably be a long time before I return. Chapter 137, Metallic Cells in an Alchemy Ship. Over the last few decades, the Wizard Tower had changed quite a bit. Beginning from its original foundations, it had expanded greatly. Originally, there had only been the tower itself, as well as the castle that was halfway up the hill. Afterwards, many other smaller towers were constructed to provide the instructors with experiment facilities and locations to mentor their protégés. Only official protégés were counted as being bonded to their instructors and chosen to carry on their inheritances. Just as it had been when Lu Zhiyu had chosen a few apprentices, these chosen few had received an elite education, while the other apprentices only underwent basic training. However, they were not raised in the carefree manner that Lu Zhiyu had adopted. Lu Zhiyu was only interested in accumulating knowledge, and thus, had no interest in building or managing a large-scale organization like Boer and the other wizards. The entire tower looked more like a small city, which covered the entire mountain. With all of its new buildings, and the countless number of wizards and apprentices bustling around, its atmosphere was much livelier than it had been with the first graduating class. Lu Zhiyu's magical beast smokescreen was later strengthened by Boer and the others, allowing it to now incorporate illusions. Not only normal people, but even wizards would now be hard-pressed to deal with the miasma, as such illusions could kill formlessly. The only entrance was at the bottom of the mountain, at a cave that was magnificently decorated. It was connected directly with the underground tunnel. Not only was the entrance above ground, but due to the underground connection, all sounds would alert the red dragon, which was guarding the cave. Lu Zhiyu found Sargon's grave in the cemetery behind the mountain. Lu Zhiyu had seen his son the day before. Sargon's son wasn't very talented. In 20 years, he had barely achieved the status of an official wizard, and Lu Zhiyu doubted that he would progress much past that in the future. 30 years had passed since Lu Zhiyu had originally brought in the slaves. Most of them had died by now, and the second-generation ant people that he had brought in were beginning to die off too. Their work was being replaced by the wizards and apprentices. Standing before Sargon's grave, Lu Zhiyu recognized some of the names, but all of them seemed at least somewhat familiar. What Lu Zhiyu had not expected, was that he would see the names of Li Weisai and Henry, as well as some of the other first-generation wizards. Boer had constructed these graves for them, using their items, to reaffirm that they were members of the Wizard Tower. Within the cemetery, Lu Zhiyu glanced at the rows of graves. He suddenly had an epiphany. The scene before him would repeat again and again in his future. As time passed, all the people that he knew would die, and an enormous mountain of graves would rise up beneath his feet. He would stand atop this mountain of endless gravestones, which were filled with familiar names. Lu Zhiyu suddenly felt a chill run up his spine. Lu Zhiyu had only just started down this road of evolution, yet he had already felt the frigid loneliness of this path. Would he rather be like Sargon, who was busy his entire life, only to die the death of an ant after a calm life? Or, would he fight for eternal life through evolution, thus progressing alone? Is it worth it? Lu Zhiyu wondered aloud, as he smoothed Sargon's, Li Weisai's, and Henry's graves, one by one. He did not know whether he was asking them or himself. He stood in the cemetery for a long time, remaining there until it turned dark. He then left with a long sigh, and headed out into the night. A few days later, Lu Zhiyu left the wizard tower with the SS Eternity. Currently, the wizards had mastered several special abilities through blood witchcraft by transplanting spellcasting organs. As such, they had gained the ability to traverse the sea. So, leaving the SS Eternity behind would be a waste, especially since Lu Zhiyu had a specific use for it in mind. In the future, when the wizard tower would recruit apprentices, they would go pick them up themselves. The apprentices would also be handpicked. Over the past few decades, some of Lu Zhiyu's plans had begun to flourish. Special abilities really began to appear everywhere, as the world began to transform from being merely ordinary to being a world filled with extraordinary power. Lu Zhiyu sailed the SS Eternity over the surface of the sea, and began revamping its functions. The White Life alchemy ship hadn't changed much since Lu Zhiyu had first made it 30 years ago. The external details, the internal structure, and the decorations within it were practically the same. However, compared to its initial time of creation, its current mind power scale was much higher, having reached a level of 500. Although it was far from being a mythical life alchemy ship, it was stronger than ever. When he was first began building the ship, Lu Zhiyu had hoped that one day, the alchemy ship would not only be able to sail above the sea, but would even fly in the sky as an airship. In the end, he intended for the boat to even serve as a starship and sail in the universe. He would ride it between the stars and the sea, or between the astral planes. But, this was not an easy goal to fulfill. To build a starship, the technical difficulty was enormous. The aerospace science and technology of various countries were needed to develop this project. As such, its production could drive the development of a large number of industries, and even promote the growth of their economies. If Lu Zhiyu tried to design it himself, building an airship would be possible. However, in regards to starships, Lu Zhiyu doubted that he could design something that would reach the second cosmic velocity rate needed to escape the gravitational constraints of the Earth. So, anything regarding reaching the third cosmic velocity and heading out of the solar system was beyond his realm of expertise and capability. Moreover, this wasn't something that you could simply make with a blueprint, as the details of its execution required all sorts of professionals to ensure that no problems arose. After all, such scientific epiphanies, which were made from eureka moments, belonged only to the legends. In order to realize the first step of his dream, he had to transform the ship into a complete alchemy life form. After all, one wouldn't expect a normal wooden ship to sail in the universe. So, Lu Zhiyu spent 10 years upgrading the Sword of the King, while he charted the structures of the metallic cells to complete their template. Now, it was time to apply the metallic cells onto the SS Eternity to refine it into a real alchemy life form. At the same time, Lu Zhiyu also made a new life template for the SS Eternity. The original SS Eternity was just a ship that sailed on top of and under the water. It had two special abilities, the power to control currents and the power to control sonic waves. However, this skill set was about to be completely revamped. Chapter 138, SS Eternity 2.0. Lu Zhiyu was not planning to add more complex supernatural designs onto the redesign of the SS Eternity, but rather to increase the capabilities it already had. For a metallic alchemy ship, as long as it had the prerequisite technologies and knowledge, it would have limitless possibilities. The deeper Lu Zhiyu got into his research on the usage of deified cells, the more he felt that the secrets surrounding deified cells and mind power were beyond his imagination. The first issue that Lu Zhiyu faced was discerning how deified cells passed information between each other. Even if Lu Zhiyu was outside of the bit wall, as long as he willed it, he would be able to feel his deified cells and receive information from them. Even if this effect was temporary, wherever Lu Zhiyu was in the Kryn space world, he would still be able to connect with the kingdom that he had left on the moon. But, as soon as he left the Kryn space world and returned to Earth, the connection would be broken. From this information, Lu Zhiyu deduced that the connection of deified cells stretched across space, but not across dimensions. As such, Lu Zhiyu wanted to imitate some of the traits of dream control in order to release the inhibitors on the forms of deified metallic cells. In other words, metallic alchemy life forms would become extremely adaptable. Lu Zhiyu would be able to control each metallic cell, almost like a super mini robot. He would be able to combine them in endless combos to create a desired form. The cells seemed to possess a connection between them that appeared, so far, to be immune to disturbances and virtually indestructible. This made the cells' potentials and applicabilities seem terrifying to Lu Zhiyu. He decided that he would name these metallic life templates metal controllers. Sub-Brain 2, enter silent mode, shut off the consciousness and the system. Lu Zhiyu docked the SS Eternity by an island, then brought it into the dimensional castle in order to begin upgrading it into the SS Eternity 2.0. He turned off the Sub-Brain 2 within it, which consisted of a basketball-sized cluster of deified cells. He then removed the entire deified brain from the SS Eternity. As he did this, the ship lost all of its consciousness and abilities. It changed completely, becoming a normal wooden ship. Within the laboratory of the dimensional castle, Lu Zhiyu began the metallification of the sub-brain. Lu Zhiyu provided elements like silicon, iron, and tungsten, which were then infused with mind power to form metallic cells. These new metallic cells, which had just been created, then merged with the sub-brain 2. After this entire process, the entire sub-brain 2 had transformed into a silvery white metallic brain, which looked like a strange metal pimple. Lu Zhiyu then began to fix its life template. Some time ago, Lu Zhiyu had already prepared a metal controller template to insert into the sub-brain. Once he did this, the sub-brain 2 instantly went through a violent change. The entire metallic ball began squirming, before completely melting. Lu Zhiyu watched as the sub-brain 2 moved like mercury, spreading all over the ground within the great hall of the dimensional castle. It kept spreading, as the basketball-sized ball of metal writhed around, exploring its surroundings. Sub-brain 2, activate! Lu Zhiyu saw as the sub-brain 2 awakened and replaced the instincts of its body. The entire mercury-like lump of metallic cells leapt up, like a water vapor. It then covered the entire great hall, transforming it into a dreamy silvery world. As light hit the dispersed metallic cells, it created a pretty halo of glittering colors. Lu Zhiyu controlled the sub-brain 2 and input a form into its consciousness. Immediately, the metallic cells rearranged themselves, as countless silver specks condensed into a complete metallic bone structure of a tiny ant person. All of this happened, right before Lu Zhiyu's very eyes. Lu Zhiyu extended his hand, as saw it approach him from mid-air. He then began changing his commands. As he did so, he watched as the sub-brain 2 continuously transformed its state to follow his wishes, changing from an ant person to a mini car, then to a house, then a Rubik's Cube. Now, the sub-brain 2 was considered to be a mythical creature too, though its current abilities were admittedly rather pitiful for a mythical creature. In fact, it was even weaker than Lu Zhiyu's first-generation mythical creature, Seiken. Yet, its potential for development was far beyond the likes of Seiken. Lu Zhiyu let it go, then watched as it returned into a dispersed state, swirling around the entire dimensional castle. Then, there was a sudden change on the walls of the castle. A painting had appeared. Lu Zhiyu, bringing the painting with him, then returned to the uninhabited island. Once he arrived, he was able to provide the island with lots of metallic materials. Thus began the duplication of the metallic cells continuously. Though there wasn't enough mind power to deify all of the cells, this basketball-sized metal controller mythical life form was still voraciously devouring the metallic cells. It continuously devoured these metal materials, swallowing, merging, and constructing in accordance to the program that Lu Zhiyu had designed. Each individual cell was an independent constructor, operating at a speed that amazed Lu Zhiyu. On the tiny pier of the uninhabited island, the furious construction continued, getting increasingly faster by the moment. From the initial bare bones of an alchemy ship to the completion of the project, the metallic cells worked endlessly to form a complete metallic alchemical ship. Lu Zhiyu watched as the SS Eternity 2.0, which he had imagined for so long, materialized before him. It wasn't too different from the original version, except that its color had changed to silvery white. After boarding it, it was easy to see that the structure hadn't changed much either. The biggest change was that the original plant cells had been replaced with the much stronger and capable metallic cells. Lu Zhiyu stood aboard the SS Eternity 2.0, controlling the new metallic life alchemy ship. Its silver exterior and complete metal structure looked magnificent and extremely sturdy. After switching to metallic structures, Lu Zhiyu could sense that the speed of the sub-brain 2 was much faster. He also sensed that its calculation abilities had also improved greatly. Its control over the alchemy ship was also more precise, as the deified cells had disseminated throughout the entire ship. Each of the cells were under the control of the sub-brain 2, which could be adjusted according to Lu Zhiyu's will at any moment. After cruising for a while, Lu Zhiyu sailed the ship through a murky dimensional door, leaving Maria's world and returning to Earth once more. Chapter 139, War of the Empire, 1. After Lu Zhiyu left Maria's world during the San calendar year 38, the wizards began to influence the whole world. Beyond the Alan continent, even the Elvanyala continent showed traces of their activities. The Church of Light was also making impressive progress. The pastors with saint capabilities also prospered on the mainland, serving there as representatives of the gods. They wore their holy sun-patterned robes, as they preached across the entire realm. Various magical beast races also began to emerge, as the dragons grew up and awakened, having been born with new and extraordinary talents. Giant beasts roamed the earth, as dragons soared through in the sky. It was the true beginning of an extraordinary world. Extraordinary power blossomed everywhere, as the faith of the sun also started training their own holy knights. The one who unified both divine and royal power, Lion King Verdhandi, had begun her reign during this time. Holding the sword of the king that Lu Zhiyu had given her, she began to unify the orcs as the messenger of God. Verdhandi suppressed the prejudices between the races, as she created new laws and rules. She also began to vigorously promote many human governance programs and business development plans, while maintaining the traditional orc clan model. Over the years, the tribes began to form cities and promote racial integration. After following Lu Zhiyu across the continent and witnessing the systems within various human kingdoms, Verdhandi had a far broader worldview than anyone else in her era. Perhaps most impressive, she could think ahead, allowing her to be well prepared to deal with the problems between orcs that arose. However, a large number of orcs tribes were against Verdhandi's laws. The tribes had ruled for more than 1,000 years, and the reforms that Verdhandi wanted to instill would strip power away rights from many among the ruling class of the tribes. This was unacceptable in their eyes. At the same time, a large number of nobles and northern military personnel, who were loyal to Verdhandi, benefited from these laws and reforms. Thus, Verdhandi made sure to suppress the powers of the old tribes in order to pass her own policies. At first, the implementation of Verdhandi's Tribal Reform Act caused the Engido kingdom to erupt in a violent unrest. All of the old tribes and nobles felt that they were losing their rights, their lands, and even their own subjects to this new upstart monarch. Many chiefs, preachers, and local aristocrats all united to fight Verdhandi's Tribal Reform Act, and the newly peaceful kingdom of Engido began to descend back into the old flames of war. In the San calendar year 40, in the Engido kingdom within the city of Primonius, Verdhandi wore a black robe, which was embroidered with the pattern of the sun. The gold silk was extremely conspicuous, as it glittered in the daylight. The robe represented the approval she had from the faith of the sun. It granted her the status of being the spokesperson of God, while the crown on her head symbolized her identity as king of the Engido kingdom. Her bright blonde hair, distinct from an ordinary lion person, was tied in a ponytail behind her head. She would look quite intimidating, were there not two playful lion ears on her head. At the moment, Verdhandi was frowning, as she looked over various letters with a quill in her hand. Most of them were from the nobles, who were complaining about trivial things. Some were greetings from the kings of other orc kingdoms. Of course, the majority were complaints about the Tribal Reform Act. Suddenly, quick footsteps were heard, headed straight towards her door. A tall armored wolf-man knight entered the room. The two guards at the door did not stop him. Verdhandi looked up and recognized the knight to be Lanto, who was one of her 6 holy knights. Lanto, weren't you out promoting the Tribal Reform Act? Why did you return? Verdhandi saw that Lanto was extremely agitated. His body armor was stained with blood. It wasn't his own, but it was apparent that he had rushed back in a great hurry, since he had come to see her in this state. Something big must have happened. Lanto fell to the ground, his armor making a soft thud. Your Majesty, Earl Umos has rebelled. He has been secretly contacting the other major tribes to form an alliance, while he promised us that he would promote the Tribal Reform Act. The knight continued his report. When I went to see Earl Umos, they designed a trap to murder me. From the moment I got there, it didn't feel right. I wanted to capture Earl Umos and calm the rebellion, but he was extremely sly. Thus, I failed. I could only escape with some of the cavalry. Right now, all of the tribes in the south have begun to mobilize their troops. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that we have a complete rebellion on our hands. Another messenger came to announce the arrival of the faith of the sun's patriarch Kori. Verdhandi had Lanto step aside, as Patriarch Kori entered. Kori breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lanto. It is a blessing that Lord Lanto has returned. Vert-Handi looked at Corey, who was both Lanto's elder and an important assistant to her. Uncle Corey, do you already know? Corey nodded. The Boer people in the south are leading a 50,000-strong army over. They have already started ransacking the land. They have killed a large number of nobles, who were loyal to you. They also attacked some of the generals of the Knights of the Thorns, who were stationed in the south. Currently, there has been no news of any movements from the Knights of the Thorns. It is very likely that they joined the rebels. The army has already started marching towards Blanc from Wyst. Corey glanced at Vert-Handi, finding that Vert-Handi's expression remained calm and serene. I also heard that Mad King Lemegeten Narando has disappeared. Lanto, on the side, voiced his shock. What? Corey spoke gravely, Your Majesty, they are not only trying to force you to amend and abolish the Tribal Reform Act. They want to usurp your throne. Due to the Tribal Reform Act, many tribes are livid, and the Western Beira Kingdom has suddenly mobilized their army. We have dispatched several holy knights to stave them off, as well as all of their men. Currently, we are in Primo News. There are only 3,000 knights left. Including the garrison, we have less than 8,000 men. Blanc is the last line of defense before Primo News. After that, they would be able to head directly to the capital. If they capture Blanc, Earl Umos, the Earl of Boer people, would be able to get reinforcements from the other tribes in the kingdom. The situation would then quickly collapse out of control. Corey was very anxious. In his opinion, the reason that the situation was so bad, was because Vert-Handi had been impatient when transitioning into power over the Engido kingdom. Vert-Handi stood up and looked at Lanto. Lanto, I will give you 3,000 troops. Can you hold Blanc off for me for 10 days? Lanto knelt before her. Of course, Your Majesty. As long as I remain alive, Blanc will belong to Iran Bell. Chapter 140, War of the Empire, 2. Boom! A gigantic fireball was descending onto the city of Blanc. As the giant flaming rocks descended, and waves of dust rolled into the city, the fire spread out. Instantly, some of the orcs that did not have the chance to dodge the rocks were crushed into mincemeat. These rocks, which were coated in flaming oil, caused numerous roaring fires, which set surrounding structures aflame. Many people, who were doused directly by the flaming oil, were lit on fire. These people struggled in agony, before burning to death. Meanwhile, people on both sides rushed about frantically, attempting to put out the fires. As the flaming rocks continued to descend, trails of fire rained down ceaselessly from above, landing within the city. Following the trails of fire outside the city, there were a row of catapults, which were barraging the city wall continuously. Also outside the city, a huge orc army stood. Beneath the sun, the layers of their armor flashed blindingly. They seemed to be an endless sea of warriors, when seen in a single glance. With over tens of thousands of soldiers, their ranks seemed to limitless, especially since another large army of 50,000 stood off in the distance as well. In fact, the armies now surrounding Blanc extended all the way beyond the hills. With their numerous spears and shields shining, dense like a forest, all of the soldiers looked at Blanc with a ravenous hunger in their eyes. As the catapults kept striking the city, all of them could feel the pressure of the black smoke, pluming from the attack. This sort of warfare had first originated from the human kingdoms. It seemed that the origin was based off of the weapons of human wizards. The first time such methods entered a large-scale battle was during the destruction of the kingdom of Menkor. The tactics were seen for a second time during Vert-Handi's succession battle against Mad King Lemegeten Narando. With the support of the Faith of the Sun, Vert-Handi had taken the designs of the catapults and commissioned large numbers of craftsmen to create them. Only then did she achieve overwhelming victory in all of the siege battles, forcing Lemegeten's surrender of the throne of the kingdom of Engido. After witnessing that battle, everyone recognized the power of these catapults. As a result, many nearby kingdoms began purchasing catapults from the human kingdoms. These orcs from the south of Engido had actually procured a large number of catapults, which they were using to bombard Blanc. Luckily, Blanc was a defensive fortress with over 100 years of history. As such, its wall was tall, sturdy, and definitely difficult to breach. The shape of the city wall was also different from the traditional squares and circles, taking the shape of a polygram instead. As such, no matter which direction the city was attacked from, its inhabitants could return fire. This way, the structure was also sturdier, a true fortress. That was why Lanto could attempt to hold the city with only 3,000 knights, along with those scattered soldiers and fresh recruits from within the city. Sir! Sir! Lanto was pacing within a channel inside the city wall. Under his chainmail, he was clad in a purple robe with the sigil of the sun embroidered on it, representing his status as a holy knight. Wherever he passed by, the surrounding soldiers and archers would stand in attention and salute Lanto. He nodded lightly, as the endless barrage of the catapults continued in the background. A few of his attendants could no longer hold back from addressing this situation. Sir, should we arm our own catapults and return the attacks? This way, we can disrupt their rhythm. Perhaps we can even destroy some of their catapults, too. A young dogman general, dressed in chainmail, spoke impatiently, while standing before Lanto. Lanto did not answer him, but mounted the city wall to look at the opposing army. The mere sight of the majesty of the large, dense mass was enough to scare a person until they were weak-kneed, not to mention the specks of fireballs that were whizzing overhead. Even some of the soldiers were shaking. At that moment, a stone landed on the city wall, not far from the group. Immediately, the entire section of the wall began shaking violently, as the group felt their footholds becoming unsteady. Finally, Lanto grabbed the dogman general and patted his shoulder. Only then did he answer his question. It's not time yet. Right now, they are only testing us. Their catapults are the large models, with a range of 400 meters. We only have mid-ranged catapults, with a maximum reach of 260 meters. What's more, based on the current direction and speed of the wind, they have the advantage, since we'd be shooting against the headwind. Lanto continued his explanation. If we shoot now, we will fall right into their trap. They would find the locations of our catapults, then destroy them immediately. Then, we would truly be in an hopeless situation. Lanto had fought during the succession battle for Verdhandi, so he was very familiar with the usage of catapults on the battlefield. This experience allowed him to speak now with such authority and confidence. The continuous barrage of the catapults was disastrous for the morale of the soldiers within the city. As such, Lanto and the generals continuously paced around the city, boosting their morale and encouraging them to hold down the fort. As expected, the opponents tested them via a round of pressuring shots, before moving into siege warfare. The masses of soldiers rushed at the city wall with all sorts of weapons. The human tactics of siege warfare had slowly disseminated through the Orc nations, following the destruction of the kingdom of Mengkor. These insights had also revolutionized warfare and strategy within the Orc nations. At this time, the catapults within the city immediately began their counterattacks. The 3,000 knights that Lanto brought were all elites, who had been through the succession war. Luckily, there were soldiers, who were capable of assembling and controlling catapults, among them. The accuracy of the catapults left much to be desired, but their timing control and their distance from the enemies was excellent. Compared to their opponents, their control over distance and wind was much more precise. After a few rounds, the battlefield outside the city was in a scene of complete chaos. After a few rounds of test shots, the opponents had initially thought that there were no catapults within the city. As such, the opponents were completely defenseless to the sudden activation of the city's catapults. Large sections of the opponent army were pulverized by huge stones, as their blood dyed the battlefield a crimson red. Many of the siege machines and ladders were also completely destroyed, one after another. However, since the other side had a force of 50,000 strong, they continued pushing forward by brute force. As more ladders were wheeled towards the wall, the battle stagnated, reaching somewhat of a temporary stalemate. Still, objects rained down continuously upon the enemies, including stones, wood, oil, and boiling water. Orc soldiers screamed piteously, as they fell from the ladders. The archers in the city pelted an endless torrent of arrows downwards, yet the other side kept rushing at the city wall. They rushed forward with no regard for life or death, like a stormy wave. Beneath the city walls, the bodies of the dead were already piling up thickly. A few of the invaders had made it onto the city wall, and as the skirmishes moved onto the city wall, the defenders of the city attempted to keep knocking the intruders off. So it continued, wave after wave. Lanto led his troops with his own sword of the Holy Knight, which glowed white. Brandishing it proudly, he weaved through the soldiers on the wall, knocking the invaders down. The Holy Knights had received the same divine seed inheritance as the saints. However, the Holy Knights did not strengthen their bodies, but rather strengthened their weapons, which were transformed into deified metallic cells. As such, they wielded a power called Ki. It was essentially the same as the Judgment Ray of the Saints, with only a few differences in scale. Battles erupted all over the wall, as the enemy soldiers continuously struggled onto the wall. The sound of slaughter rang throughout the entire around. Every moment, someone died. The resulting smell of blood was enough to make people vomit. Lanto was bathed in blood, as he pushed a hammer-wielding bear orc down the wall after stabbing him to death. Finally, the enemies began retreating. However, Lanto knew that this was only the first wave of a battle of attrition. The invaders would continue to storm the city walls, and he had promised his king to protect Blanc for 10 whole days. He knew that this would be a tremendously difficult siege battle. Yet, he was not going to give his enemies a single inch. Chapter 141, War of the Empire, 3. A bloody sun hung in the sky. The city of Blanc was completely scarred. A blazing flame had been extinguished between the inner and outer walls of the city, and black smoke drifted in the air. The city interior and exterior were pockmarked by destruction. The city walls were dyed a dark brown by the dried blood of the orcs from the siege. After 9 days, every corner of the city had been stained with blood. Many city walls had been severely damaged. Several sieged cars were burning in raging fires outside the city, and the walls were littered with dead bodies. The stench was unbearable, and a large number of crows and vultures hovered in the sky, waiting. Every soldier on the wall had blood on their face. They didn't even have the strength left to wipe it off, as their mental states had reached the brink of collapse. Almost all of them were wounded. They held their long swords and shields with dead eyes, as they watched the sun set. Its last bright red rays shone on their bodies, like a ray of doom. Lanto walked along the wall. All of the soldiers were on the verge of collapsing in numbness, having suffered through 9 days of intense fighting, watching bodies fall all around them. They had only barely been able to hold on through sheer will. If the king's reinforcements had not arrived the very next day, they would have quite possibly suffered defeat. What needed to be said had already been said. The morale boosting had also been done. By this point, any more attempts at easing their pain would be pointless. As the defenders, Lanto's men had sustained severe casualties and injuries, yet the number of deaths on the rebel side was even worse. They were even more distressed than Lanto and his men. After Lanto patrolled the wall, he went down the stairs and returned to the inner city. Within the fortress, the people of Blanc trembled in fear. Many of them were crying. Some children were curled up in the arms of their mothers. Under the faint lights, cries of grief echoed throughout the city's streets and halls. The bodies that had burned in the city over the past few days were sons, husbands, and fathers. War was always a tragedy to the people. There would never be a so-called righteous party in war. Lanto could only harden his heart and armor up the farmers, blacksmiths, craftsmen, and slaves, encouraging them to take up their swords and shields as he sent them to replace their loved ones at the wall. By now, the rebels outside the city had been attacking for 9 days straight. Each day was more vicious than the last, as they became more and more agitated. Once the city was taken, these soldiers were sure to vent their mounting frustrations by burning and pillaging the city. Inevitably, their actions would escalate into a massacre, and even the commander of the rebels wouldn't be able to stop them. This fatal progression was something that an experienced commander like Lanto knew very well. As such, he couldn't let them enter the city. But, even in this situation with the rebels, where he and his men were surrounded and cut off from the outside world, Lanto knew that King Will had reversed many previous crises. He had the assurance that the king was rushing over. So, as long as Lanto could hold the city, the rebel forces outside the city could only await their deaths. Lanto walked along, suddenly seeing a few generals gathered around. "Lord Commander, will the reinforcements really come tomorrow?" one general asked him. Lanto turned to look at them. All of them had bloodshot eyes, which were tinged with fear and expectation. He nodded seriously. The Lion King would never abandon his subjects. "Tomorrow, the reinforcements will come." Lanto took a deep breath, then continued his assurances. "Early tomorrow morning, the rebels will form their strongest attack. They don't have much time, since they must take Blanc. Only then would they have the ability to fight against the king. Thus, tomorrow will be the fiercest battle yet." Inside the tents, which were set up outside the city, several orc generals were arguing endlessly. A young wolf man stood in front of a middle-aged boar man and shouted, "I said, we shouldn't care about Blanc. If we had given up on Blanc and gone directly to Primo News, we would have captured the capital already. The leader of the Boer people, Earl Umos, was sick of placating the brainless former king, Mad King Lemegeten Narando. He spoke bluntly, then, we would have left a strong thorn in our rear, and once we showed any openings, it would have cut off our retreat, thus allowing the enemy to thwart our escape and take our lives. Blanc is more important than Primo News. As long as we occupy this place, we have access to all the roads in the country. The supplies around us can then be transported continuously, and our contact to the other tribes will open up. With that, we would at least be able to divide the country with King Will. Lemegeten screamed in agitation. But I don't want to have only half of the land. The Engido kingdom is mine, I am the king of the Engido kingdom, and as your king, I want Will Earnbell's head. I will make him suffer the shame that he has thrust upon me. Earl Umos patted Lemegeten's shoulder, cooing, Your Majesty, it will definitely happen. Don't rush into anything. The victory will belong to us. After Lemegeten's departure, Earl Umos' eyes immediately revealed a sinister look. What an idiot! An emergency report rushed in. Earl, the kingdom of Beira has been lost on the western border. Its army has been defeated. The Prince of Beira and tens of thousands of his remaining troops are trapped inside Landen Castle. They have surrendered to Lion King Will. The king of the Beira kingdom and Lion King Will have signed a treaty, with Beira ceding Lion King Will their eastern Redstone province. Earl Umos' expression changed greatly upon hearing this news. His alliance with the Beira kingdom was one of his trump cards. The Beira kingdom had also begun to invade the western part of the Engido kingdom, while he was rebelling from the south. They had developed this strategy, since even King Will, who was a famed warrior, would not be able to fight them on both sides. When did this happen? 3 days ago. Earl Umos' face suddenly paled. If the report was 3 days old, then the Lion King must be heading over with a large army right now. Before, some reports from the west had said that the Lion King had led 50,000 knights with 5 of his holy knights against the 100,000-strong army of the Beira kingdom. The fact that he had actually defeated the other army was enough to make Umos worried, but to think that the other party had lost so badly, and within such a short period of time, was completely terrifying. That was why Earl Umos was so eager to take Blanc. As long as he took Blanc, the situation could still be reversed. Right now, Blanc was his only chance. By taking Blanc, he would secure his last chance to compete against Lion King Will. Earl Umos stood up and looked at the other aristocrats and tribal leaders. They were a coalition army, so the forces were formed by various parties. There were various squabbles and conflicts between them, and occasionally, they would drag their feet. Earl Umos had had enough of such bickering and pettiness over the last few days. As you all have heard, 3 days ago, the Lion King defeated the Kingdom of Beira, then forced the King of Beira to sign a humiliating treaty. Thus, his actions show that he will never let us go. We have nowhere to retreat to. He will not sign any treaty with us. All of us will most likely be hung on the city wall. Earl Umos pointed to the great walls of Blanc to emphasize his words, then continued. At the crack of dawn, we will either take the city or face our deaths. All of their eyes changed, igniting with inner fire, as they roared alongside Earl Umos. Take Blanc. Chapter 142, War of the Empire, 4. Boom, boom, boom. The sun had yet to rise, but all of the people on the wall were awakened by the alarm. The soldiers prepared their weapons and ran to the wall, getting into position. This time was different from the previous battles. Although the opposition had yet to take action, all of the soldiers could sense that the enemy's aura had undergone a dramatic transformation. Illuminated by the weak light of dawn, the enemy army stood in perfect formation, without making a sound. This unnatural silence was terrifying. This silent determination to take the city exerted a strong pressure on all the soldiers in the city, who swallowed collectively with anxiety. It felt like a decisive battle. Everyone knew that this was likely to be the last battle. After this battle, either the nation would be wiped from the map, after the city was taken, or they would successfully be able to stall until reinforcements arrived and the enemy army was defeated. The battle had yet to begin. All of the readied longswords were shaking, as the soldiers flushed red, filled with adrenaline. Lanto rushed to the city wall. He hacked off his holy knight robe, which was dyed beyond recognition with blood, as he changed into new chain mail. Energized, he appeared once more before his soldiers. Over the last few days, Lanto had been at the forefront of the battle on the front lines, leading every charge, and turning the tide in many seemingly hopeless situations. This earned the respect and admiration of all his men, especially when he let out the flashing holy light of his chi, slaughtering the enemy in a breathtaking show of power. All of his men felt that this holy night embodied the glory of God. As long as they followed him, their faith and dedication would be conveyed to the kingdom of God. The enemy camp watched the city walls with bloodthirsty gazes. The final battle was about to begin. Dun dun dun! Thud! As the sound of the catapults creaking into action descended, a large wave of flaming rocks immediately stretched across the horizon, descending on the city wall. Meanwhile, the enemy began a new round of barrages. All of the defenders had already become extremely skilled at dodging the projectiles and finding cover. Compared to the initial panic, many of the young recruits had become hardened veterans, masterfully adept at maneuvering with efficient calmness. Boom! Thud! Whistling sounds of the flying projectiles intertwined with the thuds of their impacts. Any ordinary castle would have long since fallen under such a mad assault, but Blanc was a bastion, a fortress designed 100 years ago by some unknown genius. Its strengths were fully utilized during this battle. In this pre-modern era, without firearms, no matter how the other side barraged them, the city stood as firm as a mountain. The rebel army continued to utilize rocks from the surrounding mountains. The daily bombardment of Blanc did not have the effect that they had desired. Instead, Lanto's own catapults from within Blanc had caused them to suffer many heavy losses. Sure enough, as soon as the bombardment of the catapults began, the sun peeked out from the horizon, just as the rebel army began moving. This time, they moved without reserve. All of them pressed forward towards Blanc, like a dense wave of ants, covering the entire plain outside of Blanc. Arrows, fire! The archers on the wall immediately began shooting arrows as the enemies approached, raining them down in endless waves. The arrows continued to descend, as multitudes of enemy soldiers fell under their onslaught. Yet, even more enemy soldiers hunkered down under their shields, reaching the city walls despite the assault. The enemy archers began firing back with their longbows, lining up in formation behind a line of shields. The arrows from both sides interlaced in the sky to form the illusion of a dense grid, which then covered the entire sky. The sound of whistling arrows was deafening. One by one, soldiers with shields pushed forward, as stones, wood, and boiling water were thrown down from above. The soldiers forced their ways up the ladder onto the wall. Many of them lost their grips and fell directly into the city. The sounds of death rang out loud, as orc soldiers roared furiously, their eyes locked on the city wall, as they rushed desperately up it. A Boorman warrior was gored through with several swords by the defenders on the wall. He gritted his teeth, spat out blood, then managed to throw them onto the ground, holding them down, so that his fellow rebel soldiers could climb the wall. All of the soldiers were invigorated. It was as if they had no consciences anymore, after creating so many scenes of carnage. All that was left within them was the desire to massacre their enemies. The sounds of clashing swords echoed, accompanied with the occasional squelch of a successful blow. Flag-bearing rebel soldiers boarded the wall, one after another. Their presence greatly invigorated the morale of the rebels. It looked as if they had already taken the city. Lanto stood in the middle of the throng and heat of the battlefield, quickly disposing of the endless stream of invaders. He became the target of many of the rebel soldiers, who gathered, before rushing towards him. His loyal knights fell, one by one, beside him, but even more of his men continued to gather around him, protecting their master unto death. A small mountain of bodies formed on this section of the wall. Lanto was soaked with blood. His face was streaked red. Even his eyes were covered with specks of blood. He continued fighting, like a demon straight from hell, as the sword in his right hand let out a bust of shining ki, taking down a wolfman blood knight. Meanwhile, his other hand waved a black lion's flagpole, spearing through a boar man with a huge axe. The muscular boar warrior fell down, representing the triumph of the banner of the Lion King Will, which flew gallantly above the city, swishing in the wind. Lanto stood atop the pile of bodies and gave a rallying howl. All of his muscles shook, as the veins on his face and neck bulged. The wolf's howl carried throughout the battlefield, awing all the soldiers on the wall. The soldiers began moving with renewed vigor. As their morale rose, they pushed the enemy back, turning the situation once again in their favor. The fortress defense began succeeding. The rebel army began to despair. This scraggy fortress, which was shaped like the jaws of a beast, seemed like it was a door straight to hell, intent upon devouring their lives. Their attacks had failed again and again. It looked as if they would never be able to take this city. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred at a city gate. Smoke obscured the sky. Lanto had sealed all of the city gates with stone, in preparation for the battle, in order to prevent any entry. However, Lanto hadn't known that Earl Umos had obtained alchemy explosives from human wizards through special channels. They didn't have much of a supply of them, however, since Umos had only purchased some as insurance. It had seemed fairly ordinary to do so, so he wasn't sure if it would be useful. Luckily, the power of the alchemy explosives far exceeded the imagination of Earl Umos. They had not only blasted through the sealed gates, but had also destroyed part of the city wall, which filled Earl Umos with wild glee. When the smoke dissipated, the opening in Blank's defense was in full view. There was a sudden silence. For the rebels, it was an unexpected surprise after a bout of utter despair. For the royal army, which was defending the city, this was a scene from hell. The rebels rushed towards the city gate with shouts of glee. Of course, Lanto had already set up countermeasures for such a situation. Immediately, squads of soldiers blocked the entrance with shields and spears. Even more soldiers headed towards the destroyed city gate under Lanto's roaring command, aimed at blocking the invasion. But, alas, the gate had already been lost, so the invasion was imminent. Lanto was also beginning to fall into deep despair. At the small opening of the city gate, a large number of soldiers collided in a frenzy of spears and shields. Soldiers fell left and right, as each incoming wave stepped forward on their dead bodies. The entire scene had become a meat grinder, a collision of mad carnage. All of them knew that the final moment of this battle was nigh. Shields collided with one another viciously, as spears were jammed at enemies. An enemy's sword would sever a comrade's throat, while the enemy would then be smashed in turn by his own axe. Everyone was consumed by the insanity of it all, as they rushed towards the slaughterhouse to die, one after the other. At that moment, it seemed as if their lives were worthless, like mere straw, which was blown away in the wind. No one cared about their own lives, as their eyes were all locked on this gate's opening. Stop them! Do not falter, as behind you lay your families. You are the only thing between these intruders and your wives and children. If you falter, all of your loved ones will be slaughtered. Lanto blocked the gate in an insane frenzy. He slammed the two rushing dogmen into the ground with his shield, before killing them with a swing of his sword. Lanto had lost track of how many orcs had died at his hands in the last few days. Was it a couple hundred? A few thousand perhaps? Lanto was also covered in wounds. Several injury scars were littered across his body. His old wounds had burst open after the explosion. Ordinary people would have succumbed to these wounds many times over, yet Lanto pushed onward with his power as a blood knight, as well as with the vitality that he possessed as a holy knight. Yet, by now, even Lanto could sense his own imminent demise. Perhaps, this shall be my final resting place. Lanto seemed to sense something foreboding. God! I have killed so many. Am I still allowed into your kingdom? Am I fighting for you, God? Am I fighting for justice? The killing continued, but the defenders were beginning to struggle. They began falling to the relentless rush of the invaders. Soon, the rebels would enter the city and release their anger and desires upon its citizens. The symphony of death echoed across the battlefield, but Lanto was deaf to it all. He felt as if time had slowed down, like the entire world had become a cruel painting of a frozen battle. Huo! Huo! The sound of a low and somber horn sounded in the distance. Everyone looked up, spotting an army on the hillside a dozen of miles away. They carried a strangely familiar flag, which was black with a gold lion. A large cavalry was approaching from the distant hills, marching in a uniform line. The cavalry formed an army that spread to the ends of the sky, covering the rolling hills in the distance. A path was opened within the army, as a blonde knight in skirted armor appeared at the forefront of the army, riding on a white warhorse. She was guarded by several holy knights, clad in armor and cloaks with the sigil of the sun. The army trailed behind their king, watching the fierce battle before them. Verthandi drew the sword of the king, then pointed to the center of the battlefield. She then shouted out, to certain victory. Hearing the command, the army came to life. The movement of the cavalry kicked up a dust storm, as they rushed toward the battlefield. The thunderous sound of their horses' hooves was sharpened with a wave of killing intent, as it headed towards the city and swallowed the rebel army. The invaders completely lost their morale and wills to fight. This was a real army of battle-hardened elites. The inexperienced rebel army of locals collapsed easily. Earl Umos, who was within the battlefield, paled at the sight, his complexion taking the quality of leathery paper. Looking at the king's army, which was approaching from the distance, their blonde sovereign at the lead, Earl of Umos's lips began spasming in terror. He managed to utter a few words, "It's over. It's all over." The remnants of the defending forces were almost crying in relief. Lanto leaned against a wall for support, as he looked into the distance. He felt so weak, a single gust of wind may have taken him down. But, his previously tense posture suddenly relaxed. Lanto looked at the rushing figure of Verdhandi, smiled, then raised his longsword high into the air. "Victory to His Majesty!" Everyone joined Lanto's cheer, as they rallied together. "Victory to His Majesty!" All of the soldiers now raised their weapons. "Victory to His Majesty!" The soldiers on the city wall lifted the fallen flag from the ground. The black and gold lion soared majestically. The tide of the battle had changed, but Lanto was past his limits. He fell to the ground amid the sound of the approaching reinforcements. Chapter 143, War of the Empire, 5. All across the city, swarms of soldiers were cleaning the battlefield, rounding prisoners up on the sidelines. Specifically, the soldiers were searching among the captives for aristocrats and the leaders of the rebellion. Within the temporary church in the city, Verdhandi and 5 holy knights stood around Lanto's body with their men. Outside the tent, a large group of knights, dressed in white robes, lowered their heads in silence. Verdhandi shut Lanto's eyes, as everyone finished saying their prayers for him. It was a solemn and dignified farewell. Afterwards, several priests immediately covered the body with a sun-patterned cloth, as Lanto was a holy knight. According to the law, he was a knight of the faith of the sun, so after his death, he was to be buried in the cemetery that was dedicated to the faith of the sun. Ibu looked at Verdhandi, whom he had followed since she was young. In some ways, Ibu, who was her senior, could feel Verdhandi's anger and grief. Lanto is just returning to the arms of God. Remember, everyone will die. This is our fate from the moment we are born. Thus, this is God's will, announced the elder in charge of the ceremony. Ibu looked into Verdhandi's eyes. Lanto completed his mission and has gone ahead to the kingdom of God. Remember what you said, when we sent troops from Volto. Did you forget your ideals and vows already? We all believe that you are the champion, who was sent by God to end the millennium of war. You will bring unprecedented glory to all of the orcs. Isn't it precisely because of this belief that we could reach where we are now? Verdhandi blinked her red-rimmed eyes and bit her lips, agitated. But, what I see now is only war and slaughter. It is just death after death. You can even say that, as the leader of the war, all of the wars started because of me. I never brought light to anyone, only death and disaster. Ibu spoke sternly, isn't that the responsibility and weight that a king should bear? So many have died already. Lanto has always chosen to believe in you. All of us, hundreds of thousands of warriors from the north, have laid down our lives for you, precisely because we believe that you can unify the orcs and end the wars. Only then will the warring tribes merge together, forming one race. He continued, now questioning her. Now what? You're talking about giving up? Is this the extent of your resolve? From the moment you picked up the sword of the king and began fighting the king for the throne, you forfeited the option of giving up. Verdhandi looked at Lanto's body within the sacred casket again. She turned her head and closed her eyes, then took a deep breath. She then looked back at Ibu with determined eyes, then walked out. Outside, the rebel leaders were brought before Verdhandi, who stood on the steps and looked at the familiar figures below her. There was Earl Umos, the former King Lemesgeddon, and the southern lords, all of whom were tied up like lambs to be slaughtered, shivering before her. Verdhandi looked at Lemesgeddon, who looked back at the little blonde knight, suddenly recalling some terrible memories. No, you can't send me back to that damned monastery. I am the king. I am the true king of the Engido kingdom. Verdhandi looked at Lemesgeddon. No, I won't send you back to the monastery this time. Lemesgeddon gave a sigh of relief. Anywhere else would be fine, as long as he was not locked into that maddening monastery again. Verdhandi looked at Alan, then commanded, take the king away and give him a decent ending." Alan made a respectful salute, then looked at Lemegetian with interest. Lemegetian did not think Vert-Handi would actually kill him. He was about to yell, but Alan kicked him in the gut, after which, he could only vomit as he lay twitching on the ground. Lemegetian was then gagged and dragged away, terror filling his eyes. Vert-Handi then looked at Earl Umos, giving her command regarding his punishment. "Hang him over the city. Let everyone see what end awaits such treasonous bastards." Earl Umos went to his death with dignity. From the beginning to the end, he did not say a single word, only showed his honor as a noble. Thus, a king and the head of a province were killed on that day. The rest of the southern lords shivered. No one dared to look up and meet Vert-Handi's stone-like gaze. Vert-Handi played the role she had chosen for herself. She didn't want to kill all of the people there. Although it was natural to kill all of them, based on their actions, doing so would not be conducive to the reunification of the South, as they were all tribe leaders and chiefs. So, if they were all killed, reorganizing the tribes in the South and implementing the Tribal Reform Act would be nearly impossible. In fact, some of the other regions had already accepted the reform bill, when they saw how the situation was going. Vert-Handi hated these liars and traitors, but she could only choose to wisely let them go. However, she also knew that she couldn't just let them go back to their territories. So, she decided to bring them all back to Primo News as captives. In year 40 of the San calendar, Vert-Handi implemented the tribal reform program in the Engido kingdom after breaking up all of the tribes. A series of decrees then set forth major migration policies, moving a large number of landless serfs, thieves, and criminals from the south and north towards the western plains and the province that Beira kingdom had ceded in the west. These areas were sparsely populated, and the migrants had established a new city and town among them. The original tribal and ethnic lifestyles were gradually changing within the Engido kingdom. The different races began to intermarry and procreate. At the same time, the power within the Engido kingdom began to gather, as the fame of the Lion King increased. In year 42 of the San calendar, the princess of the Duchy of Skinless was kidnapped by the prince of the Mysia kingdom and died after being humiliated. This raised the wrath of the Grand Duke, who rallied the most powerful tribes in the vicinity to attack the Mysia kingdom. Then, powerful and strong army of the Mysia kingdom, which numbered over 100,000, lost to the army of 50,000 that was led by Grand Duke Skinless. They were so badly beaten and defeated, even the capital was battered. The king of Mysia kingdom fled to the Engido kingdom with the king of the Engido kingdom, Wularan Bel, who promised that he would send troops to aid him in retaking the throne. Vert-Handi immediately dispatched the Holy Knight Ibu and 100,000 men to help Mysia to force back the coalition that was led by Grand Duke Skinless. In the end, they were able to retake the capital of Mysia, yet they did not return afterwards. Instead, they turned on the king of Mysia and took over the kingdom, which they then incorporated into the Engido kingdom. Chapter 144, War of the Empire, Conclusion. In year 45 of the San calendar, the kingdoms of Engido and Mysia sent troops to invade the Duchy of Skinless. In the crisis, the duchy joined forces with the various large clans that were scattered on the eastern lands of the Orcs, raising an army of 120,000 to face the Engido and Mysia allied army. Nearly 300,000 troops from both sides met and fought in Raymon. The Mysia army, which had arrived first, began attacking the city immediately. The hasty Mysia army was dealt a severe blow by the Grand Duke of Skinless, when it was driven out to the valley of Raymon in tatters. The Skinless coalition was chasing them down. At that time, Engido's king Vert-Handi divided her forces into two sections. She led one section to rescue the besieged army of Mysia in the valley of Raymon, while Alan led the other section, teetering to the rear of the Skinless forces to cut off their escape route and supply chain. The Skinless coalition, which had surrounded the Mysia army, immediately reversed its course. It fell into a heavy encirclement itself, trapped within the valley of Raymon. The army of 100,000 was trapped for an entire month, before their supplies ran out. The Grand Duke committed suicide, and the army surrendered to Engido. After that defeat, of the 5 Orc nations of Menkor, Engido, Beira, Mysia, and Skinless, only the kingdoms of Engido and Beira remained. The kingdom of Engido occupied most of the Orc lands. Other than the lands belonging to the kingdom of Beira, there were only some scattered lands that were unclaimed by the nations which were inhabited by a few isolated Orc clans. They lived alone, removed from the world, and rarely communicated with outsiders. In the same year, the king of Beira died from an illness. A month after the prince succeeded him, Beira surrendered to the kingdom of Engido. From then on, all of the Orc lands were unified by the kingdom of Engido. This was an unprecedented affair. Many empires had occupied up to half of the Orc lands, before halting. The halting was due to the age of the founding monarchs, the internal rebellions, and the increasing pressures from within. As such, they lost the chance to unify the land. Verdhandi relied on the combination of her divine authority and leadership as a ruler to take advantage of the Orcs' strong desires for peace, after so many wars. All of the Orc lands finally fell under her control as one unified empire. Sarga city, the thousand-year holy land of the Orcs and the birthplace of the first king, had lain abandoned since the 12th Orc king, Wolf King Costa, had perished in battle against the human Golden King Ahenaton. It had been rebuilt as a teeming metropolis. The magnificent city now stood as a strong fortress. According to Verdhandi's old strategy, the tribal reform program was implemented in the Orc lands. A large number of landless poor were relocated to the south, with the goal of having them inhabit the lands that used to form the kingdom of Menkor, while forming new cities and villages. More than 100,000 people were relocated to the city of Sarga, set to begin rebuilding the new royal capital. Perhaps it should not be called a royal capital, but rather an imperial capital, which eventually became a huge metropolis. Many people wished to live here, but even more people gathered to seek the lucrative potential that was available within the capital. Gradually, merchants arrived, as markets and shops began popping up. People from all walks of life began to settle there. Throughout its construction, little by little, it really became a large city with a diverse population. Verdhandi had led a large army through the Airs Mountains, arriving at the sacred city of the Orcs, which had slept for a millennium, as its next master. The city's towering walls, its hefty majesty, and its gate that could allow 10 carriages to enter at once, was now all hers. All of the people in the city came out to look at the legendary Orc King, the master of the sword of the king, and God's chosen messenger. A large number of soldiers kneeled by the city gate, waiting for Verdhandi to enter her new capital. But, Verdhandi was looking elsewhere. Her gaze rested at the foot of the Airs Mountains. There once was a small town called Air there, which was a sparsely populated town, filled with simple and kind people. There had been many cat people and dog people living there at one time. In fact, it had been her childhood home. She closed her eyes, as many wonderful memories appeared vividly in her mind. Daddy! Daddy! What are you looking at? Daddy! Daddy! It's raining outside. Daddy! I'm hungry. Daddy, where are we going? Verdhandi could almost see the tall, handsome man before her, with his usual calm and gentle smile, only for her. Little trouble, you again. Dad. Verdhandi discovered that she had never really understood the man called Randur Bell. He was full of mysteries. What's his real identity? Was that his real name? He had profound knowledge that was far beyond anyone else's on the continent. He would smile that faint smile of his, while effortlessly completing tasks far beyond what others could ever hope to accomplish. Over the years, no matter how hard Verdhandi had tried to track him down, he had left absolutely no traces. It was as if he had completely vanished. At this time, Queen April broke into her reverie, giving her a push on her shoulders, gesturing that she should enter the city. Unlike before, there was a motherly glow on April's face. A few months ago, she had secretly sought out a Boar-man wizard named Uruk, agreeing to some of his conditions. In exchange, the wizard agreed to let her birth a child for Verdhandi. To Verdhandi, wizards were extraordinarily evil. Their sort of witchcraft, which went against the natural laws of life, felt extremely sinister to her. Yet, April was her queen and her greatest pillar of support. This fact alone resulted in Verdhandi's having extremely complicated feelings about the child in April's belly. However, in the eyes of the people, now that their king finally had his own child, it seemed as if the empire, which they had fought so hard for, was truly stabilizing. The birth of an heir to her legacy was indeed something to celebrate. Verdhandi's thoughts had traveled 1,000 miles within a split second. Now back in reality and fully alert, she immediately led her knights toward the capital. A large number of soldiers stood at attention, while the streets overflowed with people, cheering and welcoming their king. Welcome, our beloved emperor! Long live his majesty! Praise be! Flower girls sprinkled their petals over the crowd. Vert-Handi straightened her back and walked forward in a pure white-skirted armor with a gorgeous cloak. She waved at the crowds, who received her with adoration all the way to the palace. Within the palace, a large number of Faith of the Sun clergy members awaited. Dressed in their white robes, they formed 2 rows on both sides. Patriarch Kori stood at the top of the steps, while a large audience watched within the plaza. Above them, many nobles and aristocrats, who were knighted for their loyalty to Vert-Handi throughout her conquest, were seated. Vert-Handi finally dismounted. She then approached the summit, moving towards Patriarch Kori. A sudden silence descended upon the scene, as all the cheers died down at once. Everyone held their breaths, waiting to witness this sacred moment. In the name of God, I crown Wularanbel as the Emperor of the Holy Civil Empire. The Patriarch of the Faith of the Sun personally crowned Vert-Handi. Vert-Handi turned to face her people, showing them her visage. Instantly, all of the knights and nobles fell to the ground. All of the civilians cheered in unison. Long live the Holy Civil Emperor! Long live your Majesty! The cheers grew louder and louder. The entire city was cheering, their hands waving in the air. Wave after wave of people surged forward. All of the orcs were excited to welcome the first common king, the first emperor to end 1,000 years of conflict. She was the ruler that would be the light to all of the orcs. Vert-Handi had unified all of the orc lands at the age of 27. She had established the Holy Civil Empire, as its first emperor. From then on, the orcs began to walk towards true unification under a centralized power. Chapter 145, Base. Next up on the news, in England, the Dubai Biotechnology Company announced last week that they made a major breakthrough in gene editing technology. They have developed a blood plasma for human genes that can induce evolution. Currently, they are experimenting with clinical trials, which is causing an uproar around the world. 2 volunteers already tested out the first live injections yesterday. The pair remain in good condition, and have not experienced any side effects, the news anchor reported. This morning, following the biotechnology company's successful experiment, they have announced that the time has come for human beings to enter a new era. This major breakthrough in gene technology has made most human diseases theoretically treatable. But, while some are cheering for this new and promised longevity, many more scientists worry that this technology will bring calamity to humanity, along with its benefits. Zhiyu was lying on the sofa next to the window with a cup of coffee. He looked at the beach outside. In the distance, he could see the endless ocean. He was at Burn Island in the South Pacific. From time to time, the sound of planes would buzz overhead, as they landed at the airport in the middle of the island. An unbelievable amount of materials and personnel were being transported to the islands. There was also an incredible number of robots that were working on the islands, constantly transporting the new materials, as well as ferrying about people underground. Currently, people could only enter the island, but couldn't leave. This was in order to maintain top-level secrecy, as no one else knew about the events that were happening on these islands hidden in the South Pacific. Zhiyu was drinking coffee while he looked at the newspaper. The newspaper had an exaggerated headline, "In this new era of longevity, our expected lifespan will reach 200 years." He picked up another newspaper. It featured a picture of the spokesperson of the Dubai Group, who was quoted as saying, "We are not only breaking through the secrets of life, but we are also investing in space exploration and space technology. In the future, UB Technology Limited will be at the forefront of human progress, as we lead the world into a new, interstellar era." Zhiyu put the newspaper down. How Nicholas Dubai was using publicity to increase his power and expand his influence was of no interest to him. The blood plasma solution that Nicholas had named Embrace could only be tailored to specific people right now anyway. Only Zhiyu could manufacture it. So far, Nicholas Dubai had only injected it. Even the prototype 01 solution that could give subjects a 200-year lifespan was still not ready for mass production. The prototype 01 evolution blood plasma was a product that was prepared exclusively for the rich and famous. Ordinary people could not afford that sort of luxury. To Zhiyu, this product was not just some so-called herald of a new golden era. On the contrary, he believed that this product would only solidify the existing human hierarchies and form a wider gap between ordinary people and those in power. The Vatican clan and Nicholas Dubai were using the technology that they had acquired to rapidly expand their power base. They had even gotten the support of the reigning political parties of several countries. After all, that the promise of longevity and healthy bodies was irresistible for powerful men, who were facing death and disease. Thus, they did not hesitate to meet Nicholas Debye's conditions and requirements, just to get a place on the list of recipients. Under Nicholas Debye's ambitious direction, the Vatican clan continued to expand. They began to construct a technological empire of legends. From bioengineering and blood plasma research to other fields, they began to dominate the market by creating monopolies. They were even stepping into the fields of human space exploration and aviation technology. Lu Zhiyu Technology Co. Limited was funded by these donors. The Vatican clan provided whatever Lu Zhiyu wanted, as well as supplied an unimaginable selection of talent and resources. They also had partial ownership of the AB Technology Co., Limited via stock shares, as well as access to the company's technology, which, in Nicholas Debye's view, was a great bargain. But, no one knew that Lu Zhiyu basically had no technology to speak of. More and more, Lu Zhiyu began to feel that the Earth wasn't an attractive place for him anymore. The vast infinities of the universe were the real future. Lu Zhiyu was itching to build a starship that would, at the very least, be able to travel within the solar system. That exploration would fulfill some of his initial goals, but so far, it seemed that Lu Zhiyu's plan had been far too optimistic. After all, space technology was a complex and multidisciplinary endeavor. It involved basic science, applied science, and engineering. It was not a unilateral technical field. As such, in order to create a starship that could be used for travel through interstellar dimensions, calculations in computer technology, thermodynamics, mechanics and materials science, as well as a series of other technologies, were essential. Due to this, some smaller countries did not even have the qualifications to dream of such research, as this sort of research required both money and a large pool of scientific talents, as well as knowledgeable experts and a powerful industrial base. The manufacture of an engine alone involved scientific theory that was complicated enough to make people dizzy. So far, even with the most advanced engine and taking the best route, it would still take more than 6 months to reach Mars from Earth. Traveling out of the solar system was still impossible. Lu Zhiyu wanted to complete his own plan to build a starship. In order to do so, he needed a large number of talented researchers to help him. These talents were each unique leaders within their fields. Many of them were regarded as national treasures, with their movements being closely monitored. As such, Lu Zhiyu had to get the Vatican clan to locate them and snatch them away discreetly. Lu Zhiyu stood up and pressed a glass door open to reveal an elevator. Lu Zhiyu entered through the door, then went dozens of meters underground before swerving to the left. Finally, after descending a few hundred meters more, the elevator stopped. He was in what appeared to be a huge underground cavity. It seemed like it was a location that was straight out of a science fiction novel. A large number of robots and automatic vehicles were moving back and forth inside it, and fluorescent panels, which were placed overhead, gave the entire underground space a white tint. Within the underground base were various buildings, spacious roads, and several specialized structures. The entire underground base was built according to the specifications of the professionals. As such, it had countless experimental spaces, all of which only had one purpose: to design and manufacture a spacecraft that could travel throughout the universe. Chapter 146, Spacecraft Construction, End of the Trip to Reality. David, take me to Fabio. Lu Zhiyu pressed the headset on his ear, immediately connecting to the central supercomputer. The entire base was controlled by this supercomputer. Its origin was the sub-brain of the SS Eternity. Currently, it took the form of this supercomputer. Thus, all of the robots and equipment were under its control. The restructuring of the base and the island were all completed through its power via his commands. Received. Lu Zhiyu saw a rail car arrive instantly to pick him up. He took off towards one of the laboratories within the base. This particular lab specialized in robot manufacturing research and testing. It also housed the first group of researchers that was recruited by Lu Zhiyu. Lu Zhiyu walked in and saw several people observing the trial stage of their newly manufactured second model construction robots. Compared with the first model robots, these were much more flexible, having capabilities to engage in more responsibilities and more important engineering tasks. They also had a longer operation limit. Currently, they were planning on replacing all of the first model construction robots. Fabio Rossi was the director of the Robot Manufacturing Research Laboratory. He was the former head of the Gear Planning Research Team at the Italian National Bionic Research Institute. He had later entered the laboratory of Nicolas Debye for research on silicon-based life forms. In other words, he was specially recruited by Lu Zhiyu for his outstanding research skills. Lu Zhiyu was very curious about the origin of silicon-based life forms. According to the available information, the remains of silicon-based life were unearthed from an ancient temple in the Americas. As such, the remains of this silicon-based life form should have crashed onto Earth thousands of years ago, which led Lu Zhiyu to wonder many things. How did it reach Earth? Were there more of its kind? Where was it from? To Lu Zhiyu, there were many puzzles to solve, which he wanted answered. But so far, there hadn't been much progress towards that end. Fabio Rossi was staring at a magnified image on his computer. His black eyes focused on the metallic cells in front of him. He watched as the nanobots constantly formed designs according to his demands. An Asian man was also observing by the side, and the two stood up when they saw Lu Zhiyu approaching. "Boss, you're here." Lu Zhiyu nodded, then looked at the Asian man on the side. "Dr. Gu Kaoran, you're here, too." Gu Kaoran was a male, who was around 40 years old. He had been the head of several important projects at NASA, making him one of the top experts in his field. His expertise in aerospace technology almost unsurpassed any others in the world. He was well known as being among the elite. But, Nicolas Debye had used a few tricks in order to drive him out of NASA. It hadn't been difficult, since Asians were often excluded and treated with suspicion within NASA. Thus, he had disappeared without a trace. No one knew that he had been recruited by a mysterious organization that was hidden on a secret island in the South Pacific. Gu Kaoran nodded. "We have a few ideas right now." The two of them looked at Lu Zhiyu. This mysterious man was the owner of the entire island. He seemed to know a little bit about everything, though he wasn't an expert on much of anything. But, in regards to raising funding and creating the research environment that had been provided, he was unsurpassed. In particular, the supercomputers, metallic cells, and the nuclear fusion technology, obtained from the bionuclear energy machine from the insects of the First World, were beyond their wildest imaginations. In addition, the laboratory provided them with a research environment and conveniences that were far beyond their expectations. They had construction robots, which were assembled through metallic cells, at their hands, as well as access to any research that they wanted, from all over the world. Even Gu Kaoran was here. Everything was now in place. This lab had miraculously transformed from an empty shell into a super base that could even construct and research spacecrafts. According to your feedback, our current robot technology has been completed. I think we should now start building a space station in space. We can then assemble our spaceship around this space station. As long as we can launch the components of the spacecraft into space and assemble it there, the difficulty of my mission will be greatly reduced. Lu Zhiyu nodded. Have you finished the preparations for these plans? Dr. Gu Kaoran shook his head. Not yet, it will take some time, but it shouldn't be too difficult. The most difficult thing is the nuclear power engine problem. Although you provided some of the related technologies, there are quite a few processes to go through before we can move them onto a spacecraft. Gu Kaoran wanted to say that the difficulty was insanely high, but in the face of the futuristic robotics and the almost magical metallic cells, the difficulties of making a spacecraft was simplified by countless steps. When they had first talked to Lu Zhiyu, they had felt like they were listening to fabricated myths. It didn't sound like the design for a spaceship, but rather the blueprint for a transformer, a living metal ship with evolutionary capabilities and self-awareness. To Gu Kaoran, supercomputers like David had already broken through the toughest obstacles in manufacturing a spaceship. The rest of the tasks did not require any technological innovation. As long as he applied his experience from NASA, it would be simple. This made Gu Kaoran very excited. It was a lifelong dream of his to make a large manned spaceship. He had once thought that he could not complete this dream within his lifetime. He had never thought that it was about to be fulfilled, thanks to Lu Zhiyu's support. Lu Zhiyu was also very happy. Apparently, it had gone even more successfully than he had expected. So, do you need anything else? Gu Kaoran immediately replied, we still need a rocket launching platform. I came to visit Fabio to discuss this with him. As for the manufacturing of the rocket, it will be conducted by Fabio's robotic production line. Molly is in charge of the rocket design, as she is our best rocket system control expert. She is also currently leading the design team. Everything is in the design phase, which will take some time. But, as long as there are no errors in the details, we should be able to launch the first rocket test soon. Afterwards, we will proceed with the design of the space station and the overarching design of the entire spacecraft. Lu Zhiyu patted Gu Kaoran's shoulder. You can request whatever you need from David. He will relay it to me, so that I can satisfy your requirements. I will be gone for a while. In the meantime, Dr. Gu Kaoran, you will be in charge of the base. I hope to see our own spacecraft as soon as possible. Gu Kaoran nodded seriously. You are my boss, and I will report directly to you. Lu Zhiyu nodded. The real manager of the base was David. If anything happened, David would immediately lock down the entire base and capture the target. All contact with the outside world was carried out by robots. These people could not leave the base. Their families had been placed there by Nicholas Dubai from the Vatican Church. Hence, there was nothing for Lu Zhiyu to worry about. After surveying the progress throughout the entire base, Lu Zhiyu returned to the ground again. Immediately upon his arrival, he saw a message from Nicholas Dubai. There is news on the ruins of the silicon-based life form. I have already sent people to investigate. There should be results soon. Lu Zhiyu's face lit up with a slight hint of joy. He put down his phone. A small, almost invisible dimensional gate opened in the living room, which emitted a faint glow. With a flash, Lu Zhiyu once again disappeared from the face of the earth. Chapter 147, The Princess Birthday Party. In Sarga City, the orcs rebuilt their capital within their holy land. The magnificence of the Holy Civil Empire's capital was displayed in front of Lu Zhiyu. It was at least 10 times bigger than it had been 1,000 years ago. The wall and buildings were large and majestic, and the people in the city wore northern orc-style robes, which hid their beast ears. First-time human visitors would be dazzled by such an exotic atmosphere. Not only were the orcs present, but human beings were there also. Ever since the kingdom of Menkor was destroyed by the human Crete Empire and the Church of Light a few decades ago, human beings had been despised within the orc lands. But, the two sides had finally begun to cooperate via large-scale trade again recently. When Lu Zhiyu had left, it was the end of San calendar year 34. Now, it was already San calendar year 59. When he arrived in the Earth universe, Lu Zhiyu had checked the time and found that, because the supernatural systems of Maria's world had stabilized, after the emergence of the Divine Kingdom, the acceleration of time had slowed down even further to a speed that was now only 300 times faster than the Earth. Thus, a day in the Earth universe was a year in Maria's world. This meant that Lu Zhiyu had stayed outside for more than 20 days, so 2 decades had passed in Maria's world. However, by now, the time flow rate had completely stabilized and no longer fluctuated. As long as Lu Zhiyu did not make any major changes to the internal rules of the world, there should be no more major fluctuations. 20 years was both too long and not much time at all. It was enough time for a newborn child to become a father, yet to Lu Zhiyu, 1 generation was just a blink of an eye. The crowds filled the city with traffic, as Lu Zhiyu saw blue linen cloth draped all over the city. Walking down the street, the whole city was very bright and lively. From time to time, nobles from all over would enter the city, followed by hordes of knights. This was because today was the birthday of Her Royal Highness, the Princess Dulmidi. She was turning 12 years old this year, and so the emperor was holding a grand banquet to celebrate. The entire capital was also celebrating with a carnival. Lu Zhiyu wandered the streets and looked at Verdhandi's subjects. He could sense a thriving populace, full of vitality. Verdhandi had governed her country quite well. From this aspect, she had proven herself a qualified king. As night fell, Lu Zhiyu entered the palace, following a gorgeous carriage past the palace's gates and the layers of guards. No one stopped Lu Zhiyu. In fact, no one even seemed to have seen him. The palace was built in stacked layers, all of which were covered in beautiful slate roofing. After passing through the outer defensive area, one could see the gardens, fountains, rockeries, and forests. The gardens on both sides were filled with flowers, which were currently in midsummer bloom and had intoxicatingly delicate fragrances. Behind the gardens, the main castle was filled with guests. Candlelight flickered on the walls and overhead, illuminating the entire hall with shining yellow light. The clinking cups and echoing laughter in the banquet hall gave the scene a dreamlike feel. The table was covered in delicious food, and most of the guests were high-ranking nobles of the Holy Civil Empire. At the very least, they were provincial leaders and bigwigs within their regions. Yet, none of them had any interest in eating and drinking, as they were either here to network socially or to handle various political initiatives. Some were also extremely loyal to the emperor, so this was an opportunity for them to meet him. Lu Zhiyu sat alone in the corner, tasting the wine and food. From time to time, he would tease the maids, who stood by the side of the room, as he looked very dashing. Lu Zhiyu seemed very relaxed, but he was actually a little nervous and overwhelmed, as he didn't yet know how to face Vert Handi. Vert Handi was doing quite well right now. She already had her own life, and Lu Zhiyu was not her real father anyway. Lu Zhiyu felt that he had spent the happiest days of his life with her, and that he had left at the perfect time. If he had stayed any longer, he would only have been a hindrance to her path, thus destroying the life she wanted. The letter that Lu Zhiyu left also told Vert Handi about her background. As such, Lu Zhiyu didn't know how to face her now. He just wanted to see if she was doing well, and to tell her that he was very well and that she should not worry. Lu Zhiyu also wanted to see her daughter, who was his granddaughter. Lu Zhiyu already knew that his disciple, the boar-person wizard Uruk, had made a deal with the Empress of the Holy Civil Empire to lessen the persecution against wizards within the Holy Civil Empire. This had created a much better environment than the lands ruled by the Church of Light. In exchange, the heir was born through blood witchcraft. When Lu Zhiyu first got the scroll, before he created witchcraft, he could already use mice cells to breed embryos to create the mouse people. To Uruk, who had mastered the most sophisticated blood witchcraft techniques, this was mere child's play. Although he did not have Lu Zhiyu's information-type mental talent, it hardly required gene manipulation to create special bloodlines. It was just a simple cloning technology. For a mind power using wizard, as long as he had the relevant biological knowledge, anyone could do it. Yet, to ordinary people, this witchcraft was extremely evil and strange. To Lu Zhiyu, though, there was nothing wrong with it. After all, didn't all the life in this world come from this process? Lu Zhiyu wandered the castle, going all the way up the stairs. The two guards did not stop him, as he went straight to the windowsill on the second floor, where he could see the entire city, which was illuminated by the silver light of the full moon. It's beautiful. Lu Zhiyu sighed, as he sipped from a glass of wine. Hey, you stole my spot! A young girl grumbled from behind Lu Zhiyu. Lu Zhiyu turned around and saw a young girl with a head of fluffy blonde hair and two red wolf ears. She was wearing a complex pleated skirt and looked like a little princess. But, at the moment, she was flashing two small fangs as she glared at him. Chapter 148, Present. Lu Zhiyu turned around and looked at the little girl with interest. She was around 10 years old and was about 140 centimeters tall. She was almost identical to Vert Handi at this age. She looked at him impatiently, with her hands tightly wringing her skirt. Lu Zhiyu was hit with a pang of nostalgia. He had already guessed the real identity of the little girl. After looking her over, the corner of his mouth curled up involuntarily. Dulmidi was very grumpy. She had planned on sneaking out to go hunting with a few knights, but her mother was watching her very closely. Not only was she not allowed out, but she also had to wear this annoyingly heavy skirt. Her hair was pulled up primly, as she had been dolled up to greet all of the guests. She had just escaped from her room, having thrown a tantrum, and was readying to hide away on her favorite balcony. Yet, here was some random man, having the nerve to take over her favorite hiding spot. He was also looking at her with a gross look. The results are never pretty when this princess was angry. A human. How did you get in here? This is a restricted area. Who are you? I'll call the guards. Dulmidi put her hands on her waist. Her image, which was previously a cute little princess, was instantly destroyed, as her arrogance now shone through. Guards. Lu Zhiyu put his hands on his chest, then shrugged his shoulders. Call them all you want. You can scream till your throat bleeds, but no one will come, ha 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 ha. Dulmidi kept yelling, but no one could hear her voice. Dulmidi sensed that something was wrong, as she looked at Lu Zhiyu with a sudden hint of fear. Her arrogance shrunk rapidly, as she immediately began backing up, trying to escape. Yet, no matter how far she tried to retreat, it felt as if she was frozen in place. Dulmidi was so scared, she huddled into a ball. She finally realized that the handsome man before her was not an ordinary person. He had to have a special ability. The only people who could use special abilities were priests, holy knights, kins of God and the mysterious wizards. No matter which one of these existences this man was, he was most certainly a dangerous person. Dulmidi had witnessed the power of these beings before, and right now, she was only a little girl, who had yet to awaken her blood strength. Although she was of noble birth, she was alone right now. What do you want to do? I'm the princess of the Holy Civil Empire. Dulmidi revealed her identity in a panic. She thought that this revelation would scare the strange man into showing her proper respect. Yet, he did not show an ounce of respect, as he lifted her up by the scruff of her neck. Lu Zhiyu held the small girl in front of him, looking her up and down. They're really quite alike. It's just like her when she was a kid. Even the wicked temper is exactly the same. It's time for some education. After careful observation, Lu Zhiyu could feel that she was indeed of Verdhandi's blood. Uruk's blood witchcraft was second only to Boer. There were no side effects. Lu Zhiyu had conducted a simple mind power scan, which saw things from a different perspective than the human eye. Mind power observed things purely based on data and lines. Therefore, mind power only showed detailed blueprints of the lines that made up a figure. This perspective had nothing to do with beauty, nor could it see anything at all. In other words, all it could see was the data of the human body. But, to Dulmidi, the guy in front her was eyeing her strangely, as if he could see through her entire being. She felt chills run down her spine. She had been caught, lifted into the air, and stared at creepily. Dulmidi was frightened into tears. She clawed around in a panic. Let go, let me go, help! How dare you treat me like this? My father will definitely kill you. He is the strongest knight ever, a spokesperson of the gods, and the owner of the sword of the king. Dulmidi kept sobbing, her two wolves' ears drooping down. It seemed that she really had been terribly frightened by Lu Zhiyu. Lu Zhiyu hadn't expected this, and immediately put her down. Don't run away. I will lift you up again, if you try to run away. Rest assured, I won't hurt you. As soon as Lu Zhiyu finished speaking, Dulmidi, who had just been prepared to make a run for it, immediately relaxed. She felt that the person in front of her had no ill will towards her. Lu Zhiyu looked at her and said, I was the one who gave your father the sword of the king. When she was your age, she was even naughtier than you are right now. Every time she made me angry, I would give her a good beating, and she'd immediately behave. Dulmidi looked at Lu Zhiyu in disbelief. In her eyes, this guy was simply bragging now. She would not allow Lu Zhiyu to debase her father. You're a liar. My father is very majestic, and he is the strongest person in the world. 1,000 men, just like you, wouldn't be a match for him. But, he doesn't seem to like me very much. Lu Zhiyu looked strangely at Dulmidi, as he pondered whether he should tell her some of Verdhandi's embarrassing childhood stories. Lu Zhiyu sat on the balcony and chatted with the kid. The little girl was quite arrogant. In fact, she would talk back every time Lu Zhiyu said something. Lu Zhiyu patted her head and played with her ears. She immediately began clawing at him, and even trying to bite him. The time passed quickly as they chatted. Lu Zhiyu noticed that someone had already started looking for Dulmidi. He stood up and grabbed the dragon glass pendant that Dulmidi wore. It was a 3 cm long, diamond-shaped dragon glass. Depicted on it, was the young white dragon that Verdhandi had slain. Generally, the average white dragon would approach maturity at around 80 years of age as an adolescent dragon. After that, it would stop growing, then gradually increase the amount and power of its deified cells. However, due to their body structures, reaching the level of mythological creatures was more difficult for them, compared to other ordinary life forms. Thus, it would take an endless dedication to carefully cultivate this potential. The dragon glass was the core of the dragon species' inheritance, as it was the crystallization of their deified cells. Dulmidi immediately panicked, when she saw Lu Zhiyu taking her pendant. It was her treasure. This is a present from my father. Give it back. Lu Zhiyu looked at Dulmidi. Immediately, a powerful force field was formed. The whole world transformed. Dulmidi found herself standing on the surface of a body of water, which showed her own reflection. Yet, it also reflected a larger shadow. What's this? Dulmidi immediately looked above her, where she saw a huge door that was hidden in the depths of the clouds. Before her eyes, hidden behind the clouds, a vast heavenly kingdom stretched to the end of space and time. Dulmidi had no idea what she was seeing, nor could she understand what had just happened, but she felt very relaxed. She also felt very happy and at peace. The two stood together on the water, as Lu Zhiyu stood before her. They were surrounded by endless blue sky, white clouds, and the ocean. Lu Zhiyu picked up the dragon crystal, saying, "I will also give you a present." The dragon glass glittered in Lu Zhiyu's hands, as it blurred and blended in between Dulmidi's brows, before gradually merging with her body as one. The dragon glass would integrate into her body as she grows, allowing her to gain the inheritance of the white dragon. Although she wouldn't enjoy the longevity of a dragon, with the powerful dragon witchcraft of white dragon alone, she would be far more powerful than an average level 3 wizard. At that moment, an intense light shrouded in Dulmidi's body for a long time, before dispersing. "My name is Runthiraran Bell." Dulmidi stood on the balcony in shock. Not long after this, a few maids came over to find her. She kept muttering something on the balcony, until finally, Verdhandi rushed over in a blue robe and a crown. Her appearance hadn't changed much over the decades. Verdhandi shouted Lu Zhiyu's name anxiously on the balcony. Lu Zhiyu also gazed at her. The little trouble, with her familiar golden locks and appearance, had really become an orc king. She was no longer the same old Verdhandi, who followed her dad around mischievously. Now, she was a true emperor of Holy Seville. Lu Zhiyu felt satisfied, after seeing her. He then turned away, disappearing into the night. Verdhandi was crestfallen, as her crystal-clear golden pupils showed her despondence. Yet, the sword of the king began glowing with power. Verdhandi drew the sword of the king. The divine artifact seemed to have felt its former master nearby, as it now took a long time for her to calm it down. In addition to the scene that Dulmidi had just described, Verdhandi had vaguely guessed the true identity of Lu Zhiyu. She was agitated, as she recalled her memories, bit by bit. She straightened the sword of the king, letting the faint glow wash over her. Then, Verdhandi suddenly felt a warm and familiar sensation. "So, you are always by my side." Chapter 149, Alchemy Doll. Beneath the wizard tower, many apprentices were walking back and forth. Countless young wizards had walked into this tower, filled with admiration and dreams. Some would become formal wizards within 5 years, while others would leave without even graduating. The structures of the school sprawled over the dark mountain ranges, surrounding the central tower. The wind ravens hovered in the skies. Occasionally, a dragon's roar would resound throughout the area, shocking all of the apprentices and forcing them to cover their ears. When this happened, everyone knew that the violent red dragon, which had been raised by the owner of the tower, was angry again. Meanwhile, within the alchemy laboratory of the wizard tower, Lu Zhiyu was conducting a crucial experiment. All of the tower instructors were present to observe. Boer was almost 80 years old now. He had become a level 4 wizard after enhancing his brain and assimilating the life template of the double-headed magic eagle. In doing so, he had gained the lifespan of the double-headed magic eagle, which was close to 800 years. If he had not completed this step, he might have already died a natural death by now. Without breaking through as a level 4 wizard, a wizard's lifespan could only be partially extended by refinement, using the deified cells of the double-headed magic eagle. Even then, it would only grant a lifespan of around 200 years at most. So far, only Boer had broken through to the 4th level. The others had integrated some deified cells, but by now, their bodies had already begun to show signs of aging. Their consciousnesses were also becoming more rigid and sluggish. If they didn't hurry, it would be unlikely that they would be able to break through. Lu Zhiyu stood on top of the experiment platform, manipulating an alchemical doll. After spending the past 20 days in the real world, Lu Zhiyu's harvest was significant. In particular, Fabio Rossi, who was the foremost expert in robotics manufacturing from the Italian National Bionic Research Institute, had taught him many significant things. But, what the prototype that they had built on the base of Burn Island was still only a robot. What Lu Zhiyu ultimately wanted to be able to create was alchemical life. His aim was to create a true alchemical life form, an existence on the same class as silicon-based life. Although it wouldn't be on the level of the silicon-based life wreckage that he had encountered before, Lu Zhiyu knew that it was still an important step to take for making forward progress on the research on alchemical life forms. The most important element would be the construction of the brain from metallic cells, which would then allow him to develop sentience. However, this was still not artificial intelligence, as Lu Zhiyu still had no idea how to create artificial intelligence. The sub-brain system that Lu Zhiyu had first developed, was just a simple imitation, which was based on the operating system and processing model of computers. It was also different from the SS Eternity's sub-brain, David, which was created with the soul of Seiken. A true alchemy life form had to naturally develop wisdom and awareness. The alchemy doll was lying on Lu Ziyu's experiment table. Its shape had been fashioned after humans' forms. It had a silver face with a streamlined body. It was clear that, when it ran, it would definitely exhibit similar beauty as that of a professional athlete. The entire body was made from a titanium skeleton. Lu Ziyu had put a bionic skin on the outside, so it was similar to a normal human epidermis. Lu Ziyu was only using metallic cells for its brain. Nerve fibers were implanted into its ears, and the signal was transmitted to the brain through sound waves. The arms and feet could rotate freely. The heart was a supercapacitor battery. The eyes were hyperspectral cameras, and the throat was an amplifier. There was a solar panel in its back. Needless to say, this was indeed a high-tech product. In Maria's world, it could even be called a miracle, as no one else could create such a thing. In the eyes of all of the students, who were seated behind Lu Ziyu, this kind of thing was simply a miracle of the gods. All of them stared at the experiment with wide eyes. Meanwhile, Akkad, who specialized in mechanical alchemy, was looking around like a madman. For him, the figure on the table was simply the most beautiful thing in the world. At that moment, a large number of scattered parts flew through the air. Lu Ziyu used his mind power to control these small parts to, bit by bit, assemble the alchemy doll. After checking every detail, he let out a deep breath. Now it was time for the most important step, the activation process. This process involved the activation of the brain, not the body, and took place in order to actualize the birth of the alchemy doll. Lu Ziyu wanted a doll that possessed both emotions and awareness. It would be the first alchemy life form born in Maria's world, and would thus be a major breakthrough in the mechanical alchemy field. Lu Ziyu cautiously pressed the activation switch on the alchemy doll, and began to stimulate the brain. This brain was composed of a pure unrefined metallic cells, instead of enhanced metallic cells, which have a higher plasticity. As such, Lu Ziyu was careful to follow David's calculations, ensuring that he built a life template that was able to seamlessly imitate human neurons and glial cells. According to the derived template, this project was feasible, but Lu Ziyu was still not sure whether it would succeed. The doll lying on the alchemy platform suddenly moved. Lu Ziyu could see that, deep within its brain, a weak mental energy current had begun to flow. The signal was obviously being transmitted. Finally, the brain's awareness began to form. Lu Ziyu could feel the power flowing from an unfathomable place, then gathering to form an awareness within the alchemy doll. Lu Ziyu had guessed a long time ago that the birth of a life form's awareness was intrinsically connected with the highest law of the world. As such, every time a life was born, it would extract some source form from which to derive its awareness. Such was the scene that was occurring before Lu Ziyu's very eyes. The alchemy doll stood up slowly and looked at Lu Ziyu. It was like a child just born, observing the whole world. It looked at Lu Ziyu with its hyperspectral camera eyes, then glanced around the entire alchemy laboratory. It then peered curiously through the window at the world outside. As they watched it move, the noisy laboratory suddenly grew silent. Akkad's whole body shivered in excitement, then he shouted, "It's beautiful! This is a true work of art! This is the miracle of life, the highest realm of alchemy, the realm of God!" Akkad was deliriously happy. He was eager to learn this alchemy technique that he now saw in front of him. This was the true future of alchemy. His teacher Anthony had shown him a door to the supreme path. Before, he had been ridiculed by the others for being a heretic and following an unusual path. But now, his teacher had just proved to him that this was alchemy was truly of great worth. Lu Ziyu was also smiling, as the silvery doll stood in front of him. The two looked at one another, the doll's gem-like eyes continuously zooming in and out. Lu Ziyu then nodded. "From now on, I shall call you Eva. You are the first alchemy life form in the world." Chapter 150, A New Wizard Academy. In the main hall of the Master of the Tower, a smiling beauty was preparing refreshments. She had a slightly stiff expression and silver white hair, and was wearing the black and white long gown of a maid. As she placed the drinks on a table in the middle of the hall, she spoke with a slight mechanical delay, "Your black tea." Lu Ziyu took the tea from Eva. "Thank you." Boer sat on the side, nodding at Eva. His appearance hadn't changed much. He was still wearing the same black-framed glasses and long blue robes. His gaze had sharpened, however, perhaps revealing him to be a bit more world-weary these days. So, it's already possible to engage in regular conversation and identify mannerisms? Boer asked Lu Zhiyu. Lu Zhiyu nodded. Since Eva had been made, Lu Zhiyu had dressed her in bionic skin, and had customized her outer appearance into her current form. Lu Zhiyu sipped the hot black tea. As soon as some common sense and basic knowledge has been entered into Eva's memory, she'll become truly alive. She has a well-developed brain that can process information and independent thinking capabilities. But, she isn't without her flaws. No, it shouldn't be called a flaw per se, but she is still a little different from human beings. As a life form, she is far closer to perfection than humans. But, this sort of perfection can actually be a flaw. The emotions of alchemical life are far colder and reduced, when compared to humans. Perhaps the structure of metallic cells weakens the desires of its life forms. Because they don't need to eat, they receive no pleasure from eating, and therefore, they possess no desire to do so. Also, without possessing the normal vulnerabilities to disease and death, they have no will to pursue longevity and strength. Likewise, without pain and pleasure, it is impossible to have joys and sorrows, or feelings such as love, affection, and friendship. Hence, without ambition, there is no motivation to move forward in life. Boer nodded. Instructor is quite right. Weak beings often drive the advancement of life. Overly perfect creatures can often stagnate on the path of evolution, due to their perfection. The two-sided blessings and curses of every trait are worthy of our careful considerations indeed. Lu Zhiyu looked at Boer. There's no comprehension in your words. You're just parroting me. Don't flatter me with small talk. You didn't come to me about this matter. After all, you're not a cod. That rascal. He keeps heading over to see me, while his eyes are really only glued on Eva. Boer laughed. When you gave that lecture on the basics of mechanical alchemy a few days ago, Akkad was completely enthralled. But, compared to your achievement with the life alchemy dolls, that information was nothing. He is also making his own mechanical dolls, but it seems that he is still far from making them move. So, alchemy life is out of question at the moment. Ha ha ha, no wonder he's always heading over here. To him, Eva is the most beautiful woman in the world. Yet, it seems that Eva simply ignores him. Boer, upon remembering Akkad's antics over the past few days, was unable to hold back his laughter. Lu Zhiyu also laughed. He can't even walk yet, and he wants to learn to run. First, he should understand the basics, before delving deeper. Well, even if I explained Eva's creation process to him right now, he wouldn't understand any of it. So, tell me about your matters. What do you want? Boer was silent for a bit, before speaking. Uruk wants to establish a wizard school for the orcs, while Wolfter and Wendy want to return to the elf continent to establish a wizard tower for the elves. Lu Zhiyu nodded, looking at Boer without any change in his expression. So, what are your thoughts? Boer immediately responded, I think this is a very meaningful moment for all wizards. I believe that they can guide their students down the road of wizardry. So, I think this is wonderful. Lu Zhiyu quipped back. But if this occurs, Uruk, Wolfter, and Wendy will no longer be mentors in the wizard tower, and they will definitely bring a large number of their wizard followers with them when they leave. Such a mass exit might drastically weaken the power of the wizard tower. The wizard tower would then be divided into 3 factions. Your power as the deputy master would also be reduced. Are you willing to follow through with all of this, now that you have considered all of that? Boer nodded seriously. As long as it will benefit the development of our civilization as wizards, I am completely willing. Lu Zhiyu was relieved. It seems like you all had this idea, even before I came back. Why wasn't it implemented before now? Boer stood up and gave Lu Zhiyu a salute. Our knowledge was given to us by you, instructor. You also established the tower, so we felt that your opinion and approval on this matter was essential, before we proceeded. Lu Zhiyu was very pleased at this answer. He gestured for Boer to sit. My thoughts are the same as yours, Boer. I don't have the time to manage the affairs within the wizard tower, but I still hope to see advancements to our culture. Boer, you are better at those matters than I am. I also know how much time and effort you have spent in managing the wizard tower these past years. Many wizards oppose your rule, as they feel your policies are too weak and peaceful. They want to influence the world, acting as more forceful masters. He continued. They are moving in secret, with many schemes, manipulating the situations in the human world. But Li Weisai's folly, as well as the power of the Church of Light, cow them into inaction. Since you have also been mediating these tensions, there thankfully hasn't been anything too horrendous happening. Right now, wizard culture needs to develop slowly, rather than jumping out recklessly, competing for dominance of the world. Boer heard Lu Ziyu's words and felt extremely moved. Many of his ideas were opposed by everyone, including his classmates. Yet, Instructor Anthony understood and supported him. Boer was silent for a long time, then he spoke again. Li Weisai has been dead for decades. The new generation of wizards has long since forgotten the things of the past. The emergence of blood wizards has enabled the wizards to become far more powerful. This power is a great temptation, and I can no longer suppress the ambitious ones. Recently, many strange events have occurred within the kingdom of Mara. I suspect that the wizards, who are scattered outside, are involved. So, I have sent people to investigate. Lu Ziyu patted Boer's shoulders. The power of wizards can promote the progress of civilization, if it is used for good. It can also destroy the sources of civilization, if it is used for evil. There is no evil in the power itself, or in its development, but I hope that civilization will continue to advance, instead of devolving. I even hope to see the civilization of wizard culture appear in Maria's world one day. Boer's eyes also lit up with desperate ambition. A civilization that belongs to us wizards? I vaguely remember Li Weisai mentioning this in the past. Will I really be able to witness it?